In this world, we are introduced to the filthy life of an otaku. It was like a simple and single spark of electric current touching his foot. He got a shock, and thus his world was turned upside down. How could a stubborn otaku live in another world without having the slightest idea of how to survive? And unexpectedly, one day, a baron decided to sell a city to the hero. However, the boy believed he would have to shell out a large amount of money and still wouldn't be able to buy it. Yet the baron was determined to sell his domain because he wanted to retire, asking for just 5 cups in return. Once he had the privilege of seeing a crystal cup in the duke's palace, but it was nowhere near as clear and magnificent as the ones the hero had. So in exchange for just 5 cups, the protagonist got an entire city for himself. He immediately started thinking of making a beautiful woman his wife. Suddenly, a doubt arose about a conspiracy hidden behind all this easily acquired wealth, until one day it was enough to cause conflict and chaos in the boy's life. In another world, a bone-chilling wind along with mysterious ice as hard as iron existed in the Forbidden Mountain Range. Harsh snowstorms lasting millennia in the east of the Forbidden Mountain Range, these are dark and merciless times with the people ending up in misery. Amidst all this, rampant killing was just a game for the nobility, with the strong hunting the weak and the law of the jungle reigning supreme. In one of the main kingdoms, a vendor shouts announcing fresh and cheap oranges, calling everyone to check them out. The name of this vendor is Liu Feng, and it has been a month since he crossed over to this mysterious world. Despite this, he has made a lot of money reselling between this world and Earth. So far, he still doesn't have a place to live, so it's time to look for somewhere to stay for a while. In an establishment, the hero approaches the attendant and asks if she would sell the entire tavern to him, which leaves her surprised. Again, the protagonist reiterates his request, but the girl believes she is dealing with a madman for wanting to buy a shop in such a deserted place. Liu, in turn, thinks about wanting to find a place to stay. Besides, this is in the middle of nowhere, so in case of opening an inn there, a lot of money could be generated. So the hero makes his request once more, but the girl gets irritated, saying it won't be for sale. In that case, the boy states he can pay a lot of money, which catches the attention of 2 customers sitting at a table at the back of the establishment. One of them gets up and, seeing the boy's purchasing power, suggests that he should buy an entire city instead of a simple bar. Obviously, this proposal piques Liu Feng's curiosity, and that man confirms he didn't say it wrong, being Baron Carter along with his son Fez. The hero, however, believes that this old patron isn't bankrupt to want to sell a city and questions the reason for him being willing to trade his inheritance. In such a case, the Baron takes a deep breath to touch on this delicate matter, and then explains he's getting old. Besides, according to him, the young people of this generation are not up to his expectations. Therefore, he just states he wants to sell his domain so he can go to a big city to retire and forget everything. However, the hero is suspicious and believes he's being mocked by this damned old fox. So he asks the Baron to say how much he wanted for the city. And with a happy expression, Carter states he wants 100 gold coins. Upon hearing this, the protagonist is completely disbelieving and questions if the old man is crazy. It is said that 100 gold coins are equivalent to 4 million sheep or 500,000 cattle. The exchange, however, amounts to financial comfort for 3 generations. Given this, the hero believes he is being deceived and knows he is not a novice in the commercial world. Carter, in turn, questions if the amount is too high, saying he can also grant a noble title along with the territory. But the hero still refuses, and at that moment, a blade approaches his neck, clearly threatening him. The person responsible for this is the noble's son, called Fez, who stated that the boy should feel honored that his father wants to sell his city. So the hero questions if he is being forced to buy, and Carter intervenes, asking for harmony. As if it's about the price, they can discuss it. The Baron asks how many gold coins the boy thinks is appropriate, and he then asks to leave aside this idea of 100 gold coins, saying he doesn't even have 30 of them. So the old man agrees to sell his land for 30 gold coins, closing the deal. Initially, the hero is shocked by the sale and thinks that the Baron was probably willing to sell for 30 coins from the start. To explain his logic, the old man says that when he looked at the merchant's face, he felt like giving a special discount. The merchant in turn explains that he didn't bring any money with him, but the Baron replies that the debt can be paid with some of his treasures. The statement creates confusion in Liu's mind, but without much suspense, Carter shows interest in items like crystal cups. The hero then remembers that they had been talking about this some time ago, understanding that the game was always about getting his cups. In this case, the protagonist begins to tell a story about the cups, explaining that these 5 traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to obtain. His journey resulted in one of the most popular and distant stores in the West, Hua Run Yi, where in a special offer, 5 cups were sold for 10 ryus. Liu, however, markets his products as if he had bought them for a high value, thus raising the market value of the cups. Faced with the product, Carter explains that once he had the privilege of seeing a crystal cup in the Duke's palace, but even so, it wasn't as clear and magnificent as this one. In this case, the hero is disbelieving that the people of this world are so easily deceived. In contrast, the 2 nobles just admire that modern invention. Liu thinks that if he had known this earlier, he would have brought more of them, but anyway, he can go back and forth between worlds whenever he wants. After witnessing the beautiful cups, the Baron asks his old friend if he has other treasures like this. Upon this, the protagonist realizes that this bastard wants to find out if he has any more valuable items, and that if he does, they will kill him to get them. The hero thinks that since the cup is considered a treasure, he will gather all the treasures and store them in his storage space, thus opening it for them to take a look. However, before that, the protagonist removes everything of value from the modern world from the box, and the Baron waits excitedly. After opening the chest, Liu demonstrates his other items and asks if Carter is interested in any of them. However, the old man is disappointed and says he doesn't want any of that for now, which the hero comments is a pity. Later, on a sunny road in the countryside, the galloping of the horse is heard. The protagonist is with the nobles in the wheat fields near the city of Yang, and he notices that the crops are growing very well. Carter agrees despite having to watch out for horse thieves who appear in the autumn harvest to steal the grains. After a certain period of riding, they finally arrive at the city of Yang, with our hero getting very excited by what he sees in front of him. However, the noble states that this is not the city in the treaty, showing the real direction. Unlike that developed city, the first and only city of Yang is completely destroyed and in a miserable situation. In this case, the protagonist starts to cry, understanding that he should have realized from the start that it was too good to be true. Even if this money was falling from the sky, the hero knows he wouldn't be able to pay for the local expenses. As he walks through the city, the poverty is apparent, with many people having nothing to eat, seeing begging as their only way out. After walking a little further, the men go to the top of the cathedral to announce the change of leader. Gathering everyone at the site, the citizens wonder if they will be called upon, while others are afraid of the government leeches hearing them. Thus, Baron Carter announces that today he will donate the title to Liu Feng, and that from today he will be the new lord of the city. One of the civilians in turn just hopes he doesn't raise the taxes anymore, but another says that Liu is surely just another leech. With the announcement made, Carter hands over the city of Yang to the hero and says he is leaving. In this case, the protagonist decides to make a speech to his new people. However, before he can even begin to say anything, the civilians tell him to get out of there, calling him a parasite and saying all their money has been sucked away. Thus, they start a protest down with the parasites and begin to throw stones at the hero, who thinks it's no surprise the Baron wanted to sell the city for so little. Later, the Baron states that the place is seriously injured and starving for a week, then questions how the civilians couldn't defeat it, even with so many people. In this case, reporting to their lord, one of them informs him that the monster was very strong and that they are not capable of taking it with them. This deeply irritates Carter, but suddenly he has an idea that will solve his problem. Now he calls for the new lord of the city and explains that he left a secret gift in the castle's dungeon, which arouses the hero's curiosity. Continuing, the Baron warns that the boy should go see it without delay because if things continue as they are, the castle could be demolished. Upon hearing this, the protagonist becomes completely desperate at the possibility of having his castle destroyed without even being able to enjoy it. So he runs towards the dungeon while wondering what on earth could be inside. Upon reaching the castle, the hero walks towards the dungeon and enters the place, encountering rats and lit torches. Inside, he wonders what kind of present the Baron left in this place. In this context, he shouts, asking if anyone is there and prepares to open a gate by leaning near the lock. However, suddenly, due to a lack of repairs, the wall starts to crack, giving the impression that the gate is falling. So the protagonist first dodges to the left and then to the right, finally bragging about having saved himself from danger. However, while he spends his time boasting about his feats, the gate ends up falling on the boy's foot. At that moment, a scream resonates throughout the place and Liu begins to cry while complaining about the infernal pain he is feeling. But suddenly something catches the hero's attention, making him completely forget about the pain. In front of him was a demi-human, and this was the first time the protagonist saw one, understanding now that there are such specimens in this world. To check the girl's condition, Liu approaches and shakes her, asking if she is still alive. He realizes that this might be the gift the Lord was talking about, so the hero thinks he cannot just do nothing and watch the girl die. Thus, the protagonist conjures a spell in his hand that opens a blue circle in space-time, bringing various food supplies into this world. He decides to look for something good to drink to improve the girl's condition, who is very weak at the moment. In that box, Liu finds some energy drinks, but among them, there was one that would be ideal. A bottle of water is taken and quickly given to the girl, who drinks it and within seconds regains her consciousness, spitting out the water. Soon after, the girl blinds the hero with the water and knees him in the face, making him semi-unconscious, while he wonders what the hell is happening. Promptly, that demi-human continues her attack, jumping from side to side and finally going for the protagonist while roaring. The hero, in turn, just screams for help, and in his mind, he remembers all the moments of his life. He definitely doesn't want to die because, up until now, he hasn't managed to get beautiful and rich young woman as his wife. However, the girl who was about to finish off the boy simply faints in his arms. In this case, Liu feels relieved, understanding that he is saved from imminent danger. Later in the castle, a complaint scream from the hero was heard throughout the region. With the girl in his bed, he is impressed by her immense beauty. This mysterious beast woman is named Mina, and Liu wonders why Carter had to lock her up in the dungeon. At that moment, the girl's stomach grows with hunger, and the hero understands that considering what the Baron said earlier, the girl probably fainted from hunger. Upon opening his portal, there was still rice inside the spatial storage, so the protagonist decides to take it out and cook a porridge. However, accidentally, from inside the portal, a piece of paper is carried by the wind out of the castle, and it goes down the city until it meets its destiny by falling on an elderly citizen's head. Picking up the paper in his hand, the old man wonders what it could be, but when he decides to take a look, he is impressed by the content. Then he announces his discovery to everyone, asking them to come take a look at the leaflet. Back at the castle, our hero has prepared the porridge, and at this moment, he is careful to blow on it a bit to reduce the temperature. Next, he feeds the unconscious demi-human who ingests the food, and in her mind, she thinks it smells good, wondering if the food is rice porridge. After having some of her energy restored, the girl wakes up from her faint, getting up from the bed with great disposition. Upon waking up, the girl realizes she is next to the person who came to disturb her in the dungeon in her last moment of consciousness. Thus, she jumps on the hero and aggressively questions what he made her eat. In this case, the protagonist informs her that it's just rice porridge, which makes the girl redirect her attention to the bowl held by Liu. Upon analyzing it, Mina realizes it's normal rice porridge and comments that it smells really good. However, in her mind, she tries to control herself because she believes humans can't be so kind, given that she was captured by them. Despite any moral convictions, the demi-human's stomach growls louder. In this case, she orders the hero to eat a bite of the rice porridge, which he promptly does. Thus, the girl asks to eat another bite, this time a much bigger one, and Liu understands, saying he will eat until there's nothing left. In his mind, the protagonist knows that if the girl wanted to hurt him, she should have had the opportunity a few moments ago, so there's nothing wrong with the porridge. This situation repeated several times until finally, Mina gave in and ended up eating a portion equivalent to a month's worth of rice for a normal person. With her meal finished, Mina wondered what in the world happened and now began to admire humans. However, maintaining her angry pose, she orders Liu to let her go at once or she will kill him. Initially, the protagonist is disappointed that the girl ate all his rice and already wants to leave, but he explains that no one will stop her from going, pointing to the door. In this case, the girl prepares to leave, and before anything else, the hero asks her to be careful on her journey, making sure not to be captured by Carter or any other idiot like him. Upon hearing this, the girl thinks the boy seems different from the other nobles. With that farewell sign, Mina becomes a little embarrassed, showing the beginning of some repressed feeling. But at this moment, she hears something outside that scares her, and thus she rushes at the hero, calling him a scoundrel and claiming there's an ambush outside. In response to the girl, the hero says he is the only one in the entire castle, there's no ambush, and he asks her to stop trying to kill him. At this moment, a revolt happens outside the castle with civilians shouting at the leeches and demanding they open the gates. In this case, the girl claims she was right about her suspicions, but the protagonist says he doesn't know what's happening. Quickly, the population manages to enter the castle, getting closer and closer to the Lord's Hall. The cry of revolt was heard throughout the place, calling for strength and ordering the death of the leeches. Upon reaching the Baron's quarters, Sinki's group tries to break down the door with a log. Faced with this, the hero explains to the girl that these are not his people, advising her to hide quickly. Initially, Mina is suspicious, but Liu says that if he wanted to hurt her, she would already be dead, which makes the girl take his words a bit more seriously. Finally, the group of rebels manages to break down the door, and their leader points to the Lord of the Land. He orders his colleagues not to let him escape, and then they all gather around the protagonist with their weapons drawn. Without delay, one of the civilians asks what the city lord is doing and explains that they have already been stripped of everything, having nothing left. In this case, Bafa questions why the Baron is trying to collect even more taxes. In response, the protagonist comments that he did not order an additional tax collection. In such a scenario, the elder shows the scroll he received in his face earlier. Upon seeing this, the hero thinks it's not his since he sold a batch of straw paper to the Baron as sheepskin scrolls a month and a half ago. In this case, Liu questions if this is a sheepskin scroll and states that if someone wants to know where it came from, it probably came from the castle. Thus, the civilians understand that their expectations were correct, and one of them comments that his brother died of hunger not long ago due to the abusive taxes. At this moment, the hero is called the Incarnate Demon, and he, in turn, only thinks that he sold a bunch of straw paper, not understanding the real reason for the revolt. In a final juncture, if the Baron doesn't let the civilians live in peace, they decide not to let him live either. Thus, the Baron's death is ordered, and one of them promptly rushes towards the hero with his cutting weapon, along with a strong, murderous intent. Before the attack is completed, a stone is thrown towards the boy's dagger, which ends up disarming him. Unexpectedly, Mina interferes in the conflict and tells the boy to hold his hands while he questions her identity. According to the law, if a civilian kills a noble, all those who rebel and their families will be sentenced to the gallows. In light of the information presented, one of the civilians understands that the girl is right, and another says he doesn't care about his own death, but doesn't want harm to come to his wife and daughters. In this case, the hero simply recalls that he told the girl to hide, not understanding why she is there now. Promptly, Mina asks if the Lord of the Land is alright, and he responds affirmatively, while the dagger is stuck in his head, which makes the girl laugh. At this moment, Bafu gets irritated and comments that the Baron is increasing taxes by 50%, which in reality is the same as a death sentence. From this, the protagonist decides to take a look at the paper, and upon seeing it, things were worse than he imagined. It was written with Carter's signature, that to celebrate the beloved horse's birthday of the city lord, taxes would be increased by 50%. Realizing he was made a scapegoat, Liu informs them that the notification was issued by the previous lord. In this case, this starts to cause confusion among the civilians, but the youngest of them remains firm because he believes they are all part of the same group. However, as the current lord of the city and in the name of such, the hero announces here and now that all the citizens of Aksai Yang will never have their taxes increased again. Along with the surprise, this causes distrust among the population due to the noble's word, but they saw him tear up the notification, which means they will have food. Gradually, the rebels begin to calm down, and the protagonist starts a speech saying that only by keeping his citizens happy can the Lord of the Land be happy. In this case, he states that he will guide everyone in obtaining wealth and strive for an era of peace and prosperity. However, for this, they will need to roll up their sleeves and get to work on some heavy labor. Although they didn't really understand this, the civilians found it incredible. And with this being indeed the case, Bafu decides to thank him for all the great kindness and grace. Liu, in turn, reiterates that it is true and prides himself on never going back on his word. In this case, everyone decides to leave and hope that the city lord told the truth because it would really be good for them if he did. In another scenario, Fez tells his father that he heard the city of Aksai Yang has already become a complete mess with a group of villagers invading the lord's mansion. Carter, in turn, says that at first he was very worried but didn't expect the hero to be incapable of keeping a bunch of peasants under control. In this case, the Baron's son is happy and praises his father because this shows that the city of Aksai Yang will soon return to their hands. However, suddenly bad news arrives for the Lord, being told that something unexpected happened. With the bad news being announced, Fez asks the servant what made him so nervous. In this case, the man says that Liu Feng has already persuaded the population and also released the beast woman. Hearing this, the Baron's son becomes deeply irritated, saying he will kill that bastard. However, the boy's father asks him to stay calm, and Fez retorts, saying they spent a lot of money to buy the demi-human. Carter, in turn, comments that there are no surprises since the boy is now the lord of the city. But he assures that in a short time, Baron Omar will naturally straighten him out, which impresses Fez with his father's genius. Shortly afterward, in his quarters, the protagonist recalls that it almost scared him to death but finally managed to calm the situation. Upon this, he believes he also needs to calm down a bit more. He starts to enjoy a nap, and Mina decides to leave now, which makes the boy wake up immediately. To change the girl's decision, he asks her to wait because her wounds are not yet fully healed. Furthermore, he says that if Mina leaves like this, her capture will be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Upon hearing this, the girl shows her claws and says she will just kill anyone in her way. The hero explains that if she wants, she can stay there for a while until she recovers, and in any case, he would be incapable of doing any harm to her. Mina, in turn, remains hesitant, believing that humans are not good and therefore cannot be kind in this way. In this case, the protagonist says it's very boring being the only one in the entire castle, and suggests that if she stays and keeps him company, they can talk. Additionally, the hero asks if the girl is afraid of being killed, to which she responds she is not, and even if she were, the protagonist doesn't have enough strength. Reaching an agreement, Mina decides to stay and first heads to the hot springs to take a bath, bidding farewell for now. Upon entering the water, she finds it a very peaceful environment and thinks it's been a long time since she had such a good bath. However, suddenly she starts feeling pain in her left shoulder, which reminds her that humans are abominable. In her past, when she was imprisoned, soldiers came to feed her during times of hunger, with one of them giving her a piece of bread. However, upon eating that bread, it turned out to be a trap to make her fall asleep, making it easier to sell her as a slave to evil nobles. Remembering this, Mina thinks that all humans are despicable and not worth the clothes they wear, being nothing but liars. In contrast to her anger, Liu was spying on her from outside the hall. He couldn't contain his curiosity about the differences between humans and demi-humans, but tried to convince himself that it was scientific and not perverted. With his eyes peeking at the girl through the door crack, the image of that beautiful demi-human completely fascinates our hero. At this moment, the protagonist has a nosebleed from excitement, making a noise that the girl hears. Upon this, she asks who is there, and the hero responds that he is there to give her something to wash with. Quickly, a soap bar is thrown through the door into the girl's hands, and upon taking the object, the demi-human realizes it smells good, having the same scent as humans. Later in his quarters, the hero picks up some paperwork and pretends to be focused on his work. Shortly after, Mina appears in the room after her bath, but she shyly comments that these clothes don't fit her properly. With the woman in front of him, the boy thinks excitedly that a freshly bathed cat woman is something he would never have been able to see in the other world. And before the boy's perverted gaze, the girl understands his intentions, thus questioning what he is looking at. In this case, the hero tries to change the subject, informing her that he has prepared rice porridge especially for the guest. This clearly catches the girl's attention, who thanks him for the porridge but still says she is cautious in case something is being plotted against her. Upon taking the bowl, she states that humans are always plotting something, but the hero assures her that he is different from the rest. Thus, the demi-human agrees that the boy is different, given that he is a human who spies on others in the bath. At this moment, the protagonist realizes he has been caught and thinks that if people find out, he will no longer be able to live there. The girl, however, seems more interested in the porridge than the situation itself, and in consideration of the human, she advises him to pack his bags soon. It is said that in a few days, the hero will no longer want to be the lord of the city because of what will happen soon. The horse thieves are a group of bandits who will appear in 20 days with the arrival of the autumn harvest. They will loot the harvest and might end up killing the city lord, thus taking the castle and becoming the new masters of the place. In this way, the girl explains that the hero doesn't have a single soldier and isn't fleeing, which seems like he is waiting to die. Upon hearing this, the boy understands that this is the reason why Baron Carter sold the city and the title so easily, having dug the next leader's grave. Mina, in turn, explains that this is so bad that she wants to go south, but otherwise, she might stay there and watch all the humans kill each other. With the idea of death being questioned, the protagonist asks if the girl is afraid of the bandits. But she states that not even the wrath of the goddess of ice and snow can scare her, which makes Liu confused as he has never heard of this sacred being. To explain, the girl comments that it is because of her that the strong snowstorm lasted 5 years. 5 years ago, the goddess of ice and snow suddenly got angry and blew a freezing wind, and the snow falling from the sky went farther than the eyes could see, turning the whole world into a land of snow and ice. They had no choice but to go south, and to this day, some human countries are surrounded by snow. After explaining the story, Mina questions how the Lord of the Land didn't know this, so the hero, somewhat uncomfortable, explains that he was traveling east during that time. This causes some suspicion, but the girl doesn't care much and reiterates the request to flee if the protagonist doesn't want to die. However, Liu recalls that there is still half a month until the autumn harvest and states that there is no need to worry. This is because he proudly says he has his own way. In a certain forest, a tiger runs after a boy named Miu Wu, who does not seem very worried about the situation despite the animal's ferocity. With a confident look, the boy tells the tiger to chase him because he is confident in his abilities. So the animal chases the boy with all its strength, and they approach a barricade. At this barricade, the fugitive easily climbs it, and from the top, he just mocks the tiger for not being able to follow him. After another failed attack by the animal, the boy says he no longer wants to play with the kitty. From the top of a mountain, an adult man holding a trident shouts to all of his colleagues that it is now showtime. Promptly, New Dal, along with Newer, New San, and New Sai, appear ready to hunt the animal with their weapons and gear. The tiger realizes it is in trouble, but does not have enough time to react, eventually being captured and killed. With the hunt over, the boy's city is seen from above, and now that the present is ready, they decide to head to their destination. In the city of Yang, Uncle New's family is reviewed by the citizens, and they comment that since they refused Carter's recruitment, they'd never return to the city. The civilians do not understand why this family is entering the city, but Bafu understands that from the direction they are probably going to visit Liu Feng. The rebellious boy shouts that it is impossible because even if the young noble could invite the king, he could not invite the entire Niu family. In this case, a doubt arises, but it is common knowledge that it is impossible for Uncle Miu to help a blood-sucking monster. In the carriage heading to the castle, a girl comments that Liu seems to be a good boy, becoming a noble and even sending a letter to invite them. Continuing, she comments that they did not save the wrong person, and another girl is very happy to see Liu again, drowning in love for him. Later in the castle, the hero is extremely happy with the visit of his uncles Miu and Mei. Then they throw the tiger to the ground, informing him that it is a present for becoming the governor of the city. Upon seeing it, the boy's eyes shine, thinking he can make a high-quality fur coat, and he asks if the animal weighs around 250 kilos. To maintain humility, the hero says that just their visit was enough, which Mina believes to be hypocrisy. Changing the subject, the girl from before asks Nicole if she doesn't want to see Liu Feng and advises her to quickly say hello to him. After the girl pushes Nicole, she ends up tripping over the animal's body and finally falls into the arms of our hero. However, her breasts press against the protagonist's chest, which excites him, and he comments that she has grown a lot since the last time he saw her. After saying this, the hero regrets it in his mind, but fortunately, the girl naively thinks the boy is referring to her height. In this situation, Aunt May finds the unfolding funny, and Miu, somewhat embarrassed, asks to discuss business now. So he asks all the family members to take a vow of loyalty. However, the protagonist notices that his uncle was left out of the list, so he says that he wants him to be a castle's chief administrator. Upon hearing this, the man thanks the boy for his kindness with regret, but informs him that his leg is broken, so he basically cannot contribute to the kingdom. In this case, with a snap of his fingers, Liu asks his uncle not to worry because he can find a way to make him a normal person, which shocks everyone present. Keeping his promise after making some modifications to his uncle's leg, he asked New to stand up and try to walk, creating anticipation in everyone. Without wasting time, the man held onto his trident apprehensively but unexpectedly managed to stand with a prosthetic leg. To test the prototype, New walked a few steps inside the castle, which made his family emotional about the scene. Inevitably, the man now claims he can walk. Upon hearing this, Aunt May cries because it is truly wonderful, and Nickel informs her mother that her makeup is coming off. With this, a joyful atmosphere is created among everyone, happiness that surrounds the place and takes over everything. Interfering in the conversation, Liu says that his uncle should practice more often, and that soon there will be no difference for him compared to normal people. Understanding everything the boy did for them, May wipes her tears, and the two look at each other with determination. Thus, the whole family starts walking towards the protagonist, which makes Liu confused about what they are doing. Without further ado, all the male members of the family present themselves to the young master Liu Feng, and they pledge to be the sharp sword that will pierce all the enemies of their new master. At first, the protagonist is surprised but accepts and thanks his uncle for trusting him, leaving him in charge of governing the castle from now on. Additionally, the hero asks him to teach him how to manage this city. Shortly after, a letter from Baron Omar was arriving in the kingdom of Xi Yang. In this case, the Baron and his plan against the Western Sun City were starting now. Elsewhere in a certain establishment, a man was shouting indignantly at what he was seeing. It was a trade with a merchant. The man is angry that half a kilo of grains is worth 3 copper coins and recalls that the day before only 2 were needed. In such a case, the merchant comments that yesterday was yesterday and today is today, clearly trying to take advantage of the boy. So without wasting time, he asks if the boy is going to buy or just keep chatting. Initially, the boy was just irritated because it seemed he had no choice, and the merchant happily thought that the price increase was Baron Omar's order. At that moment, however, a noise is heard throughout the kingdom, with the community gathering upon hearing the news that the Castellan Palace is distributing food for free. Upon hearing this, the boy finally rebels against the price, saying he will not buy anything anymore. The merchant, however, just stands paralyzed, not understanding the reason for food being distributed for free. With the ringing of a bell, Uncle Mew informs everyone that the palace is recruiting secretaries and hunters, as well as strong men. They will have better conditions, with the secretaries earning 120 copper coins, followed by the hunters and strong men who will earn 80 monthly. With such a good salary disclosed, the civilians begin to believe it is a lie because a noble could not be so generous. It is said that this salary is twice as much as the previous lord offered, making it clear that it is a deception. At this moment, Liu Feng appears in the middle of the crowd, saying that he will keep his promise. Because among his convictions, the strongest one is that he never breaks his promises. With the emperor's presence, the population is impressed by the resplendence demonstrated in his arrival. At this moment, the girls fall in love while admiring the hero's beauty, and everyone wonders what kind of clothes these are because they had never seen anything like them before. Moreover, even the demi-human maid is wearing quite elegant clothes in the eyes of the civilians. With this said, the hero goes towards his uncle to discuss the next issues. Thus, he informs Mew that he will be taking over from there, which the man understands. Taking the lead of the speech, the protagonist states that everything written in the announcement is true, but that candidates will need to pass a test. As long as everyone passes the test, not only will they be able to obtain a monthly salary, but they will also be able to eat all that food that smells delicious. Furthermore, it is said that they can eat as much as they want and whenever they prefer. With this divine smell being exhaled, the natives realize it is roast boar, and with the food ready in a bowl, that fragrant smell enchants everyone. So they decide to try it because they have nothing to lose, and the rebellious boy from before, despite being starving, still comments that it could be a trap. With everything organized, the protagonist sits at a table with his subordinates and asks who will be the first to see. In this case, without thinking much about it, Bafu raises his staff, saying he wants to apply. He wants to try for the secretary position, and thus shows the Lord some things he wrote. That letter was about the Lord's dreams, and upon finishing reading it, the hero realized that he writes well, and above all, cares about people. In light of this, the hero approved Bafu as the new secretary of the city of Xi Yang, and then Nickel approached to serve him with a noodle soup and roast pork that was stunningly beautiful. With that wonderful food in front of him, the Lord could not resist and quickly grabbed the plate to taste it. However, upon eating a bit, his expression changed completely because it was very different from what he had thought. Upon seeing this, the population was shocked, and some of them considered the possibility that there was poison in the bowl. And so the boy believed it was a trap and hurried to the elder's rescue with his weapon drawn. However, contrary to the ignorant expectation, the old man's expression is due to the delicious taste of the food, causing the boy to stop in the middle of his attack. Bafu cries and says he has never eaten such delicious food before, feeling as if he has lived wrongly all this time, and at this moment he is reprimanded by the boy. If it really is that delicious, the other civilians decide to try it too, those who are literate aim for the secretary position and the rest for the soldier position. At the enlistment field, Liu explains that if a person can walk on the balance beam, jump over the wooden obstacle, and crawl through the barbed wire area, In addition to climbing the high wall, then the person will pass the test. In this case, the rebellious boy realizes that everyone is going and wonders why he shouldn't try. With a privileged view of the entire circuit from above, the hero believes everything is going well, not expecting everyone to be so excited as they are. Therefore, the protagonist pats Nickel's head, saying that it's all thanks to her dedication and skill. Nickel, in turn, humbly replies that her master taught her well. Then the boy approaches Mina to thank her as well and to pat her. However, the demi-human is not comfortable being touched by Li Feng's hands, so she leaves while the hero thinks he almost managed to pat her ears. Anyway, Nickel wonders who that girl is to her big brother Liu, understanding that she seems a bit dangerous, but that her companion doesn't seem to care much. In the enlistment field, everyone is exhausted, but they keep going, thinking about the noodle soup and roast pork. At this moment, amidst the tests, a person falls and is quickly removed from the test. Thus, another has their clothing caught on the barbed wire and is also removed. This way, now in the climbing competition, one of the men falls, being eliminated from the contest. From afar, Niu doesn't understand where his master got these things from, as even he, who has been training since he was young, finds it difficult to pass. In this case, it was extremely difficult for normal people who gradually left the test in pain and exhausted. In his mind, Niu believes that if this continues, they won't be able to recruit any soldiers. Later in his room, the hero is reading the legendary Emperor Sun Tzu's book, The Art of War, and can't believe so few people passed the test. Then Nickel suddenly appears with his afternoon tea along with chocolate cake and coffee, which the hero thanks her for wholeheartedly. Upon eating the cake, he finds it soft and tasty, as well as sweet and light, so the hero praises Nickel for her incredible culinary skills. And she is extremely happy that her master liked her preparations. Unexpectedly, at this moment, another person appears in the room. It is the demi-human who cleverly steals a piece of cake and eats it. Nickel says she is happy that she liked it, but thinks that she cooked all morning just for Liu to eat, and now Mina has eaten all of it. Cutting off this pleasant atmosphere, bad news arrives in the young master's room. It is said that people are preparing to leave the city of Xiyang in search of food, which leaves our hero perplexed. He places the coffee on the table and asks his secretary what's happening. Bafu in turn responds that the people who didn't pass the test cannot get the food, and moreover, those merchants are selling food 30% more expensive. It is said that right now the civilians are almost dying from lack of food. In this case, Niu believes they should lower the criteria for recruitment, and the girl mocks that considering it's just a simple course, many still didn't make it. She laughs, saying that humans are really weak, which irritates Niu greatly. Upon hearing this, the protagonist intervenes and informs them that the criteria will not be lowered, which surprises the men. However, the issue of merchants taking advantage of people's urgent needs at a time like this will be resolved. Without delay, Liu heads to the merchant's establishment, and the merchant greets the lord of the city, asking what brings him there. So our hero asks if it was the man in front of him who raised the food prices by 30%. Irritated, he prepares to punch the face of the thief who monopolized the market and put everyone in a difficult situation. However, when he kicks the damn fat guy, he receives no apparent damage, either due to the hero's weakness or the merchant's resistance. With this, the merchant comments that he provides the food and people buy it, and that if they complain that it's too expensive, they can just not buy it. Thus, he asks if there is a problem, and Liu closes his face, grabbing Niu's sword from its sheath and advancing toward the merchant. With that sword pointed at his neck, the hero intimidates the man, asking how he dares to rob his people. However, the man asks the city lord to calm down, and knowing his rights, he states that according to the law, merchants can set prices as they wish. So he questions if the protagonist is thinking of ignoring the law, and upon consulting his secretary, the matter is confirmed. The merchant then starts to victimize himself, saying that they are honest food merchants who conduct their small businesses according to the law. And in his mind, he knows he has Lord Omar as an ally, not needing any alliances with the city lord. Liu, in turn, is outraged that this merchant is causing so much trouble and understands that he will not be able to deal with this today. So proceeding with the information that the price will not be lowered, the boy states that when the time comes, the man had better not regret it. In response to that threat, the merchant just laughs, saying that when they set a price, they naturally do not regret it. Then Liu leaves with his people and again warns the merchant that soon he will get what he deserves. In the city, people no longer know what to do because the price of raw wheat has risen again and refined wheat even more. In the end, if things continue this way, they will all die before the autumn wheat harvest. The merchants in the region always raise prices at this time of year to make as much profit as possible. Amidst all that chaos, Bafu posted an announcement on the city's news board. The announcement said that the city would soon be renovated, so a campaign would be launched to rebuild houses, requiring artisans, masons, and dock workers. In this case, one of the citizens asks if what is written is true, if they really need so many workers. In response to the question, the elder coughs and assures everyone that it is true, and that if anyone is interested in a job, they can start immediately. Thus, the population believes in Bafu and decides to apply en masse. Later at the site, complicated projects were handed to the population who could barely understand them. But as time went by, they naturally adapted. Little by little, the natives helped each other in the city's renovation, and deservedly, it was time to line up to get their food. This made everyone extremely happy because they would finally have real food, unlike in the past. In contrast to this, the merchants hold a meeting, and one of them comments that no one has bought food in recent days, then another wishes them all dead. Determined to end this nonsense, the city's main merchant tells everyone to shut up and says they are overestimating the boy. Another merchant retorts, informing that the Lord is giving away food for free. In this case, they won't be able to sell their grains. However, the plumpest among them raises his hand, saying that the city lord's food can last at most 3 more days. In this case, the man who was previously praising Leo now thinks that he is a complete fool for digging his own grave like this. And the red-haired merchant continues, saying that if the Lord thinks of something, it doesn't matter because when the time comes, they will all have a mountain of money. Thus, the atmosphere in the place is relieved, and all that anguish and worry are replaced by a wicked hope. Back in the protagonist's office, he is quite busy with paperwork. Suddenly, Nicole approaches, catching the hero's attention, who makes some time for her. In this case, the girl thinks it's good that the Lord is making people rebuild their houses and giving the wheat to eat. However, it is said that the food supplies in their storage may not last much longer. Back at the worksite, everyone is happy they received a kilo of wheat the previous day, but upon arriving in line as usual, much less food is being offered today. One of the civilians reports to the secretary that the grain is gone, and he explains that he has already reported it to the city owner, who is currently trying to solve the problem. From the top of the castle, Liu looks out over the horizon and Nicole catches his attention. It is a fact that now the food stores are almost empty, and they may not be able to deliver soon, but the boy assures her that he will find a way. Back at the work site, the people start to revolt for not having received food and complain about the hunger they are suffering. Inevitably, the day comes for the merchants to put their plan into action, executing their premeditated show. The plump merchant asks with hidden intentions if the city lord does not want to fulfill this contract. He then asks Bofu to hurry and send more food, questioning why they stopped. Pointing to the population, everyone is hungry and holding their bowls waiting to receive some food. Obviously, the elder looks embarrassed because he cannot say that the food is running out. Thus, the merchant loudly deduces that there is no more food left, which incites the beginning of a revolt among the hungry and helpless population. Bofu, in turn, asks everyone to calm down and wait just a bit longer, saying the food will arrive soon. Again instigating the fight, the chubby one asks if Bofu is out of grains and if the city lord is facing some difficulty. One of the merchants explains that if the lord needs help, he can just buy from them, and another comments that it should be done soon as it's not right to send people away without paying. With these issues being raised, especially the hunger of children and the elderly, the population thinks among themselves and joins the revolt. In fury, they ask when the food will arrive as it is already getting dark and complain that they will starve if they have to wait any longer. One of them complains that a whole day of work did not yield a single grain, making it clear to him that they were deceived by the leeches. All this ingratitude affects Bofu's feelings, who points his cane at the man, asking if he intends to become a rebel. Understanding that the old man is challenging them, the population gathers to lynch the elder. They almost seriously hurt the old man, but fortunately, the civilians stop the revolt when they hear a thunderous shout saying, "Enough." This shout reveals the presence of the protagonist, who asks what the hell they are doing. Before everyone, the city lord is finally there to resolve the issues personally. He moves with Mina to the center of the commotion while being looked up and down by the merchant. Liu states that those who want to cause trouble again will no longer need to come to work the next day. The information that they might lose the chance to get food affects the people's psychology, and in contrast, Bofu recovers from that cowardice. Then the merchant comments that the lord arrived just in time and asks when they should start delivering the grains because everyone is waiting for dinner. In this case, the protagonist understands and states that the grains will be distributed after waiting a little longer, which again starts to anger the population. The merchant dramatically cries while asking the lord to look at his people who, after a hard day's work, are waiting with their children for food. He adds that even if he does not consider them adults, he should not forget the children. Therefore, today, for the sake of the children, the man says he is willing to risk everything. So he orders someone to go to the warehouse to get the grains to distribute. Given his populist speech, the civilians are unfortunately swayed. Consequently, Liu understands that this is exactly what the merchant wanted because if he goes to get the grains, he will charge an absurdly high price. Upon seeing this, the hero asks if the merchant honestly believes that people can buy the food, and he replies that it is not the time to think about money. He adds quietly that his food is a bit expensive, being 21 copper coins per kilo, but it is not easy to undertake a long journey just to stock and supply. Finally, the man returns to his dramatic act, questioning if money is a bigger problem for the lord than the people's hunger. With this, the workers buy into his speech and complain that they work all day but do not have a single grain to feed their families. Mina, in turn, is disillusioned, believing there is nothing to be done about it. With Mayfall approaching, the question remains whether the Lord will distribute the grains or not. Naturally, a tense atmosphere forms around the hero as, at this moment, everyone is against him, and the merchant believes it is better for everyone to leave, since their Lord will not buy any grain as he does not care about how much they struggle for him, much less about their families' lives. This speech was the tipping point for the population's rebellion, and they now decide to take the food with their own hands, even if they have to invade the castle. With the plan made, everyone heads to the Lord's mansion to feed themselves from the reserves. Faced with this perilous situation, the protagonist panics, and the plump merchant is eager to show the true face of these civilians to this foolish governor. Thus, all three begin to laugh, satisfied that their plan is working. However, suddenly, a man points to the horizon. Finally, the grains are seen arriving with Uncle Liu's group on horseback with a massive stockpile in a cart. While this relieves our hero, it also causes the merchant to despair as he will no longer profit. In good spirits, Liu kneels, saying they were able to complete the task ordered, and the protagonist asks his uncle to rise. The man comments that thanks to the young master's foresight, they were able to leave the city days earlier and thus buy the grains. Moreover, the quantity requested was fully obtained, so Liu asks Bofu to spread his orders. Raising his hand like a true leader, the orders are to proceed with the grain distribution. Faced with this, all the civilians gather to lift the hero in a celebration of long life to the Lord. The merchants, however, do not know what to do now and must wait to see what happens next. Later, in his quarters, the protagonist rests in a deep sleep like a baby. However, suddenly someone opens his bedroom door and slowly approaches the hero's face. It is Nickel, who is extremely mesmerized by the beauty of her love. From the little girl's perspective, the Lord is the most handsome prince in the world. Logically, she feels embarrassed, but looking to the side and seeing no one, she believes she won't be discovered if she gives a hidden kiss. However, just as the girl is about to kiss him, Min appears, cutting off the mood. Extremely startled, Nickel says she isn't doing anything but asks why the girl is walking around so silently. Upon this, Mina states that she is a human cat warrior and such behavior is natural for her species. Naturally, due to the noise, our hero wakes up and asks what is happening. Nickel then steps forward to explain and while stuttering, says she came to bring the boys breakfast. Knowing this wasn't her true intention, she reiterates it now with a tray of food in hand. In this case, Liu accepts and takes the glass of milk she prepared for him, but the demi-human again interrupts by taking one of the buns. Minna also informs that the proposed reform in the training field is ready, making the hero happy to have good news early in the morning. Excited, Liu says the girl is truly his mascot. However, she doesn't pay much attention and just tells the protagonist to hurry because everyone is waiting. Faced with this, Mikkel thinks the girl has a horrible attitude and wonders why her beloved protects her so much. Finally, Liu informs his companion that when he returns for lunch, he will want to eat fried pork ribs, which the girl hears and accepts without question. At the trading field in the city of Aksai Yang, everyone is gathered. The civilians converse among themselves, asking if the food is really free, and one of them affirms that the Lord is true to his word. From the top of the building, Liu informs that these people were strictly selected within the requirements. Thus, our hero calls for his future soldiers and explains why they didn't pass the last military selection exam. It was because they didn't receive the proper training in food. In this case, he is there to offer everything for free, and the training will be provided by Knight Mu Ben. This way, everyone will have a second chance next month, and if they succeed in the exam at that time, they will not only get free food, but they will also never have to pay taxes for the rest of their lives. Food for life and tax exemption for the family was something that completely seduced the population. In such a case, a rally in favor of the Lord began, with everyone wishing for his eternal life. Without further ado, it is time to start the training. New, dressed in military attire, blows a whistle to start the speech, then introduces the instructors for the recruits who will be responsible for them. After that, everyone is ordered to divide into groups, with some going to the right and others to the left. With everything organized, the future soldiers are divided into groups by their instructors, and the training finally begins. Unfortunately, the result was not as expected, with many of them performing well below average. Liu, in turn, to console Niu, comments that the knight will have a long task ahead of him. In this case, he becomes furious and shouts that the cursed recruits who do not finish the day's training will not be allowed to have dinner. Facing this, the demi-human finds the whole situation quite funny and remembers that when she trained with Anri and the others, it was also fun. This brings a nostalgic feeling to Mina, who looks at the sky and wonders how they are doing now. Later, in a forest scene, birds fly away because of a noise that scares them. Inside a cave, a boy named Fuji is upset because his second sister Minna is not back yet and may have been captured by humans. In this case, the boy asks his other sister to do something about it, but she does not seem very enthusiastic. She believes her sister should have been more careful, and this girl named Ari thinks that if they go to save her, they will also be caught. The group's priority now is to go south and find more food. Otherwise, everyone in the cave will soon starve. This seems like the right thing to do given the miserable situation the family is in at the moment. However, Fuji is determined not to go south without his sister, and at this moment he has the support of other family members who also do not want to leave her behind. With some by his side, the boy decides to lead the group that will kill the humans and bring his second sister back. However, Ari shouts for them to stop and come back immediately, knowing that the boy's reckless decision could further compromise the group's integrity. Since her brothers are not listening to her commands, Ari rushes out to bring them back with her own hands. Demonstrating her excellent acrobatic skills, the girl supports herself on the boys' heads while spinning in the air. She lands, but unfortunately, it goes wrong, causing her to fall and lose all the moral authority she had gained. In this case, the boys think their sister should not try to use these cool moves if she is not good at them. Extremely embarrassed, the girl changes the subject and says there is no place to bring Mina because they don't even know where she is. Faced with this, Fuji asks what they should do, so the girl explains that first they must go to neighboring cities to look for clues. At the same time, she thinks Mina is an idiot because by now, she should be a shadow warrior. After some time, Fuji approaches the village of Xi Yang, thinking that his sister is strange because she didn't want to save Mina, but already had turbans ready for infiltration. However, upon entering the city, the boy is confused about why everyone is destroying their houses. But at that moment, a smell better than anything he had ever smelled before catches his attention more than any random curiosity. Looking ahead, the boy sees that the smell comes from a huge cauldron of food, making him drool. In this case, Fuji comments that it smells really good and his stomach growls very loudly. Seeing this, the cook asks if the boy is hungry and invites him to eat. She also explains that if he works, he can receive wheat at the end of the day. The last sentence completely seduced the boy, and thinking of his family, who are currently starving, he decides to help. With more enthusiasm than any other local worker, the boy begins to help with everything he can extremely efficiently. At dusk, after waiting in line, Fuji finally gets the promised amount of wheat and is very happy that he finally has something to eat. However, his exhaustion along with the decision to eat only at the end of the day causes the boy to collapse to the ground in fatigue after a long shiver. Before completely passing out, the boy thinks about humans, and one of them comes to his rescue as his eyes close. Later, the boy wakes up startled and finishes his sentence, saying that humans are dangerous. He looks around and finds nothing, but when he looks up, he realizes he is without his turban, which means the citizens discovered his identity. At this moment, the girl from before appears, asking if the boy is awake. She explains that he fainted from hunger because he ate too little. Realizing that the girl from before is in front of him, Fuji gets up, startled, and asks what she is planning. The girl introduces herself as Lanner, but due to his preconceptions, the boy remains defensive, asking her not to come closer because he is a demi-human. Then he threatens the woman, saying that if she makes him angry, he might end her life. Despite all his efforts to seem threatening, Lanner just laughs in the boy's face. She asks if all demi-humans are as playful as he is. In this case, Fuji asks if the woman is not afraid of him. Lanner responds that she is not, since there is a Catwoman who collaborates with Lord Li Feng, who does not seem scary at all. In this context, Fuji realizes that this Catwoman might be his second sister. Very excited, the boy asks what the woman who accompanies the Lord looks like. He is told that she has long violet hair and big, beautiful round eyes. Thus, Fuji is now certain that this is his sister and decides to return home to tell everyone. However, without realizing it, he touches the girl's hand by accident but notices that she is not afraid of him. Without further ado, the boy grabs the wheat grains along with his turban and dashes towards his home. Lanner, however, notices that the boy could have jumped out the window, but for some mysterious reason decided to go through the wall. Back in the cave, Ari is strictly nervous about her brother's decision to disguise himself as a human to visit the villages. She scolds her brother heavily, explaining the immense danger Fuji was in. However, amidst all these bad things, the boy reveals that despite everything, he discovered where his sister is. Ari then decides to change the focus of the discussion, now shaking Fuji while asking where she is. Dizzy from being shaken so much, the boy informs her with his last bit of strength that Mina resides in the city of Xi Yang. He also explains that she was captured by the city lord Li Feng. Faced with this, Ari understands her current mission and prepares to go save her relative. As night falls, things are calm and peaceful in our hero's village. At this moment, Ari approaches, jumping over the rooftops of houses with her brother. She remains hopeful that everything will go well, praying that Mina is safe and sound. Upon reaching the castle entrance, Ari realizes it is as expected because there are guards patrolling. In this case, she asks her brother to follow the plan, and they quickly disappear, with one of them appearing behind a citizen who is relieving himself. After neutralizing this person, each family member of the demi-humans is responsible for taking down one or more guards. With this, they are almost done with their plan. However, the girl is disappointed and states that her brother needs more training as he is too slow. Without wasting time, the girl climbs the castle walls to save Mina, while Fuji remains at the lower part reflecting. Inside the castle, Liu is sitting on his couch, quite relaxed, reading a manhwa to unwind. He grabs a piece of cake and enjoys it thoroughly, but at that moment, the two siblings unexpectedly appear in the room, breaking through the wall. As a good pervert, the hero excitedly wonders about the identity of the intruders, looking at their arrival from a privileged angle. However, the demi-humans present themselves with hostility, determined to achieve their objectives by force. With his dagger drawn, Fuji demands that the Lord release his sister. However, the two fumble, ending up pointing their weapons in the wrong direction at the Lord. Seeing this while eating some pieces of cake, Liu asks who these people are. Realizing his mistake, Fuji now points in the right direction and moves to attack our hero, telling him to give his sister back. At that moment, in a flash, Mina appears to defend her master and fortunately manages to stop the boy's strike. However, when they look at each other, they realize they are members of the same family. Faced with this, Ari is completely shaken to see her sister in such a situation. Fuji, in turn, drops the dagger and cries at Mina's feet, finally having found her. Seeing this, Liu understands that they all belong to the same demi-human family. But the boy still harbors negative feelings towards the hero, saying he will kill him. In this case, Mina intervenes in the conflict, saying there is a misunderstanding between them. Promptly, the girl explains that she is at the protagonist's house because she needs to recover, which shocks her sister. After hearing this, Ari throws herself into Mina's arms, crying and asking about the severity of her injuries. All this reunion atmosphere makes the girl very happy, and to alleviate their worries, she informs them that she is fine. Changing the subject, Mina asks why they are there because she had already told them not to worry and just to take Fuji and the others to the south. Ari explains that it was her brother and the others who insisted that she come to save her. Amidst all that conversation, our hero can only admire the beauty of the fox demi-human. Totally distracted, he believes it to be incredible, and in an attempt to break the ice, Liu asks everyone to sit on the couch to relax a bit. However, Ari asks if the boy hurt her, but Mina responds that he wouldn't even have the ability to do that. In this case, holding her sister's hands, Ari calls her because there are people waiting for her in the south. Thus, the girl looks into the protagonist's eyes one last time in a non-verbal warning. Finally, she shows her resolve to return with her family to the demi-human home. Seeing that he will be left alone, Liu shouts after them, hoping things don't end like this. The demi-humans turn around, Mina is curious, and Ari is fed up with the boy interrupting her family time. Liu explains that the girl is not fully recovered and that they should wait a few more days. Mina, however, comments that there is no need to worry about her condition. But the hero is determined to make her stay and says that the kingdom's nobles are hunting demi-humans even in the south, making their journey impossible. Faced with all this insistence, the girl begins to remember everything Liu did for her and all their good moments together. Therefore, after reflecting a bit, she leaves the decision to her sister. Fortunately, at that moment, a loud noise distracts everyone from the main discussion. The noise was Fuji's stomach growling as he is starving after so long without food. In this case, the hero has an idea on how to resolve Mina's stay. Doing what he does best, Liu prepares a dish of rice with tomatoes and eggs for everyone, letting them help themselves as much as they want. Faced with this, the three demi-humans are completely mesmerized by the food, but Ari still resists the temptation, remaining suspicious. However, with just a small bite, all her preconceptions change dramatically. At that moment, all the girl's worries disappear, and she feels as if she is running in her most primitive form through a joyful tomato field. The flavor of the food completely envelops her emotionally and spiritually, making her unable to stop praising it. Regaining her consciousness, Ari silently praises Liu, as she never believed a human could make such delicious food. In contrast, two of the less mannered demi-humans have their heads in the bowls, devouring all the food. In that degrading situation, one of them ironically comments that it looks like the rice is finished. On the castle veranda, Mina is lost in thought as she looks at the moon. At that moment, the hero appears, happy to find her there, and says he was looking for her. Liu asks if she isn't afraid he might poison her family, but Mina knows that the boy wouldn't even have the courage to do something like that. The protagonist awkwardly agrees, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Changing the subject, he asks if the girl is really going to the south, and she agrees because she believes there is no other choice. It is said that the Winter Queen will arrive soon, so they will no longer have food and will struggle to survive. However, Liu states that the south is very far away, having to pass through many cities. He then asks the girl if she knows what the situation is like there. In this context, the hero asks if the girl wants to stay in the city of Aksai Yang, which surprises her. Mina then asks what they will eat because they cannot depend on the land's lord forever. In this case, the protagonist explains that the girl's friends can work for him and thus earn their own food. This raises a doubt about whether living with humans would be possible, and Leah replies that demi-humans have special talents useful for society. However, the biggest doubt was why the hero was helping them so much. In this case, Leah reveals that he really does not want to be away from Mina because he already likes her a lot. He knows that demi-humans do not trust humans and that the girl is afraid of being deceived, but they have been together for a long time. Therefore, the protagonist politely asks his companion to stay in his land with him. With a quick exchange of glances, Mina turns away, embarrassed, and leaves, making Liu think, disappointed that he still hasn't convinced her. Inside the castle accommodations, Mina's sister praises the clothes they are wearing, describing them as very comfortable, even better than the clothes of the nobles. In response, the girl praises her sister's luck, noting that these were the smallest clothes available in the entire city. Upon hearing this remark, Ari feels offended, thinking she's being mocked for the small size of her lemons. In retaliation, she goes after her sister's melons to attack. Meanwhile, as the girls make suspicious sounds in another room, the protagonist simply enjoys the melody from his bed in his chamber. However, he remembers that the girls will leave the next day, and in their beds, Mina calls her sister for a more serious conversation. A bit disappointed, she asks if they really have to go south, and Ari gets irritated by this question, asking if there's a problem. The girl then places her arms on her sister's shoulders, questioning if she doesn't want to go and asking why she likes that human so much. Mina, however, tries to deflect by saying she's just scared because they still don't know much about the South, especially regarding its physical and food security. In this case, Ari asks if these concerns were raised by the city lord, and Mina obviously says no, even though it wouldn't be absurd. With that, she gets up while saying that the demi-humans still don't understand much about the South and don't know what dangers await them. However, the girl says that if they decide to stay, even if they face problems in the future, they will still be able to handle them if they act with perseverance. This makes Ari consider her sister's proposal and think a little more about it. Later in the castle, noises are heard in the corridors as the small demi-humans are impressed with their relatives' fancy clothes. Completely surprised, they associate the girl with a real princess, who indeed looks stunning in the palace-offered attire. In this case, the little ones ask why the girls have new clothes and they don't, and Ari responds ignorantly, saying there are only dresses available. In a corner of a castle corridor, the hero stands motionless like a zombie, since today is the dreaded day of the demi-human's departure. With that, after drying his tears in his mind, he calls everyone outside, saying he will guide them as far as possible. However, before he can proceed with the farewell, his name is called by the group of demi-humans who have now changed their minds. Thus, Ari, in her arrogant way, points her finger at the hero and asks what jobs he has available to offer them. Little by little, the protagonist's color begins to return, and as he understands what is happening, his eyes shine with excitement. To clarify any remaining doubts, he asks if the demi-humans have decided to stay, to which Mina replies it's just a temporary collective agreement, because if they discover that Liu Feng is plotting something bad against them, they will definitely end his race. In this case, the hero doesn't worry about the threat because he knows he doesn't intend to harm them, now feeling happier than ever. The boy's happiness was so great that it even began to disturb the girl's sleep due to the sounds he made around the castle during the night. This situation was enough for Ari to regret her decision, but the protagonist was too happy to have any sense. On his next night in the castle, the hero couldn't stop thinking that his life was amazing as he watched two beautiful girls playing in front of him. While eating, the protagonist couldn't take his attention away from the beast girls, who were acting quite interestingly. On the other hand, Nicole simply admired Liu's beauty because he is her platonic love, which makes her even distort what she's seeing to embellish the boy. At that moment, however, the protagonist looks at his watch and realizes it's time to sleep. With that, he states that he's sleepy, and Nicole asks what's wrong with her master, since he always goes to bed at midnight. In this case, he stretches, saying he might have just worked too much, but he's only pretending to be sleepy. Thus, he gets up, reiterating that he needs to sleep a bit to recover, and with a serious look, he warns that anything that happens should wait until the next day. Given this, Nicole understands and smiles, saying she will inform the others not to disturb the master's sleep. However, Mina notices the boy's strange behavior and suspects something is going on. With that, he closes his room door and says it's time to return to his world to buy a few things. He mentions that he needs more clothes for his soldier, and as he extends his hand, he begins to generate a blue energy circle. The explanation is that this is a time-traveling power, allowing him to travel once a day, which enhances his body and powers as a result. His power is so strong that it can even see the future and potential risks. However, the protagonist struggles to control how the travel occurs. Thus, he flips upside down and starts falling, eventually arriving in his original world's room, hitting his head on the corner of the bed. After suffering a bit, he comments disappointedly that he has traveled so many times but still can't get used to it. Unfortunately, there's no one in this place to make fun of him, unlike in the fantasy world where he would be heavily teased. At this moment, while walking through his room, the hero ends up tripping over one of his comic books and soon falls face first on the floor amid the books. With that, he realizes that without a Nicole to help him, his room becomes extremely messy. Anyway, the boy goes to his computer because he has something important to do first, and that something is to teach his thief friends a lesson. Thus, while chatting online, he is determined to create a glorious victory scene with 500 metal bows and 500 longbows. In this case, Liu's colleague asks if he's sure, and he confirms because they want to make a war movie in another world, and money is no issue. The recipient understands the request and says they will produce it with the company to send it to the boy as soon as possible, since it's an important production. This way, Liu Feng manages to deceive people in the real world to obtain military equipment for his soldiers, boasting of his extreme competence. However, before leaving, he almost forgot that he also came there to buy groceries at the supermarket. While shopping, the hero has a list of everything he needs, having already grabbed soap and paper in large quantities. With that, from the back of the market, two women are impressed by the amount of supplies the boy is buying, associating him with the CEO of a large company. This is because, besides the main cart, two other employees were following behind, carrying more supplies in full carts. To exemplify, more than 9 toothbrushes were purchased, along with dozens of boxes of shampoo and many napkins. This resulted in a massive pile of products that the unlucky cashier would have to spend a lot of time scanning. However, upon looking closer, the girl realizes the customer is Mr. Liu, already known to them at the store. In this case, the cashier looks around, and after noticing that no one is watching, she comments on the hero's time-traveling romance. She says she has read every posted chapter and asks why the protagonist stopped writing for months, so Liu decides to explain the reason, exciting the girl. With that, Liu becomes a bit embarrassed and merely comments that he has been somewhat busy with other things recently. Given this, the cashier explains that she spoke with the boy's neighbor, who reported that the hero hadn't left his room for a long time. Thus, she concluded that he was stuck working to prepare for a grand return, which Liu decided not to deny to avoid disappointment. However, in his mind, our hero understands that given his recognition at the supermarket, the best choice now is to change the place where he shops. Back in the fantasy world, Mina stops in front of the protagonist's room, feeling that he might not be feeling well. Thus, she decides to open the door to check on the Lord's condition, but realizes the door is locked. Back at his house on planet Earth, all the boxes are placed on the bed and the hero activates the interior space. As an explanation, this is a vacuum that only the boy can see and use, appearing between the other world and Earth. This is an unlimited space with a fixed state independent of time and space. Moreover, things placed inside remain the same when removed. Along with this, Li Feng has the power of the fingers, which appeared after he received an electric shock. Currently, this electricity can be used to store and move things. The boy can control it freely, and it is also invisible to others, making it extremely helpful in the process of transferring supplies to the portal. After a certain period of work, the hero finally manages to complete the task, placing all the boxes inside the vacuum space. He feels happy to have finished, but he notices something on his table, which turns out to be a fast food burger bag. Given this, he looks at it with appreciation, thinking he will take the snacks with him in the hope that the hungry girls will like them. Back in the fantasy world, strangely, everything is very quiet, and at this moment, Mina can't even feel the Lord's breath. With that, she thinks something strange must be happening, and when she touches the door, she starts to believe the boy isn't there. In this case, she prepares her feet to make her entrance in a simpler way. However, at that exact moment, the protagonist materializes inside his room using his powers. Happy to be back, he realizes that choosing his room as the time travel location was a wise choice due to the calmness of the place. This calmness is quickly interrupted by the Beast Girl, who kicks the door, breaking the locks of the hero's room. After kicking the door, a thick dust rises through the room, making her cough. However, she remains alert to everything happening around her. Still, when she looks around the room's corners, she can't see where the castle's lord is. That's because she was standing on top of the hero's bed, which had been toppled over by the impact of the door being broken down. In this case, the girl gets scared by the situation and quickly moves away from Liu, who is suffering in pain on the floor. Anyway, she starts eating the snacks the hero brought from the other world and explains that she knocked on the door, but not getting any response, decided to enter hastily. Given this, Liu understands that his door was broken, and so he asks why the demi-human is so worried about him. This question catches the girl off guard and somewhat embarrassed. She denies the inquiry, saying she only came to thank him for the work offered. However, pointing to the broken door, Liu comments that the way demi-humans thank people is quite peculiar. In this case, he smiles and asks how the real gratitude will be given. He wonders if, as an apology, the girl would marry him, which makes her spit out the piece of snack she was eating. Then, realizing he made a mistake, the protagonist says he was just joking and grabs some water, which ends up spilling on Mina. With that, both become quite embarrassed, especially the girl, whose clothes got wet. However, being a tremendous pervert, the hero panics even more, quickly going to fetch the napkins. But at the moment of grabbing them, another accident happens. The two end up tripping over each other, and Mina's spheres touch Liu's face for a second, causing his nose to start bleeding uncontrollably. He begins to fall due to his lowered blood pressure, so to stay upright, he grabs the girl's tail tightly, making her very embarrassed. In this context, Liu realizes he made another mistake, and for a second, silence fills the room. Right after this shameless act by the Lord, Mina is filled with rage and slaps his face with her tail. However, before leaving, she stops and turns around, warning that what happened between them regarding her tail must not be told to anyone. Thus, Liu places his hand on the spot where he was hit, remembering that in the animal world it's said that the tail is the most sensitive place for cats. In such a case, Mina leaves irritated but also embarrassed, and Liu just watches from afar, happily wondering if what just happened was a flirtation. In a location somewhat close to the main city, amidst the mountains, hooded men walk with their horses, believing this to be the place they were looking for. As they enter the main city area, the men pass by workers who manage to earn food, and the wind makes it possible to see a weapon in their holster. At nightfall, one of the workers is happy because he received 1 kilogram of grains again, which is more than enough, and another says it's obvious since the Lord has never given them less. However, they notice the arrival of some strangers on horseback and realize it's quite late to be lingering around. Unfortunately, the boys don't have time to leave safely before being confronted by the mysterious warrior. Showing himself to be a villain, the man grabs the worker's sack of grains, who tries to resist since it's the only food he has. As a true evildoer, the warrior decides not to keep the food and instead tears it apart so that no one can have it. With that, he leaves, leaving behind the frustrated worker with his entire day's worth of food scattered on the ground. Determined not to be submissive, the boy starts running after the mercenary who ruined his personal belongings. Since he's dealing with a bandit, the mercenary reacts to this affront with a blow from his dagger, which causes blood to splatter all around, leaving his companion trembling in fear. In a desperate situation like this, the boy tries to scream for help, but he is suddenly kidnapped by another of the men who appears behind him. More blood is shed by the hooded men, and without concern, they leave while mocking the situation, despite not initially intending to cause such a mess. Back in the kingdom, in the red-haired merchant's quarters, he's hosting a feast with plenty of food, drinks, beautiful women, and the hooded men. While one of them gorges on everything being offered, the other acts more calmly, and the event continues without issues. Later, in the area where the crime took place, some villagers lament what happened while remembering that the victims were considerably close to them. Given this, the chief guard in charge of maintaining order asks everyone to stay away and informs them that the Lord is currently investigating. At the crime scene, the hero is indeed present, and upon seeing what happened, he is outraged that someone dared to kill one of his own right under his nose. In this context, he thinks that when he catches those responsible, he will punish them in the worst possible way, flaying them alive while they're awake. The commander, for his part, after conducting the investigation, gives his opinion and says that based on the wounds, he doesn't believe it was the horse-riding thieves. When questioned, he continues explaining that the autumn harvest hasn't begun yet, and everyone knows that the city of Yang is quite poor. Thus, there would be no reason for them to come now, and secondly, there were differences in the cuts on the two citizens, indicating they were killed by a fine weapon. This leads him to believe that the horse-riding thieves couldn't afford such good weapons, and thirdly, he questions why they didn't take the food. This confuses the protagonist even more, making him also wonder why the food wasn't taken. The next day, inside the castle, the hero believes that everything is very strange because the villains killed his people without taking anything from them. In this case, the protagonist interrupts the beast girl during her meal, catching her attention for a moment. When she responds to the call, the hero states that he needs her to do something for him. However, he says that this is a dangerous mission, therefore, if she wants to refuse, there will be no repercussions. Mina, however, is a very brave demi-human as she doesn't care about the mission's danger, only asking what needs to be done. Understanding that his request will be fulfilled, Leo rises from his throne and asks the girl to go to a certain place at night to gather information. He obviously asks her to ensure she doesn't get into danger, and yawning, the girl acknowledges the request. Since her help will only be needed at night, she quickly runs off to take a nap before working. However, at that moment, the protagonist calls her once more, saying he has prepared a night outfit for her to wear during the mission. Something that, due to the hero's perverted nature, will obviously make the girl appear more provocative. Initially, she doesn't quite understand, however, by nightfall, Mina ends up really dressed in the outfit made by the city's lord. Then, as he turns around, he is met with the result of the project he thought so much about, and while Mina complains about the tight fit, Liu's nose bleeds because she looks amazing. Despite having some reservations about the outfit, in the end, the girl ends up liking it, and the protagonist also hands her a knife for self-defense. Receiving the blade, the girl looks at it for a few seconds, confused, but quickly grabs it and throws it into a corner of the room. With a determined look, she declares that she doesn't need any equipment to defend herself, and a protagonist can only think about the damage done to his shelf. However, because she has some respect for the city's lord, she retrieves the knife from the shelf and, with a smile, decides to take the weapon with her. In this case, the hero doesn't know whether to be happy that the girl accepted or sad about the hole in his shelf. A few moments later, Mina sets out on her nighttime mission, jumping from house to house and managing to enter the red-haired merchant's residence through an open window. As she continues her mission without major problems, the girl silently boasts about her skills. Now that she's there, she finally begins to pay attention to the kind of trouble the residents are planning for the village. Inside the hall, the redhead's conversation quickly incriminates him as he tells the bandits that killing one person here or there isn't a problem. However, he continues to warn them that if things start happening more frequently, Liu Feng might find out and their plan will fail. In this case, one of the criminals asks why there's so much fear, seeing as they can implement the plan ahead of schedule at any time. To explain himself, he says that all they'll need to do is send a few men to chop off the city lord's head. However, he didn't realize he had given Mina a privileged view of the plan and the audacity of the man to want to pick a fight with her lord. Another merchant eagerly agrees with the mercenary's proposal, saying that as long as they kill Liu, the city of Yang will be theirs. The last one concludes that after killing the lord, they can capture the beautiful demi-human who serves him so they can play with her as much as they want. Just the thought of this excites the two, causing them to indulge in inappropriate and criminal thoughts. Faced with this, Mina becomes extremely enraged at those bastard merchants and prepares to eliminate them all. The redhead, for his part, also agrees with the idea, but is aware of the consequences of killing a noble. Then, one of the merchants informs him that they have the Baron's support regardless. It is said that 70% of all their gold is paid to Lord Omar, and now that Liu Feng is in their way, he won't have any chance of surviving. In such a case, the second bandit confirms the merchant's reasoning, asking them not to worry since he is their sent by Baron Omar. Upon hearing this, the girl on the roof ceases her attack preparation because a highly relevant piece of information has just been revealed. Later, back in the Lord's quarters, all the key figures in management are outraged at discovering what led to the boy's murder. Among the most furious is Mew, who shouts about those bastards planning even the assassination of his kin. The commander, for her part, states that the best course of action right now is to kill every one of them to avoid future problems. And Liu simply asks about Baron Omar's involvement in everything that's happening to them. In this case, the commander decides to explain the entire history involving the noble. It is said that in the kingdom of Yinglu, titles are classified into 5 types, ranging from the lowest, which is Baron, to the highest position of absolute king. Among them, in the 4th position of power is Count Puli, a great aristocrat with over 200 extremely strong men at his disposal. Connected to all of this, Baron Omar is the youngest son of Count Puli, which Liu immediately understands. With that, he unrolls a scroll while commenting that it seems this is someone they shouldn't mess with so carelessly. Liu fears that the Baron might use this situation as an excuse to start a war. In this case, Liu feels a bit disappointed and asks if there's nothing they can do to honor the boys' deaths. After thinking for a moment, the hero decides they will wait until an attempt on his life is made. The next day after that meeting, the birds are singing happily, and a new dessert taught by the protagonist himself is served at breakfast. Nicole promptly places a plate of donuts on the table for everyone to enjoy as much as they like. Quickly, the demi-humans devour everything to satisfy their insatiable hunger. Liu, in turn, asks the girls to eat slowly as there are many other dishes to be tasted. Unexpectedly, Nicole interprets this phrase as a compliment directed at her and becomes extremely emotional. Silly in love, she starts to think the day is beautiful, but suddenly a cry of bad news is heard in the hall. Unfortunately, the pleasant atmosphere of the morning is interrupted and everyone turns to pay attention to the news that has arrived. At the end of the corridor, 2 citizens come running toward the city lord to report the recent events. Desperate, the men inform the lord that another person has appeared and another one of his people has been killed. After processing the information, Liu slams his hand on the table and stands up impatiently, considering this situation a blatant disrespect toward him. Ari, on the other hand, doesn't seem to care much and asks why the protagonist doesn't send someone to check first. However, this lack of common sense only makes the hero even more irritated and determined to go there personally. Without wasting time, he really gets up, knowing it's his duty to manage order and control the chaos in his city. Liu quickly heads to the gate and informs everyone that he'll be gone for some time. Among those remaining at the palace, some like Ari don't take the situation too seriously, while others like Nicole are extremely worried, as is her nature. Later, the Lord's group runs through the city, following the commoner who informed them of the incident. However, at this moment, the hero begins to wonder why the boy is running so fast, almost disappearing from his sight. And inevitably, after turning into one of the alleys, the worst-case scenario happens. Liu loses sight of the boy entirely in an instant. The first to realize the trouble they've gotten into is Mina, who looks back to warn the group of the approaching danger. However, it's already too late, as the spot where everyone was standing suddenly begins to collapse, revealing it to be a trap. Both Mew and Mina manage to land on their feet with ease, unlike the protagonist who falls on his back in an unfavorable position. As the plan succeeds, one of the bandits mocks the hero from above the pit for being so easily deceived. In response, the protagonist shouts, demanding the identity of the hooded men and declaring that even if they are assassins, he will ensure they are killed. However, the bandits don't take this threat seriously, knowing they currently have the upper hand. One of them decides to stop the small talk and suggests they start burying them alive to report the job's completion to their superiors. However, among the captives, there was one variable the assassins hadn't considered. That variable was the demi-human who easily scaled the walls of the pit and managed to strike one of the bandits without him noticing. Seeing this, the other bandit draws his sword to defend himself, but just as he prepares to attack, he is struck in the hand, disarming him. With his weapon fallen to the ground and having been bested, the assassins realize they are no match for the girl. So they quickly whistle for their horses and begin fleeing from the girl, saying their time will come, but not today. Meanwhile, inside the pit, the hero receives help from the commander to climb out and is pleased that the girl intimidated the bandits. Newt then boasts about the skills of his squad, mocking the strength of the bandits and their audacity in wanting to take down the Lord. However, at this moment, the protagonist notices something is wrong, and upon seeing the end of the trap, he shouts for Minan not to chase the hooded men. This advice, however, isn't heard due to the great distance now separating them. In this case, Liu quickly gets up and warns the commander that the demi-human might end up in danger if they're not there to help. Niu, however, questions how they'll keep up with her without horses. Being quite resourceful, the protagonist spots an ostrich and decides to use what's available. He mounts the animal, directing it to follow Mina, while asking the commander to gather reinforcements in the meantime. The commander, baffled, wonders where this animal came from and how the lord managed to tame it. Meanwhile, a native was searching for his large bird, which he had captured recently, while his cauldron was already boiling with spices at hand. Continuing her pursuit, the beast girl leaps from tree to tree, chasing the assassins responsible for the attack on her city. However, as she chases them, she hears her name being called and turning back notices the hero riding an ostrich. Liu shouts for her to stop, stating that it's very likely there's a trap ahead. Ironically, the concern about a trap proves to be real, as the lord himself, while trying to help, falls into one. The ostrich faints and the hero is thrown off the animal, causing the beast girl to become quite worried. Liu Fei begins to fall in free fall, and considering his situation, he calls for help. With that, Mina quickly jumps from the tree and rescues the protagonist, holding him in her arms, leaving him quite embarrassed. Despite the somewhat embarrassing scene, he was successfully saved, so the demi-human asks if her master is okay, to which Liu responds that he is. But in the middle of that forest, someone interrupts the happy moment the protagonist was having, questioning if he's done having fun. Suddenly, from every bush, an assassin appears, and their leader, now with reinforcements, tells the lord that he should enjoy it while he can because this is his last chance. The presence of so many assassins just to kill one person was something that definitely frightened our hero. In this case, to try to get out of it, Liu asks why they're trying to kill him, considering they have no personal grudge or conflict. However, the assassins don't care about that and tell the lord to save those words for when he's dead. This only makes Liu more scared because even as the hero of this story, the bandits didn't back down from his protagonist's speech. Anyway, his persuasion skills weren't that important since the boy had Mina at his disposal. Without wasting time, she attacks several of the bandits, knocking them out one by one, leaving only their leader fully conscious. Seeing this, the leader himself begins to worry and orders all the remaining men to attack the girl together. Mina then pays close attention to the bandits' movements as they approach her, but suddenly something hits her. As one bandit strikes with his sword, apparently hitting the beast girl, he gets excited about his achievement. However, he quickly realizes that he didn't manage to hit her because, suddenly, she simply vanished from his sight. Then, demonstrating her tremendous agility, Mina appears behind several of the bandits, knocking them out one by one. Finally, she tries to land a blow and do the same to their leader, who narrowly dodges the attack. Seeing this, Mina stops running for a moment to praise the boy's luck and warns that next time he won't have the same opportunity. This provocation makes the assassin tremble with anger, so he draws his sword and tries to slash at the girl, telling her to go to hell. Mina, however, easily dodges as a slow attack like that can't harm a beast girl as agile as she is. However, even though she wasn't hit on the skin, the boy's strike tears a piece of her sleeve, and the bandit begins to brag, believing he's wearing her down. The assassin asks if the girl is surprised, but she can only think that those are the clothes her master gave her. Therefore, she becomes enraged and charges at the man without holding back, striking several vital points on his body, causing him to fall to the ground like the others. From afar, the hero observed the whole fight and therefore praised Mina, saying she truly deserves to be called the Shadow Warrior. The girl becomes a little embarrassed by the praise but remains proud, saying it's only natural since she is the great warrior of the cat tribe. At that moment of carelessness, the assassin gets up with his sword to attack the girl while she boasts about her feats. Liu tries to warn her, but it's already too late to react, so he steps in front of Mina to take the blow and protect her. With that, he falls into the arms of the beast girl, who becomes extremely worried about her master's well-being. However, the situation quickly changes when the boy starts acting dramatically, saying he won't survive despite appearing fine. Without wasting time, the bandit raises his sword to strike again, saying it's the end for both of them. However, at that moment, arrows hit the assassin's body and he falls defeated to the ground. The group of heroes turns around to see what's happening and sees that the support team has finally arrived. This makes them really happy, and the military commander hurriedly dismounts his horse to ask if his master is okay. Liu narrowly maintained his integrity thanks to the leather armor from Earth that he was wearing, as the weapons in this world are still quite archaic. In this case, Liu is happy about the protagonist's well-being but sad that they brought the entire army there for nothing. Additionally, he comments that if anyone dares to try to harm the city lord, obviously, the soldiers came with the intent to kill them all. However, with his mind now calmer, the boy remembers that, in reality, all of this that is happening is nothing more than a mere distraction. Back in the main city, a fire breaks out, starting to spread through all the houses, causing the citizens to panic as they try to extinguish the flames. Among the places in the city, one of the most important was in flames, the warehouse. In this case, Nu was called to gather everyone and bring water there, and while the fire spreads, the hero asks the citizens to wet their clothes as a precaution. However, the city secretary warns that the fire is too intense and asks the master to return. Nevertheless, he continues with his work, ignoring the advice. Quickly, he starts trying to put out the fire with a bucket of water, and suddenly his name is called. Unfortunately, bad news arrives from his aunt informing him that both Ellie and Nickel are missing. In this case, the worst scenario is considered by the protagonist, who, without wasting time, starts running, and since she is his subordinate, Minna doesn't leave him alone. Despite being an agile warrior, the girl is very sensitive to fire, getting startled several times along the way. Meanwhile, in one of the warehouse spaces, the two girls are unconscious, unable to defend themselves. However, among the two, Nicole suddenly opens her eyes, confronted with the terrible scene before her. Everything is burning. Thus, the girl tries to wake Ari, but initially, she shows no sign of responding to her calls. However, as soon as one of the flames touches her tail, Ari wakes up in a panic due to her sensitivity to fire. Frightened, she wonders what's happening, and Nicole comments that it seems they were kidnapped and brought there. This makes the Beast Girl furious, hoping she doesn't find the person responsible, because if she does, she'll make them regret ever being born. Anyway, the situation is becoming increasingly dire for casual conversations like these to be possible. Little by little, the warehouse structure begins to give way, and seeing this, Nicole asks if they're going to die burned there, to which Ari seriously replies, denying it. The girl is still determined to survive, but at that very moment, another vital part of the structure collapses, causing the roof to start falling on their heads. The two close their eyes, expecting the worst, but when they open them, they see Liu Feng holding up the wooden structure that had collapsed. The girls are impressed and happy, and the hero simply asks them to follow him to the exit. In this case, the demi-human's perception of the protagonist begins to change, and in her mind, she thanks him for risking his life to save them. Outside the warehouse, things aren't calm either, as despite their efforts, the fire continues to grow. One of the most concerned at this moment was Mew, because among those who needed to be saved was his relative. However, his subordinate points to the warehouse, indicating that people seem to be coming out of it. This turns out to be true because even though he was severely injured, the protagonist managed to save the two girls from the cruel fate that awaited them in the warehouse. A wave of happiness and gratitude begins to fill the atmosphere. To celebrate the happy ending of this conflict, everyone starts to cheer for the city lord along with the two girls who made it out alive. After the fire is extinguished, the heroes start providing first aid to the girls who came out of the warehouse. Ari, however, is extremely angry about them being captured and about the bastard invaders burning everything. The protagonist also becomes irritated, commenting that this isn't the first time they've been deceived, which confuses the girl. Then he explains that the hooded men lured him out of the city and trapped him, and afterward, they ambushed him in the forest. Thus, when the city was left without its lord and main warriors, the merchant took the opportunity to set fire to the supplies. After the explanation, the Beast Girl becomes even more furious, and at that moment, suddenly a group of people approaches, shouting to help the lord put out the fire. In an outrageous display of shamelessness, those who came to help were none other than the very merchants responsible for the incident. Without any scruples, they begin to act as if they are genuinely concerned about the well-being of the village. This makes it clear that they are trying to appear as the good guys, which enrages Mina to the point of almost losing control. To prevent anything they might regret later, the hero steps forward, asking both the girl and the commander not to act rashly. The merchant, on the other hand, mocks the situation in his mind, thinking this is the lesson they deserve for trying to humiliate them the first time. And Li Feng states that the merchants are trying to build a good image in front of others, which consequently prevents them from acting without sufficient evidence. In this case, Mina asks what they should do, but the hero needs to think for a moment because the anger of being made a fool is still clouding his mind. With the fire in the warehouse extinguished, only a few piles of charred planks and sawdust remain. With that, the redhead resumes his act, lamenting the tragedy and explaining that when he saw the fire, he called for help, but it was already too late. The protagonist goes along with it and starts acting as if he doesn't know who caused the fire, thanking the merchants for their help. The redhead, in turn, thanks the Lord for his kind words and asks about the food that was inside the warehouse. This was a highly controversial and strategic question for the merchant, which caused the population to begin to panic. In response, Liu walks toward the man and with his serious aura, states that he knows who is responsible for the fire, making the merchant quite worried. However, contrary to expectations, the hero says that the real culprits for the destruction of the warehouse are actually the horse-riding thieves. This makes the population even more desperate, as this time of year is far from autumn, which is usually when the thieves come. In this case, the protagonist says he doesn't know why they're here, but he comments that he just returned to the city and didn't see anyone suspicious. He then presumes that the thieves must be infiltrated within the city, further increasing the people's sense of concern. To resolve this, Liu Feng asks his citizens not to worry because as the city lord, he will protect everyone, as it is his greatest responsibility. Additionally, he announces that from now on, the entrance to Xi Yang City will be blocked so they can investigate and find the horse-riding thieves, thus defending the peace of the people. In this context, all the citizens begin to cheer for the Lord for having found his narrative. However, the merchants were simply wondering what the hell Liu was doing. The redhead then questioned whether the city lord couldn't find the real culprit and therefore decided to incriminate the horse-riding thieves. Beside the hero, Mina also decides to ask a question, wondering why they aren't blaming the true wrongdoers since they already know their identities. With a confident and determined look, Liu Feng asks the girl to wait because soon she will see for herself. Back at the merchant's quarters, a party is taking place and the underlings praise the boss for being lucky this time, considering that the city's chief couldn't kill him. One of them comments that burning the food warehouse wasn't a bad idea since Liu now even believes the culprits were the horse-riding thieves. Moreover, another reminds everyone that the Lord has now blocked the entire entrance to the city to hinder the thieves. However, as he says this, a mug of wine is thrown at the merchant's head. In response, the redhead states that they are in big trouble because even though Liu publicly announced that the horse-riding thieves were responsible, the decision to block Shazai Gang's entrance was obviously not to hinder the thieves but rather to investigate the merchants. In this case, one of them asks what they should do, and it is said that there's no problem because it's likely they will come there to look for answers. As predicted, at that very moment, a noise is heard outside the residence. This makes some of the more foolish ones think it's the horse-riding thieves who came to steal their food. In response, the redhead curses them as idiots, explaining that these are the imposters sent by Liu Feng. He becomes furious because he didn't expect such an elaborate plan to have been made just to kill him. He then knocks over one of the candles that lit the place, filled with hatred for the city lord. Subsequently, one of the workers in the commercial sector appears in a panic and reports about the horse-riding thieves who showed up. Already very tired, he informs his master that they stole all the food and killed the guards. Such information couldn't have surprised the redhead more, and among the merchants, one of them questions what they will do now without anyone to protect them. However, the men don't even have time to think about it because the assassins sent by the hero quickly enter the place, taking down everyone. This leaves the redhead and his accomplices completely shocked, so in an attempt to save his life, he starts running, slipping through the windows. The merchant begins using his subordinates to escape, pushing aside anyone in his way to preserve his life. However, due to his overweight, he can't get through the window, and quickly an assassin begins to approach. Faced with this, the redhead starts regretting not losing weight earlier, as his negligence at this moment will most likely lead to his downfall. Fortunately for the merchant, the assassin ends up slipping on the candle that he had knocked over moments earlier. After slipping, the assassin hits his head on the redhead's rear, who lets out a flatulence right in the man's face. This disgusts the assassin so much that he loses all will to fight, and because he was pushed, the chubby man manages to escape. Although it wasn't as safe a fall as expected, that man ultimately managed to escape his imminent death. Quickly, his servant comes to his aid, and to the merchant's happiness, the stall he fell on cushioned his fall. In this case, all that's left for them to do now is run. At this point, the man's subordinate shouts that the horse-riding thieves have come and asks for someone to report to the city lord as soon as possible. However, the redhead obviously disagrees with reporting to the city manager, so he pulls the man by the shirt, calling him an idiot. But in the background of that argument, two boys were watching everything that was happening, and upon realizing it was the horse-riding thieves, they decided to report it. Back at the protagonist's castle in the main city, he's having dinner with everyone and asks the girls, victims of the fire, about their injuries. Nicole, for her part, thanks him, quite embarrassed, saying she's already feeling better. However, Ari says she's not fine, explaining that she thought she was going to die several times and now needs more sweets to feel better. In this case, the hero gives free rein for anyone to eat as much as they want, and due to their naturally ravenous appetites, the beast pearls start eating. Breaking the peaceful mood of the dinner, a servant suddenly appears, reporting to the lord that the horse-riding thieves are in the city again. Moreover, he states that they not only stole the food but also fled through the city. With this, the protagonist sets his teacup on the table and stands up determined, calling for his knight. Niu promptly responds to the call, and then the hero orders the commander to prepare the army for an eventual battle, because today they will capture the thieves. Around the outskirts of the city, the bandits' carts are racing at full speed, driven by well-trained horses. The thieves, with their carts fully stocked with stolen food, whipped the horses to make them run faster. In their hands, they held lit torches. However, as they approached the city, they spotted some barricades. Nevertheless, this posed no problem for them, considering the incredible training of the horses that easily destroyed all the wooden structures. They left behind only dust and a few frightened citizens with everything that was happening. Meanwhile, within the city, the army is organized with Niu motivating the soldiers to go out and capture all the thieves along with the city lord. Finally, he firmly states that whoever captures the most thieves will be rewarded generously. These shouts of army organization end up waking many of the civilians in the middle of the night. However, contrary to expectations, they decide to help because they are confident in their lord's command and are already very irritated by the thieves' presence. Thus, they grabbed anything sharp they had on hand to take down the intruders and claim the greatest reward. Eventually, everyone begins to follow the army in its march on horseback to defend the city. Then, like a true leader, Liu Feng points his sword forward and coordinates the group's movement. Alongside the army, Mina followed the group through the trees, but when called, she quickly descended to the ground. The hero, in turn, asked the girl to return and hide, waiting for the men to leave, which she promptly understood. With that, Minna jumped from the ground to the rooftop, and from the rooftop to one of the trees, hiding as ordered. From her hidden vantage point, she began to watch the entire situation unfold. The hidden merchants also witnessed the arrival of the thieves along with the army, starting to believe that perhaps the situation had been set up against them. One of the men shouted that the city's entrance was already very close, but he was quickly reprimanded by the redhead, who told him to keep quiet. A little behind the main group, a citizen ran towards the army with his weapon, chanting the battle cry. Seeing this, the redhead commented that when the Lord leaves the city, he will speak with Baron Omar to kill him along with all the people of Xai. Then, after the dust settled, the merchants began to flee the scene, but Minna, who had witnessed everything from the start, was waiting in the tree above them. Moments after their escape, as they were leaving through the forest at night, an owl spotted the merchants in a somewhat suspicious manner. The redhead was leading the group, and after verifying that the path was clear of enemies, they continued to run through the area. Finally, they reached a region where they planned to take shelter, but at that moment, they encountered a toppled cart with a horse. Seeing this, one of the men became extremely excited at the sight of food in front of him. Several of them started heading toward the cart to grab some food to eat. In this situation, one of them questioned why these things were there, and another responded that he didn't care, continuing to grab food. However, the smartest of them stopped his companions from continuing, asserting that something was wrong and relating this situation to a trap. The most foolish one, on the other hand, insisted that there was no trap as he continued looting the cart, believing it belonged to the horse-riding thieves. In this case, the redhead grabbed him by the shirt, furious, because any wrong decision by someone in the group could have consequences for him. However, the merchant shrugged off the chubby man's hands, now asking if he was afraid. He then called all of his companions to take the food that now belonged to them. With that, two others looked at each other, and after some thought, decided to grab all that food in a sack to take with them. Seeing this, the previous merchant boasted about his cleverness, saying he knew from the start that everything would turn out fine. Left with no choice, the redhead merely became irritated and walked away, saying that whoever wanted to die could die alone. However, just as he was about to leave, Torch was spotted in the forest, and along with the torch, an angry mob of civilians appeared. The person leading the entire population also revealed himself being none other than our hero, who, now having the thieves in front of him, ordered the army to arrest them. Soon, they were all surrounded by civilians and soldiers, with an armed and extremely angry mob. Believing it to be a misunderstanding, the merchants explained to the Lord that they were not thieves, and the redhead trembled with anger. In this case, the hero questioned how they weren't thieves, considering the food they were carrying belonged to the city's warehouse. The protagonist's question was spot on, leaving the merchants at a loss for words, causing the population to become even more enraged, even calling for their deaths. At the end of the line, the redhead threatened Liu Feng, asking how he dared to deceive them. With that, the hero smiled and simply continued his act, saying the evidence was clear and ordering the guards to arrest the men. Soon, the population and the military began to close in on those who had plotted against the city. Amid punches and kicks, they were arrested according to the local law, exactly as planned by Liu Feng. The next morning, both the redhead and his accomplices were imprisoned by the city's legal system, now confined in wooden cells pulled by carts. As they passed through the city, one of the civilians asked what had happened to the food merchants for them to be arrested. Another recalled that these same merchants had helped put out the fire in the warehouse, making the situation even more confusing. In the end, the army simply transported the criminals to another part of the city despite their curiosity. On his horse, Nu praised his relative for the plan they had to disguise themselves as horse-riding thieves. In this case, the hero recalls that the merchants had conspired with the horse-riding thieves to attack them, so he simply convinced them of his narrative. In conclusion, the tables were turned on the sorcerer, and in the city's courtroom, the explanation of what had happened began to unfold. Taking the lead, the protagonist comments that he already knows the population is probably wondering why they were captured. This is confirmed as the people loudly question the reasons for it and ask where the horse-riding thieves are. In response, Liu Feng explained that the merchants were captured because, in reality, they were the horse-riding thieves. Initially, the population is confused, so it's explained that first, the men profited by selling their own food and then schemed to burn down the warehouse. It was said that they partnered with the thieves, and when they realized they would be caught, they were arrested. Since many people attended this event, numerous witnesses stood up to confirm the city lord's story. Then, anger began to rise against the merchants, who had wished to leave the people without food. Continuing his speech, Liu Feng explained that the merchants not only dared to betray the city for their selfish desires, but also risked the lives of the inhabitants. In this case, he asked how they should be punished, and without mercy, the population demanded that they all be killed. Thus, to the redhead's misfortune, the protagonist agreed, saying that this kind of people doesn't deserve anyone's mercy. With that, the resolution began with the hero reiterating that the merchants conspired with the horse-riding thieves in an unforgivable crime. As such, he sentenced them to the gallows, and inevitably, what had to happen to them happened. After dealing with the merchants' problem, Lee reiterated that they burned the food and raised prices solely for their own profit, causing people to suffer. Then he stated that in his city, this kind of crime would no longer happen as it was announced that the castle would become the main food market. Initially, the population didn't understand, and the protagonist thought this was the first step toward making his people self-sufficient. Not understanding, one of the civilians raised his hand, questioning what the Lord meant when he said food would be sold at the castle. In this case, it was explained that after the harvest, if someone didn't have enough food stored or wanted to prevent it from spoiling, they could sell it to the Lord. Moreover, it was said that it was obvious that he would buy it at market price and sell it back to families without food at home without charging anything. This proposal greatly excited the city's citizens, and concluding his speech, the hero assured them not to worry because he, Liu Feng, would take care of everyone. With that, he affirmed that in his city, no one would be allowed to die from hunger or any basic necessity. After this speech, everyone became even more excited about the promising future of their lives. One of them believed that if Liu had become lord earlier, things would have been different, and finally, the entire population joined together to honor the hero. The next day, inside the castle, someone commented that the city of Yang was finally stable. The hero, in turn, explained that now that they are on the right path, the tendency is to grow more and more. But changing the subject, he mentioned that he would now distribute some titles with some important tasks. Upon hearing this, Nicole became embarrassed, wondering what task would be given to her. First, Nu was ordered to take charge of all tasks, assuming the title of General-in-Chief, which he accepted without hesitation. Although he accepted, he felt a bit anxious because he wasn't familiar with the new title, but he knew he would do his best to honor it. After the first position was given, it was Nicole's turn, and Liu commented that he already knew it was very difficult to handle the internal responsibilities of the Secretariat simultaneously. In this case, she was ordered to be responsible only for internal tasks with the position of internal manager. The girl, for her part, focused only on the beauty of her love and accepted without even fully listening. Immediately after, the next position was none other than Chief Secretary for the demi-human Ari, who showed no emotion upon receiving this title. Finally, it was Mina's turn, Liu's favorite, who would stay by his side, responsible for his full-time guard. And obviously, the girl didn't refuse, since this was already the job she had been doing from the beginning. With that, the preparations concluded, and the protagonist stated that from now on, each of them would be responsible for leading the city to a bright future. Everyone accepted with the same determination as the Lord, making him confident in his plan as there was no dissent. Later in Yang City, all the soldiers presented themselves in a line, standing in command posture. Seeing this, Nu explained to his master that these were the soldiers of the latest group formed. Standing before the city lord, the soldiers shouted in unison out of respect, which Liu understood was as expected. In this case, with a snap of his fingers, he requested that his toys be brought out, and being who he is, his things were quickly delivered. However, as the soldiers carried the items, they wondered about the contents stored inside the box. Then, without further delay, the protagonist removed the veil from the top of the box, revealing the bows he had brought from the other world. At first, the soldiers were confused, but they soon realized they were bows of extremely high quality, made from a material different from traditional wood. Liu then explained that these were magical bows he brought from his homeland, called reflective bows. Unexpectedly, the declaration made the soldiers more worried than excited, since they had never heard of such a thing. Liu, for his part, commented that he planned to select 50 of the best archers to form a special archery team. With that, the soldiers' opinions about the reflective bows began to change, and they showed interest in learning how to use the weapon. In this case, the protagonist asked if anyone wanted to try, and announced that there would be a prize for whoever hit the target. The prize excited some of the soldiers, but others remained reserved, not wanting to embarrass themselves by trying something new. Seeing this, Li Feng reiterated his question, waiting for a volunteer, and fortunately, one of them stepped forward to be the first. As he warmed up his shoulders a bit, the soldier was excited to be the first to try firing the magical bow. In reverence to his master, the chubby soldier asked once again to be the first to try shooting with the new bow. With that, the hero remarked that this man, Wu Tam, had a lot of courage and handed him one of the bows. The young man held the weapon and prepared to fire the arrow of his life, knowing he couldn't miss with everyone watching. He concentrated and pulled the bow with all of his strength, but something went wrong, causing him to hit himself in the face. Blood then flowed from the boy's nose where the bow had struck him, and in a state of extreme anger, Mu began to pull the bowstring in an attempt to break it. However, the weapons brought by the protagonist were of such high quality that the attempt only caused a rebound effect, injuring him again. Seeing this, everyone began to get scared, and the soldiers commented on the hardness of the weapon. Among them, Commander Nu informed the master of the complaints, and since they were not used to using it, asked if he could do a demonstration. Something the protagonist obviously never planned to do, considering he wasn't even a warrior. Nu reiterated his proposal, saying the soldiers needed an example, and seeing the boy's lack of confidence, Mina asked if he didn't know how to use the weapon either. However, the hero couldn't admit that he didn't know how to avoid discouraging the soldiers, so he quickly grabbed the weapon to make the demonstration. As he held the bow, he remembered that every time he travels through time and space, his skills improve, and since he had traveled many times, shooting wouldn't be a problem. Confidently, the city lord asked everyone to watch closely, and unexpectedly, he managed to pull the bow that prepared a shot. Seeing this, all the soldiers were impressed with the hero's strength, along with the commander and the beast girl. In this case, Liu handed the bow back to the boy, asking him to try using it again. Liu promptly accepted, thinking he wouldn't fail this time, and with his extreme motivation, he managed to pull the bowstring to the shooting position. The soldiers got excited seeing one of their own performing so well, but Liu couldn't control where he was aiming. This made everyone very anxious, but fortunately, at the last second, the boy managed to launch the arrow into the air. That shot almost caused a fatality, as the firing power of the new weapon was incomparable to those of this world. Seeing this, everyone began to look worriedly at Wu, who was responsible for all this commotion. And in front of the boy, no one dared to stand, creating an empty line in front of the soldiers' shooting area. After the demonstration was a failure, the protagonist thought that he couldn't give dangerous weapons to these boys. However, suddenly a bird fell from the sky, having been hit squarely by the soldier's shot. With that, the military began to change their minds, believing that the weapon was incredible and truly magical for being able to take down a goose from such a high altitude. And Hu, witnessing the praise from his comrades, became extremely excited and ran off to report his great achievement to his mother. In a distant place in the quarry region, the day was beautiful, with birds singing and workers collecting minerals in iron buckets. Inside one of the warehouses, the main group was in an area where a sign indicated that the potential of this land was unlimited. The amount of iron produced depended only on the effort of the humans in the region. Seeing all this before him, the hero thought that with well-built bows like his in a mine like this, success would be inevitable. Unexpectedly, a few seconds after the first visit, one of the workers informed the master that they had already managed to produce iron. However, when the worker handed over his work and asked for food, the protagonist realized that the iron ore was completely compromised. Faced with this, he was shocked, unable to understand how the man managed to turn the precious ore into something like that. In this case, he realized that he had celebrated too early and believed that he would have to oversee production himself. In this world, the first step to making iron is to export the minerals from the mining zone. It's a place where manual laborers do their utmost to earn their daily bread, and as Liu walked through the area, he believed it was within his expectations. However, observing another worker, he witnessed an embarrassing moment as the man hammered a piece of ore and trembled all over. In this case, the protagonist went over to talk to the worker and tried to inspire him, telling him to fight with the strength of a real man. Seeing that the city lord was by his side with high expectations, the man raised his hammer to try again with even more force. Initially, this excited our hero, realizing that his motivational speech had an effect. However, the boy closed his eyes to focus all his strength, and when the ore broke, a shard flew toward Liu's face. With that, the protagonist internally lamented, wondering what he had done to deserve this. Later, the workers moved on to the second step in creating well-produced ore, which was the furnace. However, due to the rain from the previous day, they were unable to start a fire with the stones that were now wet. In this case, the hero thought that modern technology would solve this problem, and for his pocket, he took out a lighter, handing it to the beast boy to test. The boy took the strange object, confused about how it could be useful, so the protagonist claimed it was special technology from his homeland. However, having underestimated the ignorance of the people in this world, Liu never even considered that something like smashing the lighter with a stone could happen. So when the lighter was destroyed, the ignition of the gunpowder along with the gas raised a thick cloud of dust, which the workers interpreted as foul-smelling. Seeing this, Liu threw himself to the ground, disillusioned, not knowing why he still tried to help, but Mina called the master to get up because there were still places to visit. Finally, in the foundry, the third step was refining, but inside the forge, the workers made futile efforts to try to melt the material. They blew on the fire to try to increase it, but at that moment, the protagonist arrived, showing a better idea. With a cylindrical tool that enhanced air pressure, the hero blew into the furnace and the iron began to melt. The workers were surprised by Liu's ability, and after demonstrating it, he ordered the boys to keep the fire going. Hearing this, the soldier from before had an idea, and to receive praise from his master, he grabbed a hollow log to replicate the experiment on a larger scale. He quickly began blowing through the log into the furnace, and the hero was extremely frightened, knowing what would happen. As expected, because of the dense amount of air, the fire spread much more than it should have, causing the entire furnace to explode. Later, after recovering from the damage caused by his soldier, Liu cleaned himself up while thinking that being a lord wasn't easy. However, he cheered up thinking that the next place to visit would be safer since it was the paper factory. However, upon arriving there, the elderly secretary of the region cried out desperately for his master, making him wonder what he would have to resolve now. In this case, the old man pointed to the factory, showing the disaster that had occurred, with only ruins remaining. The protagonist then asked what happened to leave the place in such a state, questioning if a fight had occurred. However, the old man explained that the accident was due to the lack of instruction among the artisans when they tried to get the factory running. In such a case, the hero remembered that he had written a book that clearly explained how to proceed, so he wondered what part of the book had not been understood. But he quickly remembered that the people there didn't have the ability to read. The protagonist realized he had overestimated his workers' literacy skills. Meanwhile, in the background, the beast girl was running excitedly, laughing. As she drew something on a piece of paper, she burst into laughter, saying it was amazing. Witnessing this, our hero decided to approach to see what the girl was doing. When he took the paper from her hand, he realized it was a portrait of himself at the moment he was caught in the explosion from the forge. This made the girl panic, thinking she would be punished for mocking the city lord. However, with a smile, the protagonist simply asked if the girl knew how to draw anything else, leaving her confused. Later, in a tent, the girl asked her master if the drawing she was making was good. He in turn reassured her, saying that as long as the procedures were clear, it would be fine. After finishing the work, she handed over the paper with the drawings exactly as requested. Upon seeing the result, the hero praised her, saying it was work worthy of the chief secretary's position. He believed the drawings were very well done, so Liu called the workers to familiarize themselves with the new instructions. When they began reading the instructions on the papers, they realized that everything was very well explained. The workers then began to cheer for the beast girl, praising her for the miracle of making them understand this project that was initially impractical. Ari felt very proud, boasting that it was a very simple task. With the help of the protagonist and the beast girl, paper production returned to normal, making it possible to resume the consumption of paper products. Additionally, iron production was also going well, as with the beast girl's manufacturing techniques, they were able to overcome the problems. Finally, the city's general secretary concluded his report by saying that with practice, production would get even better. In response, Niu intervened, asking the master what they would do about the defense army against the horse-riding thieves. In this case, the hero explained that being able to defend against the thieves was just the first step, as stability leads to development. Then, unrolling a large scroll, the protagonist showed his staff what he truly wanted. They were presented with a map of the future developed city of Yang. Heading toward the city led by our protagonist, a young noble walked along with his soldiers and a cart loaded with many supplies. Along the way, he was indignant, not understanding what his father was thinking by sending him to such a poor and remote area on business. This was the young master Tori, and in response to his questioning, one of the soldiers agreed, saying he couldn't have been more right. Continuing, he lamented having to bring 150 kilos of food as a gift for a meeting with such an unprosperous people. In response, Tori stated that he didn't want to stay in this land for long either, so he asked everyone to cooperate to finish the job quickly so they could leave. However, upon arriving in the city, the situation was quite different from what the noble had expected. The city of Yang was no longer in the deplorable state it used to be, and at that moment, the population itself was taking care of its renovation. For the young master, this was a reality completely different from what he had imagined, so he shouted in surprise at the significant change in the place. However, the shout caused one of the workers to drop his screwdriver from the top of one of the buildings, and that very screwdriver fell on the boy's head. As a result, from below, one of the young master's soldiers shouted, asking if the citizen had a death wish. However, the worker didn't back down and questioned whether the group hadn't read the sign posted in the corner. Unexpectedly, there was indeed a notice that this was a construction area not authorized for passage. However, the young master still didn't understand what was happening, being more concerned in his mind about the arrival of the thieves. Later, in the region of the Lord's castle, as the gates opened, the commander of the soldiers welcomed the group led by young master Tori. Seeing this, Tori thought he had judged the place with prejudice, realizing that the Lord was not what he had imagined, being much more elegant and firm in his demeanor. With a trembling and embarrassed voice, the boy declared it an honor to visit the city of Yang, mistaking Niu for the city's baron. In this case, the commander simply smiled and invited the group inside, saying that the city lord had prepared quarters for them to rest from their journey. Upon hearing this, the preconception the boy had of the city completely dissolved, as this man, who dressed better than he did, wasn't even the top authority. After some time, all of his concerns turned to happiness as a delicious cake was served to the young noble. To explain the baron's delayed presence, Niu mentioned that he was dealing with some business, but would be there soon. However, as he enjoyed his meal, Tori no longer cared whether he had to wait a minute or a decade. The noble liked the cake so much that he made an offer to buy more, and the temptation to eat was so strong that it even affected the guards on duty. Thus, the boy ate one cake after another, but eventually faced the cruel reality that his meal had come to an end. In this case, he noticed that there were still some crumbs left on the plate, and already out of his mind, consumed by gluttony, the noble did something unthinkable. Meanwhile, with a sincere apology, the protagonist finally appeared in the hall. However, the first impression he had of his visitor was that the boy had lost a tooth while trying to eat the plate. Caught in such an embarrassing situation, the boy didn't know what to say. On the other hand, our hero thought that the city of Bakfong, surrounded by rivers and excellent for trade, was one of the most prosperous in the West. In this case, he wondered how its ruler could seem so foolish, but regardless, he proceeded with his greetings, introducing himself to the boy. With that, the noble looked at the man before him and realized he was someone far more interesting than he had expected. As a sign of respect, the boy stood to greet the protagonist, but he was asked to remain seated. First, Liu Feng decided to thank him for the help with supplies they had received last time and then inquired about the purpose of the visit. The noble replied that it was a pleasure to assist the baron and without mystery, stated that he was there to negotiate a fur trade. Hearing this, Liu was the first to understand the matter and joined the conversation, saying it was an irrational proposal. He continued by saying that this was something very important for the military and questioned whether the noble was aware of the matter. As someone of high rank, Tori was already aware of all the concerns raised but stated that it was a special situation. With that, he simply expressed his hope that the baron would consider his proposal. After analyzing the boy's request regarding his personal military items, the hero understood that the city of Bakfang was clearly up to something. But unexpectedly, he agreed to make an exception, leaving the military commander completely outraged. Seeing this, Liu tried to give his opinion to his master, but Liu interrupted him, saying he had a condition to set before doing business. In exchange for the technique, he would want a modest sum with 100 buffaloes, 300 goats, and 200 horses. With that in his thoughts, the hero knew he would gain the upper hand since he had modern iron production techniques, which wouldn't leave him too affected by the trade. However, Tori, of course, refused the transaction, saying it was an abusive condition. He then stated that his city had only 30 buffaloes, which he said with some disappointment. In this case, the protagonist adjusted the terms of the agreement, increasing the number of goats to 200 to account for the lack of buffaloes, which made the noble start to feel pressured. Having not received a direct answer, Liu asked whether the noble's city had the required amount of livestock. The boy, in turn, thought that intelligence agents had already warned about the horse-riding thieves, which would make him lose all his food if he didn't close the deal. With that, the noble asked whether a proposal of 30 buffaloes along with 150 horses and 300 goats would suffice. However, the hero didn't seem to react well, causing Tori to start panicking. Taking control of the negotiation, Liu praised his own persuasion skills in his mind. Having already offered everything he had, Tori became frustrated and tried to question the abusive demands. But at that moment, Liu used the good cop, bad cop technique, accepting the deal with a smile. This made the boy think he was lucky to have managed to make a deal, even though he lost more than he gained. With the negotiation concluded, the nobles group soon left along with the cart that came in, and Liu bid them farewell at the city gates. Unfortunately, just a few dozen meters away from the city, Tori realized that he had been tricked in the negotiation. Meanwhile, back to our hero's perspective, he was questioned by Niu about the purchase of military items. Niu informed him that it was very likely that the thieves might be involved, but Liu Feng didn't seem too concerned about it. In a remote and distant place in the city of Lietma, a man was cleaning his bloodied sword. Alongside him were the nobles who had sold the city of Haiyang to the protagonist, mocking the man who had died as a very cunning count's son. This man cleaning his sword was the lord of the city, known as the Baron of the Sea. Continuing the conversation, he asked if all the information about the failure of his servants, along with the merchants and the riders, was correct. In this case, trembling with fear, one of his subordinates confirmed all the statements. Nevertheless, the Baron asked where his money was, but even that couldn't be found by the servants. To punish them for this, in an instant, Omar made one of the boys disappear in a pool of blood with his sword. Reiterating everything that had happened with his goods and subordinates, the Baron, with a serious look, questioned the surviving servant about who was responsible. In response, the boys stated that they had tried to assassinate a noble and, having been caught, were executed in public. With that, Omar slammed his sword into the castle floor, furious at the incompetence of his subordinates. Seeing this, the former owner of the city of Xi Yang comforted him, telling his master not to worry because he already knew how to handle this problem. However, Baron Omar becomes enraged by his subordinates' incompetence, given that he sold the city of Xi Yang. In this case, he angrily questions how Carter could cooperate with him while tasting the edge of his sword, which leaves the man quite terrified. Desperate, he only claims to want to be the Baron's companion and explains that there's no need to be so angry. His son, in turn, agrees, saying that if they didn't want to be by Omar's side, they wouldn't have sent disguised knights to steal the city of Bakfang. Thus, Omar comments seriously that it is better that what is being said is true, so Carter tries his best to maintain appearances. In any case, if the Baron doesn't believe him, Carter thinks of going there to give a clearer answer, but Omar comments that it's unnecessary as he draws his sword. Determined to return to his city's rural area, the former owner walks in Haiyang with his son, but the city is very different from usual. Both Carter and his son Fez are extremely impressed with what they are seeing before their eyes at this moment. The older man, in turn, questions whether this is an illusion or if he might have lost his way. Suddenly, a conversation is heard among the locals saying that the city's casino is recruiting more employees and that they pay a very high salary. In this case, they happily comment that the new lord is very kind for giving them a job and decent wages, unlike the former one who only knew how to exploit them. Upon hearing this, Fez shouts to defend his father's honor, but Carter quickly stops him because they cannot be recognized under any circumstances. Suddenly, a man points at the two, saying it's over there, and in response, the nobles believe they have been discovered and begin to run. However, the people in the area also start running, showing that the actual objective of the race was something else. Thus, Fez questions what is happening, and when the crowd gathers, they begin to shout for the city's lord to give them some attention. That's because at that exact moment, Li Feng the Lord is present along with a noble from Back Fong. The noble in turn informs Liu that the requested buffaloes and goats have already arrived and asks about the agreed upon pelts. In this case, the hero asks for the young man not to worry, as they will give him something that will make him very satisfied. With this, the nobles sent by Baron Omar question what the boy is up to and decide to look closer to get a definitive conclusion. At the central location of the event, a sign that says Haiyang Central Market is revealed. From the perspective of the malicious nobles, this is probably an idea from the city's new lord. Then the hero begins his speech, saying that for the sake of the people of Haxai Yang and to improve their quality of life, they will be building the central exchange market. However, the former owners of the city still didn't understand what was happening and Fez mocked, saying that nothing good would come from someone like Liu. But at the moment when the red inauguration ribbon is cut, the central market is revealed along with its products of extreme quality and abundance. This makes everyone very happy, and Carter remains confused, still doubting that this is truly a market. Then the protagonist invites everyone to enter and buy whatever they want. To help, Liu Feng gives an allowance so that the Beast Girls can also purchase something. Thus, the civilians are impressed by the vast amount of products and start rushing, trampling over the nobles along the way to buy from the market. A very happy moment in the lives of the population begins, and parallel to this, a very sad one is experienced by Omar's emissaries. After being trampled, Fez angrily orders the idiots in front of him to watch where they are going, but as soon as he finishes speaking, someone else steps on his head on their way to the market. After they recover, Fez is outraged by the population's audacity in disrespecting a noble, but Carter is pleased that they at least managed to enter. Suddenly, they notice Ari, who is talking and negotiating with a vendor, which draws a lot of attention since she's a demi-human. And after she sees the price, which is so cheap, she decides to buy 10, each costing 1 metal coin. However, the nobles don't understand what this metal coin is, so it is explained that the coin is one the Lord implemented, where 10 normal coins equal 1 metal coin. Kaz believes it to be utter nonsense, but Carter disagrees with his son. Shifting focus, they notice that at the city's porcelain stall, the noble from Back Fong is entering. Upon entering the establishment, the young man, being very fond of the products offered, decides to purchase 100 porcelain items packed for travel. He still couldn't believe that this porcelain object was so fine and delicate. However, if he bought it, he wasn't sure if he could still afford the pelts. Nevertheless, the young man sets these concerns aside and buys the porcelains, reasoning that only the poor need to consider their total balance. With that, the vendor explains that it will be 200 coins, and Fez is startled by the price. However, his father explains that it's not just about that, because everyone is buying and holding onto their money in this place, competing to get as many products as possible for themselves. Upon hearing this, Fez realizes that just on the first day, the Lord is already making a lot of money, unlike them, who are no longer the owners. However, Carter still insists that he is wrong, as it is said that they are still the owners of the city despite having given it to Li Feng. In this case, with a psychopathic laugh, he comments that soon even Omar will be nothing compared to the development they will have. A young boy, however, thinks the men in front of him are strange and asks if they are the kidnappers that the city lord mentioned. Then, with the evil expression the lord was making, the boy got scared and ran away, telling everyone that the nobles wanted to kidnap him. This, of course, left Carter confused about what was happening. Inevitably, being an innocent child, the village adults believed the boy's story and began chasing the potential kidnappers. The nobles didn't understand why they were being pursued, but after much running, they managed to see the exit and felt a glimmer of hope. However, the group of beastmen soldiers did not allow the troublemakers to continue their escape, given that they had ruined the market. Realizing they were up against powerful enemies, Fez ordered the infiltrated soldiers to take them down. However, in the first strike, the leader of the group of soldiers easily dodged and delivered a punch to the subordinate's face, knocking him out of the fight. In this case, another warrior charged at the young man, saying he would handle the problem for his fallen comrade. However, upon attempting his attack, this warrior met the same fate as the one who dared to try his luck before. Seeing this, the nobles became desperate as their henchmen were defeated, and Fuji ordered his comrades to arrest them and take them to the city lord. Without delay, the captured men began to wail, but their fate was certain. Meanwhile, Liu bought a lollipop from a small shop. Upon buying it, he gifted the sweet to Mina, who liked it very much. She then asked if the market would always be so crowded, to which Liu confirmed. Suddenly, the news that the kidnappers were captured reached the protagonist. Without delay, the soldiers dropped the two men on the ground in front of the Lord for him to assess the situation himself. With this, Carter instructed his son to lower his head so that the city leader wouldn't recognize them. However, Mina quickly noticed the identity of the men, which Liu Feng soon recognized as well. The accused kidnappers were the former owners of the city. Upon realizing this, Mina drew her dagger to finish off the men but was stopped by the hero, who said there was no need to stoop to that level. The girl, in turn, reminded him that the two had treated her very badly, so the protagonist explained that he never said he would forgive them. However, as they are obviously in disguise, it must not be something good, so Liu whispered that he would handle the matter himself. Although she had to accept the Lord's orders, the girl was not very happy as she still wanted to have her revenge firsthand. Without delay, Liu Feng approached the two nobles, who were bowing their heads, subdued by the soldiers. First, he praised Fuji for his good work in capturing them, and then for having endangered the market security, he ordered their imprisonment. Realizing that these commoners were trying to imprison him, Carter understood that his precious and proud life would be ruined. In this case, the man tried to plead for mercy from the Lord, but he was kicked by Fuji, who scolded him, saying that the master's name is not something a criminal can speak. Upon hearing this, the noble became enraged and after removing his turban, revealed himself as Carter along with his son Fez. Liu then began to act, feeling surprised at the noble's presence and questioning the reason for their being there. With that, he apologized, saying that his guards didn't recognize them and therefore mistook them for kidnappers. In any case, Liu questions the reason for Carter's visit to the great city of Yang, given that he isn't one to visit often. Hearing this, the noble displays an uncomfortable expression as he cannot reveal that he is there to investigate him, so he quickly thinks of another reason. With that, the gentleman claims he came to discuss something quite important regarding the city of Yang. At the Lord's residence, Mina brandishes her dagger, leaving the noble quite frightened while he has his courtesy meal. In this situation, Liu Feng sips his tea and asks what Carter wanted to discuss with him. The noble then explains that it's not really a big deal, mostly about him getting older. He states that when one gets old, it's necessary to reminisce about the past, and he mentions that he left the city for a few days but is already feeling unwell. With that, he explains that he would like to buy back the city of Yang. This is obvious given the great potential of the newly inaugurated market that he witnessed along with his son. Knowing that the proposal is somewhat improper, the noble reassures the young man not to worry, as he won't incur any losses in the sale. That's because the gentleman says he will buy it for the price at which he sold it, potentially increasing it by 3 or 4 times. However, at that moment, someone calls the Lord. It's Nickel, who arrives with the requested wine at the table. Noticing the presence of the wine glasses, the noble considers using this in a welcoming situation and insult. However, Liu hands one of the glasses to Carter anyway, and Nickel asks her master to enjoy it. With that, Liu is pleased that the wine arrived on time, already noticing that Carter's face is growing darker. And unexpectedly, after tasting the wine, the gentleman is quite fond of what is being served. After taking a sip of the wine, Carter places the glass on the table and apologizes for not making things clear earlier. When questioned about the reason for his recent sigh, he says that to be honest, he returned because of the protagonist, which leaves him confused. With that, the gentleman looks to both sides, and upon seeing that no one is nearby, he approaches the hero. Whispering in his ear, he explains that everyone knows that each autumn, horseback thieves come and rob Yang, but on a small scale. However, he has heard that this year they will come as a large army and on a much larger scale. In this case, placing his hands on Liu's shoulders, he asserts that he cannot let the current city lord face this situation alone. Regardless of whether he considers it a blatant act, the hero comments that the noble is right, which catches him by surprise. The man quickly becomes enthusiastic, but Liu also joins the act, saying that after the city was sold, he took it on as his life's commitment. So he cannot let the former owner take responsibility for his problems, which throws a cold bucket of water on Carter. In any case, Liu comments that if any information about the horseback thieves is available, he would be happy to trade it for a glass of wine. This insinuation is taken as a mockery against him, but just as he is about to rise, Mina's dagger is slammed into the wooden table as a warning. In this situation, the noble understands that he needs to behave better, so he says that he doesn't have much information about the thieves and won't take up more of the Lord's time. Thus, he decides to leave with his subordinates, but at the last moment, he is stopped by Liu Feng. Knowing how a noble reacts when offered wine, he provokes the gentleman, saying that he hasn't finished drinking his glass, deeply irritating Carter. Elsewhere in the city of Yang, at Carter's mansion, Fez asks his father what brought him back to the city. Continuing, the boy comments that the glass goblets have already tripled in value, which in theory should make them quite happy. However, having just left a failed meeting, Carter yells at his son to be quiet. This reaction from his father greatly frightens the boy, so he asks what is wrong with him. With that, he looks at the goblets he acquired in exchange for the city, realizing there are many of them. In this case, he informs that he tried to buy back the city, but the brat rejected his offer, causing Fez world to crumble. After understanding the mess they're in, the boy declares that the Lord must die and summons all available knights to attack Liu Feng. However, Carter doesn't like this idea at all and tells his son to calm down, as the new lord is not as easy to deal with as he seems. Fez, on the other hand, believes that he is just a kid and questions whether there is any chance of him winning in this conflict. In any case, Carter orders his son not to mess with him under any circumstances, because just by seeing the way the boy killed the food merchants, it's clear that this is a method that can't be devised by just anyone. Furthermore, there are many powerful demi-humans around him, so killing him will be complicated, and there is indeed a chance they could be captured. Hearing this, Fez becomes desperate and asks what they will do, considering that the city of Saiyang is too large to remain in the hands of that brat. In this case, Carter asserts that if they cannot win in the light, they will win in the darkness. He mentions that this boy has been in the city for just over a month, but there are still many things he doesn't know, so the nobles will take advantage of this to kill him. Sudmag falls, and in the same region, crows fly across the dark sky. Within the castle walls, a powerful team of soldiers is on standby, awaiting new orders from their commanders. With everyone ready in a line, Carter observes them and asks if this is enough. With a confident expression, Fez asserts that it will be more than enough. In this case, he questions how long it will take to put the plan into action. It is speculated that it will take 2 or 3 days, but since they have been out of action for a long time without killing anyone, it is decided that the slaughter should begin that very night. At the city lord's mansion, everyone is enjoying a very abundant meal, and Liu praises Nickel for arriving just in time with the wine glasses. He then states that he is genuinely happy, something that makes Nickel so excited that she couldn't ask for more. Ari, while eating, comments that the girl follows Liu around every day and says there's no need to care so much. Obviously, Nicole doesn't like this comment, and trying to hold back her emotions, explains that it was because Carter wanted to intimidate the Lord. In her mind, she thinks that she will never let anyone intimidate her love, and she bends her spoon in anger just thinking about it. Seeing this, Liu feels a bit embarrassed as the atmosphere becomes tense, but the Beast Girls remain more focused on their food. Regardless, the hero reiterates that the girl did an excellent job, and as a reward, he gives her a piece of chicken. Nicole accepts it gratefully, even though she's embarrassed by receiving so much praise. Soon after, Niu asks the protagonist to forgive the girl, as she gets very nervous when it comes to anything related to him. Liu then states that Nicole has been helping a lot at the castle lately, which is truly a relief for him and a reason to care. Moreover, in his view, she's very careful and meticulous, and she also cooks very well. In this case, he declares that whoever marries Nicole will be very happy, which catches Mina's attention, and she begins to ponder this marriage issue in her mind. Without delay, she looks at the two lovebirds together and wonders if something like that could really happen. Observing the sweet atmosphere between the two, the Beast Girl starts to get irritated, so she abruptly gets up from the table, claiming to be full. The people at the table are a bit surprised as Mina never leaves before finishing her meal. However, Ari believes that her sister is on a diet. Liu, on the other hand, is the most curious about her departure, as this behavior is not like her. In this case, she thinks that something serious must have happened that she doesn't want to talk about. With that, the girl leaves in the middle of the night to think alone by the wall, but as she looks at her hands and reflects for a moment, she questions what on earth is happening to her to have thoughts like these. That's because she is a warrior from the cat tribe whose only skill is killing. Without delay, Liu appears and asks the girl what happened for her to leave so suddenly. Mina asks why the Lord is there, and he says that he came on purpose because despite the food being good, he no longer has an appetite. Hearing this, Mina also explains that she isn't hungry, but the hero knows she must be lying because she is usually the hungriest. At this moment, an idea comes to the protagonist's mind, and he believes he has solved the mystery. With that, Liu comments to the girl that the reason she left might be because he gave a compliment to Nicole. Finally, Liu Feng says with a smile that the Beast Girl is feeling jealous, which catches her by surprise. As the plan unfolds, the warriors under Carter's command begin their invasion of the city of Saiyang. Soon, they encounter some of the guards on duty, sneaking up behind one who is holding a torch. The young guard quickly turns to ask his companion if he heard any noise. However, as he turns, he realizes that the other guard has been stabbed by a bandit who covered his mouth to prevent him from screaming. The sight of his comrade's death sends the soldier into a panic, and he tries to run while calling for reinforcements. But before he can alert anyone about the bandit's presence, an arrow strikes his neck, ending his life just like the first guard. At this moment, a bloodbath begins, but this was only the start for the bandits, who were already prepared to kill everyone. Back on top of the Lord's castle, Mina feels embarrassed as she starts to understand that she is indeed jealous. The memories of all the moments they shared together flood her mind, making her increasingly emotional. However, she still denies her jealousy, thinking she must be rational since the two of them do not belong to the same world, making them inaccessible to each other. Liu, not understanding what is happening, comments that he was just joking, to which the Beast Girl responds that it wasn't funny. The hero then boasts about having figured it out, believing that as a lord he can make anyone love him with just a glance. Mina agrees with the protagonist's statement, but points out that unlike her master, she is not human. As a demi-human, she feels sad, believing that there's no chance a noble would ever decide to marry her, just as no demi-human woman has ever married a noble in history. In response, the hero asks what's so wrong with demi-humans, making Mina blush. He then states that to him, beast men are still great people as he places his hands on the wall, trapping her between him and the wall. Liu declares that he would be very happy if he could have a beast woman as his wife. In such a compromising situation, the girl asks what her master is doing. With a smile, he asks what she thinks of his proposal, leaving her even more embarrassed. Meanwhile, on this full moon night, a bloodbath unfolds at the hands of the invaders. As the invasion progresses according to plan, Carter praises his soldiers, who bow before his presence. He then announces that whoever brings him the head of the city lord will be rewarded with 20 gold coins, further motivating the mercenaries. Carter believes that this boy who owns the place will regret having angered the nobles so much. Back at the hero's castle, the romance between Liu and Mina has progressed more than expected. With the two already in bed, they look at each other and slowly move their lips closer together. In this romantic moment, the hero tells Mina to start calling him by his name instead of master. Soon, the girl surrenders herself fully to what is about to happen. However, as is customary at such crucial moments, a soldier barges into the room, interrupting them to report the bad news about the city. Without wasting time, he reports on the invasion, but he quickly realizes that he has arrived at a very inopportune time. The attention of the two turns to the soldier at the door, and Mina, caught in the act, becomes extremely embarrassed. She quickly jumps out of bed and shouts that she will lead the wolf team. With that, the girl disappears rapidly, and the soldier begins to understand that he arrived at a bad time, though he wasn't aware of it before. The protagonist, now sitting on his bed, starts to lament as he was so close to getting what he had long desired. However, after a few moments, Liu turns around and notices that the soldier is still standing there, staring at him. Already quite irritated, the hero yells at the soldier to inform the commander instead of standing there ruining his life. In the area of the invasion, bandits quickly gather, not wanting the best spoils to fall into the captain's hands. One of them comments that he has heard a beast girl follows the city lord, to which another adds with a laugh that rumors say they are very wild. In response, one of the assassins licks his lips, saying that the wilder they are, the sexier they will be. However, suddenly something catches his attention. In this case, one of the mercenaries asks why their captain is acting strangely. Unexpectedly, an arrow strikes the captain in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this, the assassin draws his sword from its sheath and shouts to alert everyone to the attack. However, things unfold so quickly that there's no time to defend themselves, and as he turns, the bandit realizes that his comrades are dying one by one. Desperate, he screams, asking the identity of the person responsible for this. Overwhelmed with fear, he closes his eyes and starts swinging his sword wildly in all directions, hoping to hit someone. As requested, the one responsible for the carnage appears, and the moment he sees her, the bandit notices the cat ears. However, he doesn't have time to do anything before being dispatched like his fallen comrades. In another battalion, the invasion mission is proceeding as planned. However, the captain of this group soon orders his subordinates to halt their advance. That's because the leader heard something very unusual among the trees, which could potentially be dangerous. Trusting his instincts, the mercenary warns his group of the imminent danger and draws his sword, along with the others. The captain was definitely not mistaken, as Mina was lurking in the shadows. This group had greater potential than the last. High up in one of the trees, the girl observes the entire group who are searching for the potential threat pointed out by their leader. Being a skilled individual, the group's leader detects the girl's presence just as her dagger is thrown at him. In response, he charges at the beast girl, and the two exchange several strikes with their blades while also managing to dodge each other's attacks. Seeing this, the group leader is pleased that the beast girl has finally appeared before him. He then announces that whoever brings him the girl's head will receive 10 gold coins. Mana knows that anyone who attempts this would be a fool, but due to the men's greed and ignorance, they decide to engage in the fight. However, none of them manage to land a hit on Mina. After dodging the first strike, she receives help from another soldier who slashes the man's back entirely. With the assassin's fall, the man announces that the special wolf team has arrived as reinforcements. Realizing they have fallen into a trap, the bandits understand it's too late, as the group of special agents is already present. One by one, the bandits are cut down and neutralized, leaving only the group leader to be defeated. As the battle nears its end, Mina asks the man before her if he has any last words to say. However, the mercenary merely laughs in delight, leaving the girl quite confused. Crossing his arms, he comments that it's exactly as Master Carter said, demi-humans are indeed very stupid. He explains that everything has gone according to plan, and at this very moment, the city lord is being killed by the invading master. The bandit continues laughing and proposes that he be Mina's new leader in the coming days. This information had not crossed Mina's mind, so she rushes back to the castle with all her might. However, before she can get far, Fire Arrow is launched into a trail of gasoline that had already been preset on the ground. A ring of fire rises, and the tide of battle begins to turn in favor of the mercenary. He then aims and fires a fire-imbued arrow at the beast girl. Inside the castle, Nickel is extremely worried that the bandits might break into the place where they are taking shelter. To comfort her, Ara tells Nickel not to worry, as her sister is already taking care of it with the wolf team. And in any case, she says that they still have Liu to protect them, making it impossible for the bandits to break in. However, Unfortunately, the hero has to disagree with this statement, as based on his understanding of Carter, he must be entering through a hidden path. Right after this is mentioned, Ari notices some footsteps coming from the lower floor, and Liu becomes excited that everything is happening so quickly. Wasting no time, the hero orders Ari to inform the soldier's commander about what is happening. In this case, Nicole asks the Lord what she should do in the meantime. The protagonist then tells her that she can stay with him until the conflict is over without worrying. Naturally, Carter is indeed carrying out his invasion through the alleyways, accompanied by another platoon of soldiers. Seeing this, Fez remarks that his father is very clever, commenting that the boy will never suspect that there is a secret passage beneath the castle. Carter confidently declares that this time will be the end for him. However, as they walk, something suddenly begins to feel off. Stopping for a moment, the Lord's life is saved when the sensor is triggered, launching an arrow that grazes his face. The arrow narrowly misses him, leaving Fez in a panic as he realizes that there is a trap in place. In this situation, Carter understands that the city lord must have already known about this passage and is now using it to lure them into a trap. Although he isn't certain, everything suggests that Liu has already discovered their plan. Shortly after, 3 of the bandits are caught by a rope trap. Without hesitation, Carter orders his subordinates to use the capture assassins to trigger the traps. The captives are then thrown into the traps, activating and disarming them as a result. Used as guinea pigs, the 3 are struck by countless arrows, leading to their deaths. Fez, along with the other soldiers, is deeply frightened, but with his cold mentality, Carter merely orders everyone to keep moving forward. Soon, the group finally reaches the main gate of the castle, breaks down the door, and easily enters the premises. At this stage of the plan, the noble commands his remaining soldiers to search for the Lord on his behalf. Hidden inside one of the cabinets, Liu waits, thinking about what Carter will do next while holding Nicole in his arms. Nicole, on the other hand, believes the situation is so good that she wouldn't mind staying like this for the rest of her life. However, one of the assassins quickly finds the location where the 2 are hiding and prepares to investigate. As they hide inside the cabinet, Liu waits patiently, already activating one of his powers. Inevitably, the man continues toward the cabinet to open it, but in the background, someone mentions hearing footsteps. Thus, the assassin initially decides not to search the cabinet, much to the girl's relief. However, the bandit soon returns, opens the cabinet doors, and reveals their position, loudly announcing to the group that he has found them. In this case, already preparing to strike with his sword and finish them off, the bandit concludes that the 20 gold coins will be his. Unexpectedly, the protagonist manages to dodge, and having been greatly strengthened by his travels, he lands a blow to the man's stomach, sending him flying. Having taken such a strong hit from someone he thought was defenseless, the bandit is left bewildered. After being discovered, Liu tells Nicole to wait without moving and warns that the assassin's biggest mistake was finding him so quickly. Hearing this, the girl feels quite comfortable being protected by her love. In his mind, the hero recalls that he has traveled through time and space many times, and as a result, in terms of speed and strength, he is far superior to normal humans. It's now his time to shine, so he swiftly moves into the fray, where he is soon spotted in the hall by Carter. In response to the invader, Liu warns that it was a bad idea to choose to fight him, as now they will learn of his power in the worst possible way. In the face of such a provocation, the noble orders his soldiers to attack and put an end to the city lord's arrogant speech. Liu maintains his combat stance, and when one of the assassins attempts to strike him, he dodges and counterattacks with a powerful blow to the face. Witnessing this, the invading nobles are utterly shocked, and Nicole becomes even more infatuated. She thinks her master is incredibly amazing, and in her mind, she completely idealizes her love into something even more beautiful. However, she also notices a danger approaching her master and tries to warn him with a shout. But this was unnecessary given the hero's now enhanced reaction time. Effortlessly, Liu dodges the 2 assassins with a leap, and as he positions himself behind them, he delivers a martial palm strike. This strike sends the man crashing into the wall, defeating him instantly. Seeing what happened to his comrade, the remaining assassin is left speechless. Seizing the exposed opening in the bandit's defense, Liu wastes no time and finishes him off with another strike. Now desperate, Carter orders all the soldiers to attack at once, hoping to overwhelm the Lord without giving him a chance to defend himself. However, this attempt is again thwarted due to the tremendous combat power that the protagonist now possesses. In the end, only the 2 nobles remain standing among the invaders, and with the assassins at his feet, Liu mocks them, saying that it seems they don't know how to fight. In disbelief, Fez tells his father that he's already trembling with fear because Li Feng is far too powerful for them. This realization causes them to flee the scene as fast as they can to save their lives. As they run, the hero shouts at the nobles to stop running and fight him. But since they don't heed his call, the protagonist begins chasing after the fugitives. He quickly calls for Nicole to join him in teaching these disrespectful invaders a lesson, which the girl gladly accepts. Outside the castle, a chase ensues to capture the two fleeing nobles who are desperately trying to escape. While fleeing, Carter is already planning his revenge against the city lord, but the protagonist continues to pursue them. The two nobles eventually reach the location where the remaining mercenaries along with their leader are gathered. Upon arrival, the leader of the bandits informs them that the demi-human girl is already under control, which surprises Carter. Hearing this, Carter begins to laugh, already imagining how he can use this new advantage to his benefit. Mina, for her part, only wishes for her master's well-being, wherever he may be. With that, the noble approaches the girl and sarcastically comments that he thought she would be stronger. However, it seems she's afraid of fire, which is why she is trapped and unable to do anything, along with her special forces group. Liu soon arrives at the scene and takes in the situation his allies are in. Mina is overjoyed to see her master, while Carter is somewhat surprised that his pursuer has arrived so quickly. The hero then asks the noble if he came here to kill his people and steal his city. Carter wonders if the boy in front of him is actually thinking of fighting him alone. In response, Leo reminds the invader that while they're running around the city, they're forgetting the fact that the horseback thieves are coming to take everything. Upon hearing this, the invader begins laughing uncontrollably and decides to let the city lord in on something before he dies. He explains that the horseback thieves are in fact the Knights of Lord Omar. At this revelation, the protagonist's expression changes to one of apparent seriousness, and as he clenches his fists in anger, he calls them all scoundrels. Having uncovered the corruption happening in the city, he declares that none of the bandits will leave here alive. He then moves in to fight, but the fire begins to spread dangerously close to the hero, causing his two subordinate girls to become frightened. In this moment, the invader taunts, asking if the girl trapped in the ring of fire deserves to continue living. He then smirks arrogantly, questioning how difficult it must be for Liu to decide his next course of action. The hero realizes that the fire is becoming increasingly dangerous, making it necessary to prioritize his companion's life. As he assesses Mina's situation, however, the hero comes up with an idea to resolve it. He begins to use his powers, and as he lifts his cape, he initiates the process of retrieving something from within. Soon, the protagonist pulls out a fire extinguisher from a rift in space. He quickly removes the pin and activates the extinguisher, beginning to douse the fire with its gas. In no time, the immense ring of fire that was spreading through the forest is extinguished, leaving the nobles more terrified than ever. Now that her life, along with her groups, has been saved, Mina is overcome with emotion, tears of joy filling her eyes. Amidst all the smoke, a protagonist emerges, exuding an imposing presence. Overwhelmed with emotion, the Beast Girl throws herself into her master's arms, prompting him to ask if everything is alright. Through her tears, the girl assures the Lord not to worry and apologizes for not only failing to lead her group well, but also for endangering the city's people. Observing this romantic moment from a distance, Nicole feels a deep sadness seeing the two so close. However, Carter is far from giving up on his plan, and as a last resort, he aims an arrow at the hero. He fires the arrow, cursing Liu to go to hell, while Nicole screams in despair, already fearing the worst. However, Liu once again demonstrates his superior physical prowess by catching the arrow with just his left hand. After catching it, he strides toward the man responsible for attempting to harm him. Seeing this, Carter becomes terrified and orders his subordinates to protect him, but the protagonist easily dispatches them, slashing with the sharp tip of the arrow. Inevitably, after a few seconds of conflict, Liu reaches the noble's throat with the arrow and holds him at bay. Now extremely irritated, he questions the noble's audacity in attempting to eliminate him in such a cowardly manner. With the arrow pointed at his neck, the noble trembles in fear of what might come next. However, behind him, the leader of the mercenaries continues to glare at the protagonist with intense hatred. Regardless, the hero decides to focus on his personal matters and orders the bandits to leave. He knows their will to fight is already fading. Leo reiterates his order, telling everyone to leave and let him be alone with the one responsible for the invasion. At this moment, the assassins begin to reconsider their actions, but an opposing order is suddenly heard. But one responsible for this was none other than Fez, who was still confident in a possible victory. Seeing this, Carter panics and asks if his son is trying to get him killed by taking such a reckless action. Unexpectedly, the boy doesn't seem to care much about the possibility of seeing his father dead. This terrifies the noble, who tries to reason with Fez, reminding him that he is his father. But Fez is indifferent to this, and with a psychopathic expression, asserts that he will definitely avenge his father after he dies. Fez then remarks that when it comes to cruelty, the two nobles are exactly alike. Meanwhile, the invader explains to the mercenaries that whoever kills the Lord will receive 50 gold coins, and in the end, once the current owners are dead, Xia Yang will finally be his rich property. Hearing this, one of the mercenaries asks what they should do now, and another replies that he doesn't care as long as he gets paid. In response to Fez's order, they all charge at the hero despite him holding a hostage. Carter, on the other hand, questions how his son dares to do this, and as one of the assassins advances, Liu dodges, but the sword strikes the noble's body. The older invader falls to the ground, completely debilitated, while the other two assassins continue their advance. One of them tries his luck first, but the protagonist easily neutralizes him with one of his powerful kicks. After defeating the first, two more come at him swinging their swords. However, Liu dodges again with ease, commenting that the assassins are too slow for him. Suddenly, the hero begins to sense a feeling of danger behind him. He turns around and notices that one of the bandits indeed tried to attack him. At this point, the protagonist wonders if this could be some kind of luck. But as he dodges another strike, he realizes that this feeling is actually his brain warning him. All of this is due to his time in space travel, which has greatly enhanced his brain and body, making him now capable of detecting potential dangers. Finally, Liu retaliates with a punch that sends the bandit flying, crashing into two others who fall from the impact. As the battle nears its conclusion, Mina watches the entire fight in awe, wondering when her master became so powerful. After defeating everyone who came to attack him, Liu asks if anyone else is willing to try their luck. Seeing the Lord of Kaxai Yang victorious before his eyes, Fez becomes desperate and slaps one of the bandits on the head to send him into the fight. Though it's not a traditional method of motivation, since it was an order, the assassin decides to be Liu's next opponent. However, as he approaches the hero, the protagonist smiles, and an arrow suddenly flies through the air, hitting the assassin squarely in the chest. Fortunately, at this moment, reinforcements finally arrive, with Ari leading the troops and Niu commanding the soldiers. As the military commander, Niu orders the soldiers to finish off the invading bandits. Without delay, they prepare their bows to fire, leaving the group of invaders terrified. Soon the arrows are launched into the air, and Fez questions how it was possible to shoot from such a great distance. With the volley, many arrows hit their targets, and in this case, Fez completely loses the will to fight, dropping his sword and fleeing in panic. Carter, on the other hand, also pleads to be saved, but even his son, who had run ahead, would not be allowed to escape by the troop of soldiers. As the conflict ends, Liu takes his companion's hand and asks if she is alright despite her numerous wounds. In response, Mina, though very embarrassed, remarks that her master is underestimating the strength of a warrior from the cat tribe. At that moment, Ari approaches the pair, shouting and asking if everyone is okay. When she arrives, she boasts that they're lucky she arrived in time. She then talks about Carter's situation, explaining that he was betrayed by his own guards and had to flee alone. However, this last statement was something that neither Liu nor Mina had paid attention to. Realizing this, they both acknowledge that the noble's escape happened right under their noses. Mina quickly notes that the invader is indeed quick to flee, but this time she is determined to capture him. In a distant part of the forest, Carter is fleeing while bleeding from the wound on his chest. At a certain point, he hears a noise and wonders if someone is nearby. Fortunately for the old man, the person hiding is Fez, who is already desperate, pleading for his life. However, he soon realizes that the hero is not in front of him, and Carter, in turn, is relieved to see his son again. Fez, however, no longer cares about the father-son relationship and decides to continue his escape alone. Faced with such ingratitude, the boy's father becomes furious and questions whether Fez really thinks he can escape from him. Fearing the consequences, Fez realizes that the best thing to do is to help his father, so they soon start fleeing together. Initially, things seem to be going well for the nobles, but suddenly a voice tells them not to worry. That voice belongs to the beast girl Mina, who concludes by saying that either way, the two of them will die by her hands. When the nobles see the demi-human girl, panic begins to take hold of them. In stark contrast to their fear, Mina feels satisfaction at having found them again. In desperation, Fez asks what the girl wants with them, and in response, she laughs, saying those words sound familiar. In her mind, Mina recalls hearing this before when someone in her cell commented that she would become docile after a month without food. At that time, she turned around and saw the faces of the two nobles responsible for the invasion of the city. All these events caused a deep trauma in the girl's mind. But now it was time for her to take revenge for everything they had made her endure. With that, after drawing her two daggers, she tells the nobles that her master was right when he said that humans like them are nothing but trash. In a desperate attempt, Fez begs not to be killed, offering money and reminding her that Master Omar protects him. However, none of these statements were significant enough for Mina to forget all she had been through. With a simple movement, she ends the lives of the two nobles in an instant, closing the chapter on her past suffering. With the conflict over, the girl reflects, recalling how that prison was as dark as this night. However, her master was like the light of the moon that guided her through the night, which now only makes her want to return to his arms. After resolving her personal matters, Mina heads to the Lord's chambers but hesitates at the door, thinking he must already be asleep. Nonetheless, she gently pushes the door open and finds the hero sitting on the couch, reading a book. Seeing his companion return to the palace, the protagonist stands up and asks if she is hungry. Even if she isn't, Liu still mentions that he has prepared her favorite food, which she gratefully accepts. After tasting some of the soup, Mina inevitably realizes that the food was made by Nicole, and Liu sheepishly confirms this, having been caught in a lie. Despite this, the girl remains happy with the situation and soon finishes the entire bowl of soup. In response, the protagonist gently caresses Mina, pleased that she enjoyed the meal, which makes her blush. As he looks at her face, however, the boy notices some crumbs left from the food. He reaches out to wipe away the crumbs, but Mina, unable to control her emotions, pulls away. This creates a rather sweet and romantic moment between the two. As they gaze into each other's eyes, their feelings start to intensify. Once again, the girl surrenders to her master, moving slowly closer to kiss the protagonist. Finally, things are happening just as he had always wanted. However, just as their lips are about to meet, New appears, becoming the second person to interrupt their romance. The commander of the soldiers, upon encountering the situation before him, is left unsure of what to do. But unlike New, Liu feels a tremendous wave of frustration for being interrupted for the second time in such a critical moment. With what little composure he has left, New apologizes for the interruption and out of respect, begins to leave the room, planning to return later. Just as the commander is about to leave, Liu calls him back, knowing the moment has already been ruined. The hero then asks his uncle why he came, and Mew explains that it's about Carter. When questioned further, Mew explains that with the noble's death, it's highly likely that Lord Omar will take action in retaliation. Liu agrees, realizing that they are still not in a position to confront Omar directly. Hearing this, the Beast Girl becomes extremely embarrassed, feeling responsible for causing her master such concern. However, Liu reassures her, asking her not to worry, as despite the situation not being very favorable, he still has a plan. The next morning, the soldier mercilessly whips a beastman. With the whip in hand, he orders the servants to work faster, warning that if they don't do enough, they won't be allowed to eat. They approach the entrance of the city of Liatma, led by the Baron, who is positioned just behind the front row with the supplies. Seeing everything being brought into the city, the Baron thinks that this year's harvest is excellent. This now allows him to return to the royal capital. But at that moment, one of the soldiers reports to his master that a letter has arrived from Kai Yang. Upon reading the letter, Omar becomes even happier, as it says that the city has been taken by Carter, leading the Baron to think of the former lord as truly incompetent. With this, he crushes the letter with a smile, already believing that nothing can stop him now. He declares that he will govern his city as effectively as possible until the final objective in Bakfang is achieved. Omar is determined to return with as much gold as possible from the royal capital. He wants to make his dear brothers, who always look down on him, start to see him as an equal. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouts for his master, leaving him quite intrigued. In desperation, the warrior explains that the demi-humans have rebelled, and many of them have managed to escape. Furious, Omar orders his soldiers to capture all the fugitives and kill them immediately. Meanwhile, the beastmen's escape is underway, with many of them desperately fleeing through the forest. Among them, numerous rabbit men run while being pursued by sword-wielding soldiers. Although they initially gain the advantage in the chase, one of the Baron's subordinates quickly catches up to the first fugitive. With a single slash, he kills the demi-human, terrifying his companions. Like a true psychopath, the soldier licks the blood from his sword and declares that the disobedient must die. He then continues the massacre, taking the lives of several beastmen. Among them, the rabbit girl from earlier is the most desperate, unable to move any further. However, two of her kind rush toward the soldiers, sacrificing themselves to buy her time. The larger of the two tells his companion, Via, to run south with everything she has and survive. Moved by her companion's sacrifice, the girl wastes no time and runs, tears streaming down her face as she strives to preserve her people's legacy. Even in the cold and darkness of the night, the rabbit girl continues to run through the fields near the castle's region. Inevitably, during her escape, she encounters dangers such as an arrow that suddenly flies in her direction. Caught off guard, the girl is struck directly by a hunter who was walking with another. They quickly realize that the girl likely escaped from Liatma and see this as an opportunity to sell her in a distant city. Believing it to be their lucky day, they anticipate making a great profit from this capture. As time passes, the light of the new day awakens Vaya, who's still very confused, begins to question where she is. Meanwhile, one of the hunters reassures his companion not to worry, mentioning that he heard trading demi-humans is forbidden in Xi Yang. Deciding to take a different route to ensure their profit, they unintentionally cause Vaya to panic, realizing she might fall into the hands of slave traders again. Remembering her companions who sacrificed their lives to save her, Vaya becomes determined to survive at any cost, clinging to what might be her last chance. As they travel, one of the hunters comments that if they take another path, it won't take more than half a day, so they should move quickly before nightfall. However, during the journey, the wagon wheel hits a stone, causing the cart to tip over and crash to the ground. At that moment, Vaya notices that some of the wooden bars in front of her have broken, and upon seeing the kingdom of Xi Yang in the distance, she realizes it's time to act. While the girl makes her escape, the hunters argue over the stone, with the purple-haired one blaming his companion for not seeing it before the accident. But soon enough, the hunter realizes that the girl they captured has simply vanished. Upon closer inspection, they spot her running towards the outskirts of Xi Yang. The two men take off running after her, knowing they cannot let her reach the city limits. However, as the chase begins, the demi-human hides among the vast wheat fields, sitting down and trembling with fear. The bandits start tracking her, inevitably noticing traces of blood among the crops. Vaya hears them getting closer and realizes she cannot allow herself to be captured again. She continues her escape, crawling without standing up to avoid detection. But despite her best efforts, the hunters find her and mock her failed attempt to flee. Just when she was so close, the hunters have caught her, and it seems all of her hopes have been in vain. With the last bit of strength in her desperate heart, Vaya cries out for help, hoping someone nearby might hear her plea. Fortunately, just as the hunters are about to capture her, a voice is heard telling them to stop. They turn around, demanding to know who dares to interfere in their personal affairs. However, when they face the source of the voice, they find it is Liu, who, along with his army, repeats the question, stating that it's they who don't know their place. The hunters are immediately terrified, realizing they don't have the power to deal with these people. The city secretary asserts that the two are not residents of the city and will therefore face the consequences of causing trouble in the region. The hunters whisper among themselves, wondering if the man before them is truly the lord of the city. At this moment, the rabbit girl feels panic rising again as she fears once more being under the control of a noble. Ari, with her usual grumpy tone, comments that the lord already knows what to do with these slave traders, which leaves one of the hunters puzzled by the girl's audacity. However, upon taking a closer look, he notices that alongside the lord are two demi-humans, reminding him that slave trading is indeed prohibited in Xi-Yang. The man hurriedly apologizes, claiming it was a misunderstanding, insisting they weren't hunting humans but merely a beast woman. This declaration deeply angers our hero, but the beast girls are even more enraged and immediately charge at the merchants. As the fight begins, it's clear the hunters stand no chance, and seeing this, Vaya decides she must leave immediately. She's determined not to fall into the hands of a noble again. But her strength is completely drained, and as her eyes begin to close, a last thought that crosses her mind is of Mina, possibly reporting her situation to the Lord. Later, the girl is taken to the Lord's chambers, where she is treated for her injuries by the city secretary while lying in a bed. Despite her critical condition, the old man does everything he can to heal her wounds, especially the one caused by the arrow. However, he soon explains that because the injuries are so deep and the bleeding won't stop, a tragic outcome is likely. Ari becomes desperate and asks her sister what they can do to help, despite Mina having no medical knowledge either. At that moment, Leo arrives, stating that there is still a way to save Vaya by closing the wound. Everyone is very confused, but the hero quickly dons surgical attire to begin treating the girl with modern medical methods. Seeing everyone just standing around, Liu scolds his companions and instructs them to bring sterilized water using fire. Fortunately, the surgery ends with apparent success, leaving the city secretary surprised to see that the wound is indeed improving. In response, Liu explains that in addition to closing the wound, he also administered 2 medications to combat inflammation and infection. This impresses the girls with their master's incredible medical knowledge. In her thoughts, Vaya calls out for her father and mother, who sacrificed themselves, but when she awakens, she finds herself imprisoned in a dungeon. She imagines that the noble who owns the city is before her, ready to do more harm. Filled with sadness, she prays to the heavens that this won't happen. In her despair, Via wakes up screaming, pleading for them not to hurt her. But when she opens her eyes, she realizes she's far from being in a dungeon. After calming down a bit, she looks around and understands that what she just experienced was only a nightmare. Waking up in a place completely different from where she had slept, the girl wonders where she is as she admires the beauty of the view from the window. At that moment, Mina enters the girl's room and starts a conversation, noting that she is finally awakened. Vaya, still frightened, tells the beast girl not to come any closer. In her mind, Mina is nothing more than a pet of the humans, as nobles are not to be trusted. To calm Via down, the beast girl gently takes her hand and pulls back her clothes to show the spot where she was struck by an arrow. Mina explains that her wounds have been treated, but if she keeps struggling, it will inevitably reopen. This leaves Vaya feeling very embarrassed that someone is showing concern for her. Regardless, the heroine begins to leave the room. However, before departing, Mina turns back and says that from now on, it will no longer be tolerated to speak ill of her master. This causes Vaya to start crying and begging to be released from where she is. As she weeps, the girl expresses her desire to head south, as she can no longer endure the life of a slave. Seeing this, Mina begins to notice a resemblance between what the girl is feeling and what she herself felt as a child. To clarify the situation, Ari steps in and explains that Vaya can stop crying because no one here will make her a slave. In short, Ari tells her that she is now a free citizen because in Taiyang, any form of racial or bestial slavery is strictly forbidden. Thus, the city they are in now could be considered a true paradise for demi-humans. Later, after changing her clothes, Vaya appears in the dining hall where the hero is eating alongside his companion, Mina. Ari introduces the new citizen by name, and Liu promptly invites her to sit and eat with them. Ari reinforces the invitation, telling Via not to be afraid, though the girl is still hesitant as the coexistence of humans and demi-humans is something unimaginable to her. However, just as the hero is about to say something, Vaya gets startled and accidentally knocks over her cup. The liquid spills all over the table, and she panics, fearing she will be punished. In desperation, she decides to do whatever it takes to save herself and begins to remove her clothing. Immediately, Mina covers Liu's eyes just as Nicole arrives with the dishes. Nicole enters just as Via seems ready to remove the top part of her clothing. Filled with anger, Nickel rushes over to the girl, demanding to know why she's doing this. Vaya quickly apologizes for the misunderstanding, explaining that she was going to remove her clothes to clean the table. However, she then remembers that despite any prejudices, the man before her treated her wounds, leading her to thank the Lord. Nickel, however, struggles to contain her fury, as yet another competitor has arrived to disrupt her relationship with the master. In any case, after everyone is served, Liu asks Via if she knows how to use utensils. When she responds that she doesn't, Ari offers to teach her. With a brief lesson, Via quickly learns how to use utensils, and when she takes a bite of the food, the taste makes her feel as if she's on a journey through the heavens. Meanwhile, Liu gently pats Mina's head as a gesture of gratitude for her hard work with the wolf team. Witnessing all of this, Via begins to wonder if this lord is truly different from other nobles. As we shift to another scene, many boats approach the city of Aksai Yang, carrying supplies along with one of the crews. As they near the port of Aksai Yang, one of the crew members comments that everything seems to be going as planned. However, the servant remarks to the ambassador from Liatma that Master Omar decided not to attend, which makes the ambassador question the reason. In this case, Ambassador Ryan explains that it's likely because the mission was only to deliver a letter, prompting the servant to grumble extensively in his ear. Despite any other important commitments the ambassador might have had, he takes this moment to observe the city as a whole. Finally, they disembark at the port, which quickly attracts a crowd of cart drivers. One of them dismounts from his horse and asks the guests if they would like a ride. The servant, however, questions what the boy is doing, noting that Ryan is a noble. But the cart driver explains that his transport is the best for nobles with a large and wide carriage and boasts incredible wheels. He also mentions that while other transports charge 5 metal coins, he only charges 3. This angers the ambassador's servant, who mistakenly believes the trip would cost 3 gold coins. The cart driver clarifies that there has been a misunderstanding, as what he's asking for are the metal coins that the city's lord invented. It's then explained that 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10 metal coins, ensuring everyone benefits from the exchange. The servant finds the price quite reasonable, and Ryan begins to ponder these so-called metal coins. The subordinate hands over a gold coin and requests metal coins in return, which the cart driver happily provides. The journey begins, and as they travel, Ryan spends his time examining the coin invented by the man he believes to be the former lord. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that the coin minting technique is incredibly delicate. However, his attention shifts completely as they arrive at the city's entrance, which now appears capable of rivaling the royal capital. As they pass through the main gate, Ryan is fascinated by the city's magnificent infrastructure and the happiness of its people. The citizens are so joyful that this place could arguably be considered better than the royal capital. This leads Ryan to wonder if Carter might actually be the kind of man who genuinely cares for his people. Before long, they reach the lord's castle. Inside, they bow and introduce themselves as emissaries from Liatma. Niu quickly steps forward to stand protectively in front of his master. Seeing this, Ryan questions the reason for such an unusual action, given that Carter is supposedly an ally of Omar. Nevertheless, Ryan assures the city lord not to worry and explains that he is there under the Baron's orders to deliver a secret letter in his possession. Inevitably, the hero's curiosity is piqued, prompting him to read the letter while the others wait patiently. After reading it, the protagonist realizes that the false letter strategy worked perfectly, as Omar now believes that Kai Yang belongs to Carter. As he reflects on the Baron's decision to send 2 unsuspecting individuals to deliver the letter, Liu wastes no time in tossing it to the ground. After throwing it down, the hero asks the visitors if they have checked what is written on the paper. This prompts Ryan to pick up the letter and read it, bewildered by the Lord's strange behavior. Upon reading the letter, he discovers that it outlines a plan to attack Bak Fong, something that directly impacts him. The hero then rises and declares that although Omar is a noble, he has disguised himself as a thief for money and now seeks cooperation to attack Bak Fong. Rand, shocked by the letter's contents, hears his servant remark that Omar deliberately sent the boy here to place him in danger. Hearing this, the young servant begins to cry, urging his master to flee while he stays behind to delay the others, already bidding farewell to his life and praying to serve him in the next one. This makes our hero feel awkward, as he realizes he's being treated as if he were a villain. Ryan sighs, noting that the man before him is clearly not Carter, which couldn't be more accurate since the Lord is actually Liu Feng. Understanding that he might not be able to avoid death, the noble has one last request. As his final wish, the young man asks that the letter be delivered to the Lord of Bak Fong so that he can protect himself and his people. After considering this for a moment, our hero calls for the guards, who respond immediately. Niu tries to intervene, arguing that these people don't seem to be evil, which Liu agrees with considering they even brought a gift. In this case, the commander asks if they really intend to inform Bak Fong, and they confirm that they do. Additionally, Liu states that this situation works out well since his new position requires extra boats. At the port of Bak Fong, everything is going smoothly on a sunny day, just like any other. However, inside the main castle, the Lord is in a panic because the object he's searching for has yet to be found. One of his guards explains that he doubts there are any horseback thieves in the city since they haven't even found any tracks. This leads the noble to question whether it was all just a false rumor, but he still can't shake his concern in case it turns out to be real. If the thieves do appear, all his treasures would be stolen. The mere thought of this brings the lord to tears as he is very attached to his personal belongings. After regaining his sense of worry, he orders the soldier to continue investigating until the autumn harvest, permitting no mistakes. At that moment, the lord's son arrives in the city alongside Li Feng, the lord of Xi'an. With the scroll in hand, Liu explains that he has news that might help resolve all the current problems. Later, with everyone seated at the table, the king eagerly goes for the scroll to read the news about the horseback thieves. Liu, however, asks the lord not to rush, explaining that he went through many difficulties to obtain it. The negotiation begins rather innocently, with the lord of Bakfang offering only 2 gold coins, which is promptly rejected. He then offers 20 gold coins, but this too is refused, as what Liu really wants in exchange are 2 large ships. This request makes the jaws of both nobles drop to the floor, and Liu clarifies by explaining that he's heard the city is famous for its ships. He further explains that his city has just built its own port, making it necessary to acquire some boats. However, the lord declines the proposal, stating that the ships are the lifeblood of Bakfang, something he cannot part with. In response, Liu argues that the information in the scroll not only details how the attack will happen, but also when and how it will be executed. This revelation completely changes the direction of the negotiations, as the lord realizes that if Liu is correct, they could destroy the thieves once and for all. This would allow military resources to be used to improve the ship market. The king looks at his son and after a few moments agrees to the deal, but explains that he can only offer medium-sized ships. In this circumstance, Liu requests that the agreement be modified to 5 ships, leading to some haggling until they settle on 4. With the deal finalized, the king begins to suspect he's been tricked, even though he got what he wanted, a situation that reminds him of his son's previous encounter. Without further delay, he takes the scroll obtained in the exchange and, upon reading it, fully understands the plot orchestrated by Baron Omar to destroy his city. This leaves the 2 nobles in despair as they realize they don't have the strength to deal with over 5,000 horsemen. Stating their distress, Liu suggests a solution, explaining that Baron Omar is known for trying to conceal his true identity. Therefore, they should play along with his game. But not just play along, they should capture everyone involved and eliminate them, leaving no soldier alive. Despite the confidence with which the protagonist presents this idea, the 2 nobles quickly reject the proposal, deeming it unrealistic. The king, however, argued that even if they gathered all the soldiers in the city, they still wouldn't be able to stand against Baron Omar's 5,000 troops. In response, our hero proposed that they join forces in a military alliance. He further explained that he had already prepared a demonstration to convince the king of their capabilities. Later that same day, the soldiers of Xi'an gathered in the outskirts of Bakfang. The presentation began with the soldiers firing their bows, hitting all the targets with extreme lethal precision. Seeing this, the king questioned what kind of bows these were, as hitting targets from such a distance with that power demonstrated incredible strength. The king's son was also very impressed, but our hero explained that the demonstration was still ongoing. Soon after, knights equipped with iron armor and long swords appeared, smashing everything in their path. The protagonist then ordered the soldiers to take aim, and once they were ready, he commanded them to fire. The king thought that while these bows were amazing, they still might not be able to penetrate the armor, a potential game-changer in the war. The king's son then asked Baron Liu how many knights his city possessed. The protagonist confidently replied that he had enough to defeat Baron Omar's knights. This brought joy back to the 2 nobles, who thanked the hero for his generosity. Appreciating their gratitude, the protagonist explained that if Bakfang were to fall, Omar's power would grow exponentially. In that case, his own city of Xi'an would stand no chance, so helping Bakfang now was also a way of securing Xi'an's future. Moved by the compassion of their ally, the 2 nobles began to cry with emotion and rushed to embrace Liu, praising him as a great man. On a sunny day with many seagulls flying near the harbor, 2 girls welcome a man. Meanwhile, the protagonist apologizes for the delay. In front of him, Liu comments that with 4 commercial ships, it is even possible to form their own trading group. After hearing this, Liu asks him to gather the people because the battle has begun. Thus, we move to a castle, where the protagonist informs that Yang and Bak have gone to deal with the horse thieves. He adds that Ellie and Buff will be in charge of internal missions and will create a medical team for the army. He'd also ask the other 4 to take care of and train the troops when necessary. Soon, he states that Mu will study the Bakfang area. After that, with conviction, he says that everything will depend on them, and everyone shouts in agreement. Our boy tells Mu that victory is approaching, but they must also understand Omar's potential. While he says this, Vaya listens behind the door. Immediately, she becomes frightened upon hearing Omar's name and questions herself if she really heard that. And Mu says that the war is about to begin, so it is too late for something like this. The best way would be if there were a resident who knew Omar well, like Vlia, but our boy contradicts him, saying that it cannot be her. Listening from outside, she feels sad, wondering if he does not trust her. But then she hears that the protagonist only wants to protect her from having painful memories and to help her regain her radiance. Vaya gets angry for thinking such things, and unintentionally, she knocks on the door. This makes Mu ask who's on the other side. When the door opens, she says it is her. Then with conviction, she states that she is willing to help. Upon hearing this, the protagonist is left speechless. Vaya is very confident in her words, and Liu says he will trust her. Because Omar is cruel and bloodthirsty, he does not hesitate to kill others if he is in a bad mood, and besides that, Mu says he has already killed one of his own to train his army. Villages upon villages were attacked by this being, and the deaths cannot be counted as they exceed any number. Moreover, his expression is always the same: contempt for the poor and joy in killing them, just as his army shares the same sentiment. Vaya states that Omar is impulsive and irritating, yet her father protects him with the kingdom's knights. This surprises the protagonist, who did not expect to hear such a thing. The girl explains that anyone who tries to kill him will always suffer the same fate as the others. Some men around question why their lord is attacking them instead of defending them. Then they try to attack him, and when Omar realizes this, he is frightened. A man in a white hood appears and with simple movements cuts them down. His subordinates report the situation to their lord, saying that their spy sent a report after visiting Bakfong 3 days ago. Then the lord reads the letter, which states that he killed his merchants and stole their gold coins. The lord becomes furious because he had sent the letter warning about this. He immediately questions how Liu did it, and then says they will change their plans and now will destroy that cheap city. Back at the protagonist's residence, we see that Vaya says they are very evil, like demons. She then starts crying, leaning against the maid's chest. Our boy is in shock after hearing everything she said, so he calls her attention by extending his hand. This makes her scared, but the protagonist gently caresses her, telling her not to worry because he will help Vaya get her revenge. Then our boy asks Mina how she would fight against the royal knights, and she replies that she does not know how she will do it. Even so, no matter who they are, if they attack her master, she will kill them. Suddenly, a romantic scene begins to unfold. Vaya becomes slightly embarrassed as she feels a moment forming between Liu and Mina. Thus, we return to the enslaved people who are carrying wooden logs and cutting them. Tis ends up sneezing and then comments that maybe her sister is saying her name from afar. A soldier orders her to move faster, and Tis questions whether he knows how heavy that log is. A little girl right behind her seems to be struggling and ends up falling to the ground. Then the soldier steps on her and asks if she is blind while the other demi-humans watch. Soon, he shouts, questioning what the filthy beasts are looking at, and suddenly, he gets hit in the face with a log. After that, Tis asks the little girl if she's okay. Fallen on the ground, the soldier asks how that filthy slave dares to do this, and she apologizes, saying she did not see him. Getting up, he says he will kill her, and some other soldiers tell him to hurry up because Lord Omar will arrive in 2 days. Walking away, the man says she was lucky. Meanwhile, she smiles, saying she is not afraid. After that, she asks if the little girl is okay and adds that she should be more careful next time, because most humans treat them like trash, and the little girl asks if they will live like this forever. Then she states that there will still be many chances to escape in the future. 2 days pass, and Lord Omar arrives on his horse, surrounded by soldiers carrying new equipment. He is wearing a cliché mask and raising his sword, declares that their destination is Bakfong. Elsewhere, a person says that the thieves stole their food and killed their families. The warriors shout in fury, and the protagonist orders them to raise their swords because they will protect those they love, and for that reason, they will fight to the death. Liu states that his destination is Bakfong. Upon arriving, they meet a dwarf lord who declares that Baron Li Feng has finally arrived, and the protagonist says that Omar will not escape him. Then the dwarf embraces him in gratitude. His soldier arrives with news that a large group of thieves was detected 5 kilometers away, and it seems they are Lord Omar's men. Liu says this happened 3 days earlier than expected, and the dwarf questions whether they can win this way. Our boy says that Omar will not even reach the city gates, which makes him very happy. Someone shouts that whoever manages to open the city gate will be rewarded. Arrows are fired at the bandits. The protagonist orders the second team to shoot, and again, arrows fly through the air. Confident, Lord Omar watches the entire situation from a cliff and then says that Liu has already made all his preparations, yet it will be useless. He soon orders the rear to be blocked and some demi-humans to be sent in. Some random fool beside him follows the order. Arriving at the location, he says that Lord Omar's orders will be a great opportunity for all of them, because they must all go to the city entrance and whoever succeeds will be rewarded. Obviously, they become agitated. Tis knows they want to use them as some kind of test subjects in combat, and an idiot asks if they do not think this is a good opportunity. Suddenly, his head flies through the air, and the people are terrified. Raising his sword, he declares that anyone who stays behind will be killed, and at that moment, the massacre begins. Meanwhile, Liu is above the tower when he suddenly notices something. It is the second group of thieves about to attack. The soldiers fire again, and right behind them, a man says they must let those damn demi-humans die for them. In his mind, he says that once they take down Bakfong, he will be the absolute leader. Most of the demi-humans begin to die, but Tis easily dodges the arrows coming her way. Laughing, she states that it will not be that easy. A scream is heard by Tis, and she sees a man grabbing a little girl to use as a shield. He says he is sorry, but right now he does not want to die. The arrows are coming, and Tis rushes forward to help. She collides with the two, saving them. Getting up, she yells, asking what the hell he was doing. Even so, he says he does not want to die, and unfortunately, an arrow appears, and it ends up piercing his chest, causing his death. Mina feels something different as she watches the demi-humans being killed, and then says they are not thieves. This puts the protagonist on alert about the situation. Furious, Lord Liu becomes enraged that they use poor children as shields. The soldiers leave, commenting that they will fight the thieves to the death. A man is happy because this means the arrows are finished. Then he orders that the demi-humans must go ahead, which confuses the soldiers since they were the reason the team was split. The thief prepares his attack, which ends up hitting a soldier who, fortunately, manages to defend himself. Even so, the thieves manage to get through, and a man shouts, ordering them to kill them all. All the bandits advance, and the battle begins face to face, with neither side at a disadvantage. A massive attack is prepared, and without any caution, a soldier ends up being hit. His weapon is completely shattered, and he immediately runs, saying they cannot keep fighting. The man declares that the protagonist's head will be his, and all the soldiers rush toward the gate. Upon entering, she becomes frightened as it was an ambush and also a false alarm that the arrows had run out. Some fools were right in the middle, and without any mercy, our boy orders the gate to be closed and for them to fire their arrows. The man ends up being killed by the arrows, and not just him, but all his companions as well. Some demi-humans become scared, thinking that now it will be their turn. Some soldiers place a bucket of food, and they wonder what that smell is because it smells so good. The protagonist says that this food is for them, which makes them very happy. Then and after that, Tis rushes forward, saying that eating is the priority, so they must get out of her way. Thus, she repeats over 10 plates. Everyone else also rushes to grab the food, and seeing this scene makes the protagonist happy. A man arrives, ordering everyone to wait for him, which puts the soldiers on alert. He then announces that the city gate of Bakfong has been broken, and that Baron Omar's men are approaching the castle. Elsewhere, we see that people are desperate and some bandits advance fervently. Omar states that the protagonist would never have imagined that the demi-humans were merely a distraction, and then orders his bandits to advance more quickly. Our boy says he underestimated the Baron. Clenching his fist in fury, he shouts for the entire elite troop to be prepared as soon as possible and heads straight for the castle. The dwarf and his son notice something, and unable to believe it, they both become frightened. Since those are the thieves, he orders all the gates to be closed and not to let anyone enter. Unfortunately, this does not happen because the man who was going to close the gate was struck by a long-range sword attack, and another was hit by an arrow. Some bandits shout to eliminate the city lord, and arrows fly towards them. The protagonist finally arrives, which calms them down a bit. Since Liu has finally arrived to save them, a true massacre begins. With his thunder sword, the protagonist starts eradicating the bandits. Then they notice a presence behind him, but he easily defends against the attack without even looking. A man orders his team to attack, yet is pointless, as another attack emerges and a large number of knights begin to advance. With their shining armor, they cause chaos in the middle of the battlefield, and the Lord states that Baron Liu is powerful. Both troops are about to collide with each other. Omar comments that he has wanted to meet the protagonist for a long time, but our boy interrupts him, saying that his thieves entered this territory without authorization, so they must leave immediately, or they will die right there. Giving a brief smile, Omar states that it is a pity, since he left his position as quickly as possible and brought only a small number of his best troops. Thinking he has won, he orders everyone to attack. Soon, the real battle begins. Moving to another place, more precisely within Bakfong. The demi-humans are having a meal. A man with pink hair says that the city lord took fewer than 600 men, while Master Omar brought more than 4,000, so there is no possibility of victory. The old man says it is better to flee from there. This frightens everyone as the protagonist was the one who saved them. Even so, the situation is critical, because if they are captured again, they will be enslaved. The little girl asks if they will not leave like the others. Returning to the center of the battle, we observe that things are terrible. Maina states that if they continue like this, they will lose, and suddenly, a gate opens. Dwarves reveal themselves, saying they have come to help. This makes the protagonist happy because their help increases the chances of victory. Omar shows no expression at that moment. Seconds after the fight ends, the enemies leave, saying they cannot do anything more. An explosion occurs, terrifying everyone. At the center of it all, Tis drops a massive log of wood, commenting that she will eat a lot after this battle. The little girl supports her older sister. The bandits become discouraged, since she is handling a mere log so easily as if it were a sword. Then she throws that piece of tree at them. Thus, they fly into the sky like shooting stars. Going one by one, she begins to defeat them all, and Mina urges everyone to take advantage of the opportunity to capture Omar. Then they begin advancing toward him. He notices that the two are approaching. A man suddenly appears and blocks the attack. This forces the protagonist and Mina to retreat after the block, and both realize that this is the royal knight that Vaya had mentioned. Mina states that she will take care of this man and asks her lord to attack Omar. Advancing, he asks her to be careful. The royal knight wastes no time and attacks Mina, who who manages to defend herself and then tells him that she will be his opponent. Lord Omar begins to flee, and when Liu hesitates for a brief moment, he takes the opportunity to launch an attack. Our protagonist jumps off his horse and manages to dodge it. Omar says that nobles learn to wield swords from childhood, so dealing with someone like him will be easy. Liu asks for a demonstration of all that he claims, which makes Omar furious. Then he shouts, saying that even on the brink of death, Liu remains arrogant. Despite launching multiple attacks, he cannot land a single hit. He begins to realize the difference in level between them. The protagonist advances and manages to strike him, easily knocking him to the ground. His mask flies into the air, and after that, the boy states that he already knew it was him and then shouts that today will be his end. Omar realizes that it may be too late, but the royal knight arrives to intervene. A single swing of his sword manages to hit the protagonist. Smiling, Omar says that he arrived just in time and asks him to kill Liu. Lord Liu wonders where Mina is. Even so, he realizes that he has no time to think about that now. Throwing himself to the side, he dodges the attack. Then he grabs his sword, which was on the ground. The royal knight attacks him, and even so, Lord Liu manages to defend himself but admits that his speed is impressive. Both clash their swords in the air, and the battle continues fiercely. Neither side gives any openings in this intense combat. With great skill, the royal knight manages to land a hit. Fortunately, it only grazes the protagonist. The royal knight prepares for another magnificent strike. Elsewhere on the battlefield, we see Tis destroying everyone. The bandits shout to capture her, and she, enraged, tells them all to come at her at once because dealing with them is too easy. Her clothes end up bursting apart, and the thieves begin to feel powerless since they are perverts. She says it is better this way for fighting as it allows her to be more flexible. Jumping at them, she declares that now she will destroy them. Returning to the protagonist, he is at a disadvantage in the fight because although he can read the knight's movements, he still cannot dodge all of them. The royal knight finds it interesting to have someone who can keep up with him in battle. Tis pauses to help the protagonist and then kicks a massive log on the ground that goes flying toward the royal knight. He dodges it and attacks Tis, but our boy steps in front and defends her. She tries to take advantage of the opening to attack. The ground is completely destroyed by her overwhelming strength. The knight then decides to retreat, realizing that he cannot deal with them now, and soon asks them to introduce themselves. Both introduce themselves as he requested. Smiling, he says this is interesting. Then he acknowledges that coming to the west was not a waste of time. The knight comments that he will remember them when they meet again, and Lord Omar asks what he is doing, as he should kill them immediately and follow his orders. The royal knight pauses for a moment. He says that if he were not hiding his identity, he would have already killed Omar. This greatly frightens the Lord as he did not expect such a thing. He quickly tries to say that his father is a count and therefore he will not be able to escape. Tis states that she could fight him over 300 times. Omar starts to panic, saying that no one can harm him. Then he screams, claiming that he is untouchable. Tis and Liu land a powerful punch to his face. Our boy asks her to tie him up. Desperate, the protagonist rushes to find Mina. Night falls over the castle. Many people are celebrating their victory. Tis says that with wine and meat, she is very happy, and some men continue to observe her. The dwarf comments that he thought his time had come. Then he shouts, declaring that Baron Liu Feng is incredible. Thus, we move to another place, to the guest rooms, where the protagonist is with two other people, watching over Mina, who is lying down. Little by little, she begins to wake up. Everyone there is happy, as she had been unconscious for over a day. Getting up, she asks where her master is. Then she says that she was an idiot for trying to fight a royal knight alone and apologizes for it. Our boy remains silent and says nothing. Then he approaches her and, giving her a kiss on the forehead, says that she is very foolish and adds that he is happy she is okay. The girl beside him becomes embarrassed by the situation. An elderly man says that young people are adorable. The city lord enters, saying that the party cannot continue without the hero. Then they start pushing him forward. Mina says that she is fine, so they can go. The protagonist feels that something is wrong, but he lets it go. People shout that they want to drink 5 large jugs of wine. Mina seems a bit frail after waking up and while crying says that she is very weak. With great joy, the celebration continues. Most of the people there are very happy to have survived the attack. Tis asks if he is an idiot for making such a foolish decision. A guy ignores her and continues. Easily, he loses in arm wrestling. A fat man announces that she has won 17 times in a row. Tis stands up, asking if anyone else wants to try. The little girl says that she is really cool. Then they start shouting that Master Liu has arrived. Everyone is very happy that he is well and raising his hand. He thanks everyone for their efforts in defeating the thieves and protecting each of their homes. Therefore, now they must toast a victory, and then our boy signals to the old man. A man says that this is his specialty, a canned fish, which confuses everyone because the smell seems strange. Looking from afar, it appears to be just a normal fish. A random man asks how long that fish has been stored, and he responds that it has been half a month. This surprises and frightens him. Soon, they begin to question whether it is even edible. At that very moment, the fish disappears. Tis devours it and asks why they are being so slow with the food. In her mind, she comments that the taste is not that bad. The guy there asks for another canned fish. That same old man asks if he wants to test his tasting abilities. Soon he prepares another fish and grabbing his fork, he brings it directly to his mouth, devouring it. At that moment, he feels that it is very delicious, and he experiences a pleasant sensation as if he were in the middle of the ocean. He starts describing the taste as sour and sweet. From a distance, the protagonist says that it is ketchup, and he adds that it can also eliminate the fishy odor and keep it fresh. This excites them, and they say that they also want to try it. The boy asks if she's not going to taste the food, but she does not seem to hear him. He then shouts to get her attention, and she asks if he wants to die. He does not understand what happened since the food is so delicious that she still refuses to eat. Behind some crates, Tis stole some of the canned fish for the little raccoon girl. She notices that the protagonist is approaching. Then she asks if something is wrong. Our boy responds that nothing is wrong, he is just wondering what the canned fish tastes like. Tis states that she does not trust humans, and that she only helped to repay them for the rice, so now she owes nothing. Liu simply accepts this. Then he walks away, saying that he will take them to a place where they can try even more delicious foods, stuffed pies and other delicacies. This shocks her, but then she is pushed by the crowd that is pulling the protagonist along. The Lord says that he wants to know more about the canned fish. Our boy says that the production process is very complicated and that those were all that remained. The three become sad because it is gone. A chubby man says that in the city of Paxai they sell everything. So the Lord wonders if he can visit his city, and the protagonist replies that he can. Liu thinks that the city of Bakfong is in good hands. A boy also eats the food. Then he asks his father if they can go to the city too. We are introduced to the merchant Soro, who responds to his son that perhaps they can go. Since Baron Liu is very interesting, night finally falls. Bandits are running through the city. A bearded man notices something on the rooftop. Then he shouts that he has found her. A white-skinned demon, the legendary Alpha Lisa. He immediately throws his sword, saying that the 1,000 gold coin bounty is now his. The girl realizes that she will have to dodge, so she quickly leaps. At that moment, she prepares a counterattack with her bow. Both of them are terrified by her skill, but is already too late, and they are struck by 2 arrows in the head. She falls and says that this place is getting dangerous, so she cannot stay in the Imperial City any longer. Changing locations, we see some people setting sail, and among them is the protagonist, who is returning to his city. The Lord said that when his son is ready to inherit the city, even a protagonist will be able to rest when he grows old. Out of nowhere, he spots his son heading toward the ship. He shouts to his father to find another heir because he wants to go to the city of Taiyang. Our boy asks him to calm down. Then someone catches his attention. It is the demi-humans thanking him for saving them. Even the old man who was about to flee is there. The soldiers say that these are the people who ran away, ate for free, and then returned after the battle was over. Our boy asks if he had not already said that they are now free to do as they wish. This leaves them stunned. The protagonist states that in his city, even if they are demi-humans, everyone has rights. As long as they work, they can earn a living. This makes them completely emotional. Tis says that the protagonist is not bad after all. Then the protagonist appears beside her, asking what she is doing there. The girl replies that she has something to do in her city. Liu smiles upon hearing her response. Finally, the protagonist sets sail toward his home. The citizens are working as usual when they notice that their master has returned, and everyone expresses their happiness. Then they send a man to inform everyone that the Lord has returned. Rumors spread everywhere that he defeated Omar and the thieves. An old woman cries because her master has returned without any deaths or losses. A purple-haired man shouts, "Long live the Lord forever," and everyone repeats it as well. Liu tells Vaya and Nickel that he is back. The girl is overjoyed and throws herself into her master's arms. When she realizes what she has done, she becomes very embarrassed and dizzy. Our boy asks Vaya if she likes her new outfit, and she replies that she does. Liu explains that Omar and his knights were taken by Mina to be punished, which makes her happy. She then hugs the protagonist, thanking him. We see that our fearless hero has been defeated by an enormous opponent. The three are not happy seeing this. Vaya says that this was not her intention. Our boy sneaks away, commenting that he has a new friend to introduce, a demi-human, Tis from the Buffalo race. The girls begin comparing, realizing that compared to her, they are nothing. Nicole announces that she will provide some clothes for her. The demi-human people look at the castle, saying that the structure is incredible. Lalisa says that the buildings in Kaksai City are the biggest and best she has ever seen. The old man says that the master has prepared houses for those who want to work in the city and adds that they are for rent. This confuses them, so he explains that they will have to pay monthly, and the amount of money will depend on the size of the land they rent. Then he opens the door, saying that if they want to stay in that house, they will have to pay 10 copper coins per month. The woman inside gets angry and starts throwing everything she can at the old man. Even while lying on the ground, he continues to provide the information. Elisa steps forward and says that she wants a house just for herself. Getting up, the old man understands. The people do not know what to do since they have no money. Even so, this makes them happier, because their master knew this would happen. Therefore, if they do not have money now, they can owe little, and when they get a job, the amount will be deducted from their wages. The old man recommends that they live together to share the debts, so the cost for each person will be lower. Then everyone starts crying, saying that Baron Liu is a great man, and for that reason, they will do their best to repay the money. Minghu says that where they will live, there is a large commercial tent ahead. The merchant says that all these structures are enviable. Out of nowhere, the Hatter feels a stomachache and runs off, saying that he needs to go to the bathroom quickly. Minghu tries to warn him that in this city, defecating in the street is not allowed. Unfortunately, it is already too late, and his pants now have an unpleasant bulge. Then he soils his own clothes. Of course, this does not go unnoticed, and the locals ask if he did not see the sign prohibiting personal needs in that area. He tries to say that he could not hold it. The man asks if he is joking and forcefully taps the sign, pointing out that it clearly states he must use the bathroom. Then he points ahead, saying, "There it is, the legendary public restroom." Somewhat scared, the Hatter asks if they must always go to such a place whenever they need to relieve themselves. The man replies that their lord said all infectious diseases originate from filth, so they implemented a protective measure. This information shocks everyone, so they start running to rent a house as soon as possible. When he also tries to leave, he is stopped by a man who says he must step into his own mess and also pay 5 copper coins. He then asks if he is going or not, and the man responds that he will go and pay right away. A large group of people heads toward the women's restroom. Then they open the door and enter. The old man states that he wants to see wonderful things in that bathroom. The women scream, calling him a pervert. Sometime later, people come out saying that this bathroom is incredible. The merchant's son says that the toilet paper is very good. Then he smells something delicious. He points, saying that food is also sold there. Minghu states that this is the most popular cake stall, and if they are hungry, they can go eat. But when he looks back, everyone has already disappeared. The people had already run off, and the crowd clears the way. The Hatter thinks that everyone there is very generous and polite. The truth is that each person is asking when was the last time they took a bath because they must be very dirty. Sora wonders if he really smells that bad. The old man nearby starts vomiting. Then he tells his son that it is better to take a bath before eating. Minghu says that there is a public bathhouse for all citizens in the west side of the city. That is where people gather to clean themselves. The merchant says that it looks like a huge lake. A black substance starts coming off him. His son states that he is very dirty. Charging at him, he says that if he had not fallen into dirty water a few days ago, he would be clean. A kid shouts that he is making everything filthy. Sometime later, they finally come out clean and refreshed. Both say that it has been a long time since they had such a good bath. The little boy says that he really likes this place and asks if he can stay here forever. His father asks if his son remembers the purpose of coming here. A boy thinks it is to find a suitor for his sister. The merchant says it is to find a great business partner, but still, if he can introduce a good man. Then he is interrupted by his son, who tells him to look. Everyone wonders what that place is. Minghu says that this is the great commercial plaza of Xijiang City, and most are impressed by its enormous size. The older man adds that there is a huge variety of products, and if they want, they can take a look. There they have everything, from colorful lollipops to ancient vases and relics. The merchant states that this pottery is of high quality, and besides, the price is very cheap. They all says that this place is wonderful. A group of people starts pushing, telling others to get out of the way. Alyssa asks if they are not watching where they are going. The merchant sees that the crowd is going crazy. A fight breaks out from all sides. A man shouts that they are overreacting, and he adds that just because they are rich, it does not mean they can buy everything and leave nothing for others. Both look at each other in the middle of this argument. Then they laugh and say that it is not their problem. Then they say they are sorry, but in reality, having money means they can do whatever they want. This makes most people angry, but someone catches their attention. They claim to be a security group for the market and state that their order is that everyone can buy anything, but there must still be a limit on the quantity of each product. This unsettles both of them. The man says he collected the excess and of course, will refund the money. Then he asks for cooperation. Otherwise, they will have to take drastic measures. The Hatter tells them to do whatever they want. Very happily, the man says that now their money is worthless. Leaving the area, they are slightly annoyed that the market is limited for those who are just starting out. A little boy approaches his father and asks, "What is this lollipop?" The merchant thinks to himself that a purchase limitation not only prevents price inflation, but also stops an ordinary person from spending too much money. Someone comments that Nicole worked very hard on this. She says that it is not a big deal. Mina eats the pizza in a way that resembles an animal, but she is not the only one. Our boy comments that Nicole will soon become the #1 cook in the city. The two start fighting over the pizza slice. Tis takes advantage and grabs it. Then she ignores them, saying that she cannot hear anything. Vaya is happy with this atmosphere, but she also feels a little nervous. Then she stands up, saying that she has something to say. She quickly bows and says that she has a question. She then asks if he is okay after the headbutt, and the protagonist replies that he is. Vaya explains that her parents are the chiefs of the rabbit tribe. Due to the wrath of the ice goddess, her family had to abandon their homeland and leave the south. During their journey, her parents ended up being captured and sold as slaves by humans. Because of this, they tried to help them escape from that hell, But then something terrible happened, and she soon states that her people must be waiting for her return. She lowers her head again, saying that she wants to bring them to Chaiyang City. Our boy ponders her words as if he already knows the answer, and the other two do as well. Hiss, however, does not understand what they are talking about. Liu says that the journey will be very long and that returning will be very difficult. Therefore, he will have the wolf team escort her back so that she will be safe on the way. Hearing this makes her very happy, and just as she is about to hug him again, the three tell her to stop, and even though it is already nighttime, they start preparing for her departure. We see that Mina is also going with Vaya. Demi-humans are very sensitive to humans, so to avoid any misunderstandings, our boy states that her wounds have only just healed. Vaya says that perhaps it would be better to go alone, but both of them shout that this is a terrible idea. Leo accepts her request, but she must still promise to return safe and sound. Placing her hand on her chest, she asks them not to worry because she is a warrior of the cat tribe. Like an old man taking care of his children, he starts telling her to be careful about many things. Mina places her hand on his face, then approaches and suddenly kisses his cheek. Vaya's eyes sparkle. The other girl gets angry because she is both jealous and envious, and the other two are embarrassed. Climbing onto her horse, Mina says that she will return soon, and our boy simply waves goodbye. In her mind, Mina affirms that she will return much stronger to protect her master. One day after this, we see Liu sitting in his chair, seemingly very happy, but then a pile of paperwork falls onto his desk. The girl tells her master that it is time to work and then starts questioning something. She quickly asks if Ellie needs anything, and she responds that she does not. This relieves him greatly. Then he says that there are so many documents that he will not be able to finish them tonight, and that perhaps if he had a secretary, it would help. At that moment, Ellie states that she can help. The protagonist says that he will ask Nicole to make her favorite food. Our boy asks if she can help with the business paperwork. Taking the papers, she tells him not to underestimate her, as she used to work on these matters with her father before. She adds that she always did something like this. Then she asks about the order to limit purchases. Our boy asks if there is something wrong. She replies that there is not, but she just remembered that there were many merchants alongside the demi-humans. Since the nature of businessmen is to buy cheap and sell high, and the goods that the protagonist sells attract many other traders, this order will prevent things from piling up. Because if too many foreigners show up, daily consumption will be affected. The limitation also ensures that his citizens have enough for personal consumption and prevents an excessive appeal to external merchants. She adds that if no more merchants come, a city will have more supply than demand, which will be bad in the long run. In his thoughts, Liu acknowledges that Ellie is good at internal affairs. The protagonist asks what she would do in his place. She replies that she would do something about the restriction order. Someone shouts, saying they want to meet the city lord. Nicole informs him that there is a group of merchants outside wanting to meet him. Ellie says that they are a bunch of idiots, and our boy realizes that they came because of the limitation. Ignoring that, he asks if his food is ready, and Nicole replies that now is not the time for that. The protagonist tells her to inform the merchants that they will meet at the Zui Show building. Everyone receives this message. A random guy says that an invitation to that building is limited and costs more than 5 silver coins. Of course, this price shocks most of them. He also adds that he heard some participants will have the right to supply goods. Sora wonders if this is just a rumor. Nicole arrives, catching their attention. She introduces herself as the chief administrator of the city. Then she says that the master has invited him to a banquet tomorrow at the building and hands him the invitation. This surprises her greatly, and the others are shocked and envious. She then tries to talk to Nicole to get another invitation. Sora thanks her for the invitation. Thus, we head to the building. The place is magnificent. The food is also delicious. Moreover, it is a very classy and refined establishment. Tis is eager to eat. The waitress informs her that she can choose whatever she likes. Tis orders a large amount of meat, so she walks away with her plate full. Alyssa wonders why she does not have such a big stomach to handle so much food. We see that nearly everyone has gathered in the building. Owona asks all those with an invitation to proceed to the second floor row. Then she picks something up from the floor. Minutes later, everyone arrives on the second floor, and she tells them to wait there for the master. The Hatter comments that even the wine glass is very sophisticated. Another one states that the chair is very shiny and soft. Then the door closes. Some merchants sit, waiting for the protagonist. The Hatter says that everyone there has their own intentions. We see that some are conspiring to gain an advantage. Then he suddenly shouts that most of them want the limitation removed. Both the Lord's son and Sora remain silent. This statement sparks an intense discussion among the merchants. The Hatter says that he has a plan. Everyone urges him to share it. Then he leans in a little closer. The Hatter states that they need to go against the Lord. Obviously, a certain man does not think this is a good idea, since he does not want to be killed just for business. The Hatter shouts for them not to be afraid, because he is an aristocrat and claims that the protagonist would not have the guts to stab him. A wretched man shouts so loudly that it can be heard throughout the entire castle, and he even adds that the protagonist will never be able to touch them. The others start agreeing, but what they do not know is that their conversation is being overheard by the protagonist. Ellie comments that this device is incredible. Our boy begins to explain how it works. Liu says that sound is a type of wave, so all it takes is using something to detect it and funnel it into another room like a cone. He adds that this device will be placed all over the city, so Ellie must hire someone trustworthy and with a good memory. It could be 5 or 4 people, and she takes notes on this. Mikkel appears to be troubled. Then she shouts, saying that her master was so kind, but now these merchants want to take advantage of him. Immediately, our boy covers her mouth, because someone could have overheard this conversation, and Mikkel apologizes. Our boy states that they should let them enjoy themselves for now because later, they will be in the palm of his hand. Mikkel is moved by his words. Then she calls Ellie over to crush them, and smiling, Ellie says to leave it to her. The protagonist enters the room and also apologizes for the delay. Everyone stands up and greets the city lord. Our boy waves his hand toward his seat and asks them to sit down. Then he adds that he called them there because this is the grand opening of his restaurant and he would like them all to try his food. He then asks Ellie to bring the dishes. She claps her hands, calling the waitress, who arrives with 6 plates of food, all of which look delicious. Those who were hungry are left speechless. Smiling, the protagonist asks everyone to taste it. Our boy then eats his meal and simply comments that perhaps Nickel's cooking will not satisfy the merchants, but is quite the opposite as chaos erupts and they start fighting over the food. Liu asks Ellie to bring some forks and knives because the pigs are using their hands to eat. The Hatter starts grinning. Then he states that there is no restaurant better than this in the entire kingdom, but he questions whether this was the only reason they were invited. Becoming more serious, the protagonist states that it is about the market restrictions. Then he says that he does not handle that, but rather his secretary, Miss Ellie, who is right beside him. An old man wonders if a demi-human is managing business affairs. Ellie feels uncomfortable and then becomes furious, asserting herself at the table. Everyone falls silent. She shouts, asking if they are looking down on her because she is of another race, and if that is the case, she will ensure that the restriction is never lifted. Immediately, everyone remains quiet. Then she begins explaining that the economic power of the nobles is greater and that if they are allowed to buy more, they will buy more. She asks if her master is being treated like a mere fool. Then she comments that the market sales benefit common people, which is why the prices are low, adding that if the restriction is removed, the market will collapse because everyone wants to buy cheap and sell high, and the Hatter tries to argue, asking if they do not believe them. Ellie states that her master enjoys working with merchants, but not with those who have closed minds and little capability. The 2 men claim that they are certainly not small merchants, especially since they paid 10 silver coins for the invitation. Even so, she tells them that they are still small. He questions what she means by that. Ellie asks them not to take it the wrong way as it is nothing personal, but she refers to everyone in that room as small. Compared to her master, they are all just small-time merchants. This surprises everyone in the room, as they never expected to hear such words coming from a mere demi-human. After this chaos, we move to another location, more specifically, Mount Cam 2. Everyone continues the journey despite being surrounded by snow. Many monsters attack them, but Mina easily takes them down and quickly gets rid of them. Vaya thinks that she is still useless. Suddenly, her stomach growls. Mina says they can stop to eat and rest for a bit before continuing, but Vaya disagrees, saying she can go further. Her expression clearly shows that she does not want to cause more problems. Even so, her stomach growls again. Mina starts laughing and Vaya becomes slightly embarrassed by the situation, so they finally take a break. Mina hands Via something to eat and she asks what it is. Mina responds that her master called it a biscuit. Besides, it does not fill much, but it is still not bad since it tastes good. Vaya says that their master is very kind, and Mina agrees with her statement. After a brief silence, she says she has a question. Mina tells her she can ask. She then questions whether the master would marry a demi-human woman, which shocks Mina. Mina asks what the hell that is about, and Vaya apologizes for the unexpected question. She also says that she saw Mina kissing the young master, so she could not help but think about it. Mina responds that yes, he would, which leaves Via impressed. With a slight smile, she states that their master once said that he would marry a demi-human one day. We see Via looking a bit sad, since if the master marries a demi-human, he will be ridiculed. Mina states that she used to think the same, but when she heard his words about only wanting to marry one, she was very happy. At that moment, she also thought the protagonist was not taking the question seriously, but their boy always keeps the promises he makes. She adds that everything that seemed impossible in the eyes of others became possible when their master went and did it, so Liu will certainly marry her. Vaya watches this confession, and when she realizes what Mina just said, she becomes very embarrassed. She then quickly shouts that she did not say anything and also asks Mina to keep it a secret. The 3 people hiding behind the rock say that they saw everything, heard most of it, and were even moved by such determination. Now we return to the discussion at the restaurant, where everyone is shouting, questioning how she dares to say such things. Ellie asks if none of them can handle the truth. She then begins specifying that she knows each of them has about 90 gold coins in their pockets, as well as 5 or 6 wives and expensive clothes. Then she points to a plate of cabbage and asks how much it costs. The old man does not know the answer since it is just cabbage. Ellie states that it is of the highest quality because it is very fresh. Moreover, the cost is approximately 65 coins, which terrifies everyone. She begins describing that each dish there costs around 380 coins. The men start getting nervous as this goes beyond their understanding. Ellie states that 10 silver coins are nothing, yet they were dissatisfied with the price. She also adds that these dishes are the daily meals of her and her master. She then asks once again how scoundrels like them have the audacity to think about cooperating with her master. The protagonist starts laughing because in his mind he comments that they have reached the final stage and the girl understands the message. The Hatter tries to argue that he can promote the city, which would attract many more people and bring benefits. This way, the Baron would also eventually gain advantages, and the old man agrees with this. Ellie says that she has already devised a plan regarding commerce, since if they take their goods to other cities and sell them there, they will earn much more money. Everyone starts panicking and begs her not to do that. The protagonist states that this is just his idea and perhaps his secretary has a better plan. Then they start flattering her, even though she obviously does not care. Ellie says that she will cooperate by implementing tariffs. The people ask how the hell this can be commercialized. She explains that there are small quantities available and that she will not charge anything for now. But if they proceed, tariffs will apply, and the more items there are, the higher the cost will be. Everyone says that this will not bring them much benefit. Ellie replies that even so, they will make a lot of money. Sora comments that this is interesting since the tariff not only helps increase prices but also allows merchants to store a large quantity of goods. He then states that this is a very intelligent move. Ellie mentions that if they are not willing to accept this, she will try another plan, of course. Staying on the same topic, they soon reach an agreement peacefully. Sometime later, she starts trembling. Then she shouts, saying that what she did was impressive and asks if her master saw it. He responds and adds a thank you while also patting her head. At that moment, she becomes embarrassed. Then she says that it was just a simple problem and also claims that there is nothing she cannot do. Our boy then leaves the building. Sora appears, saying that he wants to discuss something and that he will not waste his time. Liu states that he also wanted to do business with him. Then he asks him to follow and Sora is happy about this. So we move to the carriage where a boy comments that his transport moves very fast and on top of that, does not shake, making it truly impressive. Ellie smiles and then begins explaining that this carriage has anti-shock equipment and that nothing in this world compares to it. The little boy is very excited. Sora says that this is expected from the master. Our boy says that he knows Mr. Sora is a great merchant connected to cities in both the north and south, and that these great things are the sole purpose of his life. Sora confirms that this is true. Liu says that he's a great man with immense knowledge, which is why he wants to negotiate. Sora asks what kind of business they will discuss. For a brief moment, our boy remains silent, then says that Sora will find out soon. Next, we move to the factory where Sora and his son remark that the place is enormous. Our boy says that this is just the entrance, and when they go inside, they are surprised. The protagonist says that this is what he wants to discuss with him. With each step, they become more and more amazed by the size and capacity of the facility. His son is also very excited, saying that there are so many fabrics. Our boy asks Ellie how many rolls of fabric they currently have. Checking her notebook, she says that there are approximately 40 low-level rolls and 20 medium-level rolls. And as they walk further, they see that there are many more. Liu asks what the current daily production is. She responds that it is about 20 to 40 rolls per day on average. The little boy starts saying everything Ellie was about to mention. Then he tells his father that they could make more than 50 gold coins per year. Our boy states that his son has the soul of a merchant. Sora is happy to hear this, but Ellie feels a bit jealous and quite irritated. Sora then asks a question, pointing out that fabric rolls are made manually, requiring a lot of time and effort. So he asks how they can produce so many at once. Ellie states that this is a secret and that she will not reveal it. The protagonist prepares to explain and she becomes furious about it. Then she tells everyone to follow her. While adjusting her clothes, Ellie questions what is happening. Then she sees the boy teasing her. She immediately asks how he dares to do that. Sometime later, as they continue moving forward, Sora is shocked by what he sees, because right before him is an automatic fabric-making machine. Ellie asks if he does not recognize it and is about to explain when his son jumps in, saying it is used for counting friction. Standing near the machine, he asks how it is operated. The protagonist asks Ellie to teach him. Seeing her chance, she accepts the order and then pulls him toward the machine, telling him to come closer and watch carefully. Then she begins demonstrating her incredible skills with the cutting machine. Both of them say that this is amazing. Quickly, Ellie produces a beautiful piece of fabric and then smugly asks what they think. The little boy states that she is really cool. This makes her blush and she immediately responds that it is nothing. Our boy asks how long it will take for low-level fabric production to increase to 100 rolls. She replies that all skilled workers have already been trained, so there's nothing to worry about. Sora wonders if the protagonist is some kind of god. The protagonist asks if he can verify the quality of this fabric. He responds that it is smooth and of high quality, and besides that, only nobles can use this type of fabric. Ellie, upon hearing this response, scoffs. She then states that fabrics are divided into 6 levels, and that this piece is low level, the kind that ordinary people wear. He is surprised because if this is true, even the king could buy it. Our boy then asks what he thinks, since he has good business connections and must clearly know how much these products cost. In his mind, Sora thinks that these things must cost at least a few gold coins and that he will profit more than 1,000 per year. Then he says that he really wants to work with the protagonist, and to express his goodwill, he will only take 1% of the total profits. Liu thought he would ask for 3% of the profits. The little boy shouts that it is decided and quickly declares that the protagonist will be his sister's husband, leaving both confused. His father arrives and tells him not to say that out loud. Then he adds that he has a fine daughter who is also extremely intelligent, and if the master wants, he has nothing against it. Elsewhere, we see Mina and Via. They realize that this path is narrow and now they can only walk. This makes Via a little uncomfortable, and even though it is difficult, she pushes forward through the forest. Even the soldiers are struggling. Via cannot endure much longer, and Mina is also a bit worn out. Even so, she says she is fine and adds that her tribe lives ahead. Mina states that from now on, she will follow her soldiers because the demi-humans might get scared. They agree, and Via is happy to be with her, since she is helping a lot. Then she tells Mina to move forward, and they both continue along the path. A liquid that looks like blood drips near them, and Mina starts to smell it. At that moment, she grabs Via's arm and tells her to be silent because something is there. She then moves closer to the surrounding bushes and pushes them aside with her knife. Inside, there is a girl whom Via recognizes as Sum. She asks why Sum is there. Because of this, she rushes toward her, asking if it is really her. Via asks if she is badly hurt and what happened. After calming down a bit, Sum responds that slave traders attacked, and luckily, she managed to escape. Mina becomes furious upon hearing this. Via states that the tribe has guards and questions what happened to Lady Mary. Sum explains that since the days when both of them disappeared, many people were captured. Furthermore, they were taken to be sold as slaves. Then the villagers left and the merchants allowed it to happen. This shocks Via, and she immediately hugs Sum. Mina places her hand on Via's shoulder and states that this is not the time for that because now they will save them. At the village, we see that the demi-humans are suffering the hands of the traders. They even say that they will be sold to nobles and auction houses since there are many wealthy people there. One of the traders arrives and slaps a demi-human who falls to the ground, injured. He then asks his companion beside him if they have found Via, and the other responds that they have not. This makes him furious because she is worth a lot due to being an adorable beast. To vent his anger, he kicks the fallen demi-human. A little girl is very scared and asks if someone will help them, but the old woman does not know how to answer. The trader states that when the ice goddess becomes enraged, she will destroy everything, leaving only death, and things will be even worse for the children. Then he starts laughing, but the demi-human cannot endure such insults and spits in his face. After that, the trader declares that he no longer wants the man to live. He pulls a knife from his pocket and prepares to kill him. Blood splatters to the sides, but fortunately, Mina arrives just in time to defend him. Everyone becomes alert after this, and the traders ask who this woman is. Then they start attacking her, but with her agility, Mina leaps away, dodging, and for a brief moment, she vanishes. In an instant, she slashes their throats, and with her incredible speed, she moves toward the next location, where someone is crying for help. A man is about to be killed, and she immediately charges in, landing a kick and saving the villager. She asks if he is okay and if he can stand. However, it was actually a trap, and he throws something into her eyes. This leaves her dazed, and she suddenly does not know what to do. Everyone starts attacking her, and this sensation reminds her of when she faced the royal knight, terrifying her. A voice emerges asking if she is truly a beast warrior and questioning whether her eyes are the only thing that help her fight. This prompts her to take appropriate action. The man thinks she has already accepted her death. Blood begins to gush, and Mina manages to react and counterattack. The man falls to the ground, and she states that she cannot rely solely on her eyes to fight and will use her other senses. Once again, the bloodbath begins. Stopping her attack, she says she must improve her composition. Looking up, she hears the voice of the person who spoke to her and then sees them. A silver knight, the beast woman, the warrior of the wolf tribe. She leaps from the tree and lands on the ground, destroying everything. With just a swing of her sword, she manages to slice the ground and her opponents. Via is impressed by such skill, and Mina states that the kingdom lacks resources and therefore depends on the human kingdom, and that wolf warriors are the strongest. Each of them can even be stronger than a human. Via says she has heard that wolf warriors only protect the princess and then questions why this one is there. The man falls to the ground terrified. Then he notices something in front of him, and we see that his name is Avery. Mina states that his strength is immense, and Avery turns around and runs off to save the princess, who is inside the cabin. Then he opens the door. He immediately sees the children and the frightened grandmother. The warrior realizes that the princess is not there. Her concern is visible. Via arrives asking if everything is okay, and the children quickly become happy. Since she is alive, even the grandmother starts crying with joy. It is an extremely emotional reunion. Via rushes toward them, happy that everyone is alive. The grandmother states that they had no mercy, not even for the children, and that she protected them as best she could. Via tells her not to worry, because now she has found the land of dreams where demi-humans will be happy, and therefore, they will never suffer again. Avery believes the princess is dead and soon sheathes his sword and leaves, but before that, Mina throws something to him, which he catches without even looking. Then he briefly asks something, and she questions how he can be so strong. Avery has his own reason for never wanting to lose, and lights begin to fall. Mina realizes that their goals are similar, because she also has a reason to never want to lose. The day begins beautifully in the city, and our boy wakes up and starts stretching. Liu says that the life of a great lord is good. Then he notices a presence behind him, but when he turns around, there is nothing. Our boy tells Mu to improve the defenses and selects some men to stand guard. Liu notices that Ellie is watching and then heads inside the building. Liu asks Nicole if the pizza stand is doing well, and she tells him not to worry. Ellie still seems to be acting strangely. The protagonist notices that this is starting to become frequent. The girl then stands up, shouting that she is fed up, leaving them both confused. Sometime later, Ellie goes to the protagonist's office and realizes he is not there. Liu arrives from behind, asking if she is looking for something. Ellie is greatly startled. She immediately steps back, claiming she is not looking for anyone. The protagonist asks if there is a problem. Ellie says it is nothing major, but that she still needs help. Our boy sees that it is information about an investigation mission, about smuggling and tax evasion. Ellie states that they use civilians to escape and avoid taxes, and adds that they also circumvented the law and the system. Seeing all this anger, the protagonist cannot hold back and laughs. She says she does not know how to deal with it. Liu informs her that he had already anticipated this would happen, and that Ngu had already chosen people for the site's security. The protagonist invites her to accompany him and see his new security office. Elsewhere, a person tells an old man to eat quickly because they do not understand why Lord Liu released him. They add that they also heard that Baron Omar was captured, and that if they do not act now, they will not have another opportunity to do so later. The man asks Ryan to follow him. Inside the room, we see several muscular people. The young boy states that, compared to them, he feels small and fragile. He says that the insignia is made of pure steel and costs a few silver coins. He then claims that his team is very good, and that even the city troops do not compare to them. Ryan heads to the vice director's office. A soldier says that his uniform and insignia will be in the office. He wonders if he saw correctly, and then asks if the protagonist wants him to work in security. Our boy responds that that is exactly the case, because he wants him to be his vice and director of the security office. This leaves him quite confused. Liu says that he knows Rayan used to be a knight, but was then evicted and worked in an office where he was not respected. But boy beside him states that the master suffered a lot and was never recognized for his talent, and adds that even his lover Lisa was involved. Liu says that now he will give him an opportunity to work with the best, and from now on he will be responsible for capturing criminals and ensuring the city's security. He then asks if he accepts, and for a brief moment Ryan is confused, but then he closes his eyes and makes the decision to accept. He kneels, swearing loyalty to his lord. Both seem to be satisfied. Sometime later, Ellie asks her master why he took her to the office since the smuggling problem was not resolved. Liu states that now they have a security agency and can take care of those smugglers. Ellie agrees, saying she already knew that. For some reason, she feels something strange. She then begins to say that now the city will be safer, and adds that Ryan is the most suitable for the job. Our boy says that she will also take care of it. Meanwhile, the people of the city are impressed to see that the protagonist is using something to protect himself from the rain. Ellie says that when she arrives, she wants to eat eggs with tomatoes. The old lady asks if the nobles will accept them since they are demi-humans. Vaya states that she does not need to worry because the lord is different from the other nobles. Even so, the old lady remains concerned. But the insecure girl shouts, saying they just need to work well, and nothing bad will happen. Yor agrees with Via, and in his mind says that he does not need to worry because he will not let anything bad happen to the tribe or the protagonist's city. Ellie asks why they are taking so long, and Lee responds that there are many children with them. Tis states that Mina and Via have arrived. Ellie asks where they are because she cannot see them. Then someone grabs her and puts her on their shoulder. Nicole and the protagonist laugh, and Ellie is happy because now she can see them. She quickly waves her arm in greeting, and the old lady is impressed because the city's lord is there waiting for them, even though they are only demi-humans. Our boy says that Mina must be tired. She comments that she is not, and a moment begins to develop between the two. Ellie grabs her arm, pulling her to the side, and then asks if she is injured anywhere. Finally, everyone is together. The old lady gets off the horse, and our boy welcomes everyone. Via bows, asking him to treat the children normally, and adds that they will work. Our boy repeats what she said. Via notices that her lord is more benevolent than she imagined. The protagonist says that while they are in his city, they will not go hungry or be without a place to take refuge. Ellie asks not to worry because she knew there were many children with them and therefore prepared a place. Our boy says that Nicole will take care of the rest and asks the others to rest. She asks the children to follow her, and the two watch. The old lady asks Gyor if she can trust the noble. Yor confirms that he does not know. She says that if anything happens, he must take everyone away immediately. He confirms. Later, Nicole shows them their new home, and everyone is surprised because it is big. She says that there is even a resting room, and the children get excited because everything is very beautiful and soft. Even the blanket has a pleasant smell. Lumi tells her grandmother that it is better to sleep there than on the floor. The old lady questions whether this is some kind of dream. Nickel prepares the food and asks them to eat. The children devour the food, saying it smells good. Soon they even lick the pot, and our boy is happy to see the situation. Leo explains that the city will pay for school and food until they turn 15. After that, they will have to take care of their own expenses. The old lady begins to get emotional and cries. She then bows to her lord. Leo asks her to stand up because he has something he needs her to do for him. His proposal is that she be responsible for the children. She will also help them study, whether they are human or demi-human, and her salary will be 1 silver coin per month. Why are they being treated so well when nobles hate them? Our boy states that to him, humans and demi-humans are the same, and that in his city there will be no discrimination. Everyone there is impressed. Even the children become emotional, and in the protagonist's mind, he says that the main reason is that demi-humans are beautiful. We see Elise leaving the restaurant full, and she comments that she heard about a dish called chicken stew that must be delicious, so she will try it tomorrow. When she touches her pocket to check how much money she has, she notices the weight feels different. She quickly realizes that she has only a few coins left. Reality hits her hard. She has been eating too much these past few days. Looking more closely, she notices that the city's pizzeria is looking for employees. She finds this somewhat concerning, since the requirements are to be a woman and know how to read or write, with a salary of 200 bronze coins per month. Elise says that it is not a small amount of money, and that maybe she can go back to eating at Zui Xiao next month. Nickel and company appear, asking if she is looking for a job, and she replies that she is. Elise observes the city's lord, and Nickel asks her to come inside. We see that it was she who built and designed the place. Our boy says that Nickel is getting better and better, and she is happy, saying that she loves being praised. Tis says that this is her buffalo horn. Ellie claims that her spiral lollipop is much better, and both begin to argue. Ellis questions whether she is invisible there and then asks if they are still hiring. Nickel replies that they are and apologizes. After that, she asks to see her skills, and the first step is to be a waitress. She easily serves the water. Everyone there orders different dishes, and with ease she notes all the orders and then leaves. Mina states that she is good, and the protagonist agrees. She asks if they should investigate her. Our boy responds that it does not have to be that serious, and that they should just keep an eye on her. Cody asks her to cut the vegetables, and Ellis stands still observing. Then she tosses the basket into the air. Nicole just watches as Elise slices everything in an instant. This impresses her, and she immediately asks how she did it. Nicole responds that it would be better to knead the dough. She agrees and goes to do it, but when she takes it out of the bag, she ends up tossing it into the air. Nicole asks her to wait, and Elise questions if she did something wrong. Then she tries to light the fire, but Nicole stops her. However, it is in vain, and everything goes up in flames. Our boy questions what happened. Nicole is embarrassed and asks her master not to look. Liu says that this is really dangerous, and Elise asks to be hired so she can pay for the damages. Our boy places her in the position of a waitress. She says she will do her best, and Vaya says that she also wants to request a job. She then states that she wants to work with the children in the orphanage. Approaching, he says that he would not mind, and that it would be best if she worked as a teacher. Thus, we go to the protagonist's city's elementary school, and he says that it will begin to be used next spring. Vaya asks what books are being used, and Lee responds that the first is about the writing system of his hometown. She thinks that the students must be pleasant. Then we see one of them pretending to be a knight, holding the dragon moon blade, and chaos ensues. Vaya is startled because these are her students. Our boy announces his arrival. The children start running, shouting that it is the city's lord. They ask the protagonist to tell some battle stories, and the three do not understand how the lord manages to do that. Liu states before starting the lesson that he will introduce the new teacher, which is Vlia, and he adds that she will tell them stories and teach them many things. The children begin to praise her, and our boy asks her to watch and learn how to teach. The protagonist says that he has a great story to tell. The children become excited, and Liu says that the story begins in the west, and that a long time ago in the ancient kingdom, there was a mountain called Magical Flowing Fruit, and one day, there was a scream. The rock cracked, and from within, a magical monkey emerged. Vaya watches her lord and is amazed. Then she remains silent as he teaches. The sunlight surrounds the city, and some time later, the children are frightened. Even Via trembles in fear. Our boy talks about demons lurking. Then he suddenly starts coughing just as he is about to continue. Nicole watches her, grabs a bottle of water, and puts it in her mouth. As she is about to finish, she tells them to predict what will happen, listen, and analyze the story. The afternoon and the end of the day are near. The protagonist says that they must submit the assignment within the deadline that teacher Vlaya will set. With that, we see the four discussing our boy's story, and they all become very excited. They want to see what happens next, and he says that he will write the story and leave it in the reading room. They hug him in gratitude, and Vraya seems very sad. She soon catches her master's attention. questioning if she can really be a teacher, because she is afraid she will not do as well as he does and then becomes very sad. Our boy explains that many people in the city do not know how to read, and those who fail to be teachers are those who are impatient, and he is sure that if she educates them, the next generation will never discriminate against demi-humans. Mina is very happy to hear this, and Nicole states that her master is very intelligent. Vaya also becomes very excited and then jumps at the protagonist. The girls scream for her to stop, and in the protagonist's residence, we see Tis feeling very bored since nothing has happened lately. The little girl tells her to find a job like Vaya's. Tis tries to imagine herself as a teacher, even as a cook, but she finds it difficult. Making clothes, collecting medicinal plants, maybe even opening a business. She really cannot think of anything to do. The little girl asks what she is good at. Standing up, Tis responds that she is good at fighting. Meanwhile, the city security tries to catch a thief, and Tis notices this. They order him to stop running, but the man manages to grab a woman and orders no one to approach or she will die. The panda asks what they will do now. Tis arrives and punches him in the skull, easily knocking him unconscious. The security officers are astonished by her strength. Ryan says that he heard the young lady has great martial arts skills and even saved someone. Then he asks if she wants to become a captain of the security team. She is unsure, and Ryan states that he needs talented people. Soon, Tis asks if, as a captain, she will be able to fight every day. He replies that if there is a criminal on the street, it is not a problem. The guy shouts, saying that they need her. Tis thinks for a moment about the offer and then accepts, saying that it is not so bad. A man asks why old Peter came to the city. He replies that there are many interesting things here, and besides that, they might get news of the white monster. Another old man says that it is better to save energy since crime does not pay. The fat man states that there are many people and a lot of good food. But first, he must enter the city. The security officers ask if it is their first time in the city and whether they are merchants or travelers. Both reply that they are travelers. The officer says that there is a brief introduction about the city and wishes them a good visit. An old man states that this city has good security and that if there were a battle, the enemy would be repelled in seconds. The guy wonders if these people do not feel hot since they are all bundled up. Then he takes action and calls some spies because they seem very suspicious. Right after, we see the guys reading the rules in the notebook. The old man states that this city has many laws and notices that the fat man is gone. He also sees that he is currently placing an order. A man states that to eat that, he must pay. The fat man says that he's a bounty hunter and therefore will not do anything illegal. Then he takes out only 3 bronze coins and both remain silent. At that moment, Tis is patrolling and the little girl asks what she is holding. She replies that it is a baton. Seeing a crowd ahead, she questions what is happening. She quickly heads in that direction, saying that her time has come. The guy says that this is a violation because he left without paying. Tis shouts for the criminal not to move, saying that he has the right to remain silent and that anything he says will be used against him in court. The fat man is left speechless, and Tis asks the little girl if she did not think that was cool. She replies that her sister is amazing. Crying, the man says that it is so good to see the police. Holding onto Tis's leg, he states that he is very happy with her presence and adds that a criminal has appeared and does not want to pay. Tis says that if he does not hand over the money, he will be imprisoned for 15 days. The fat man states that a bounty hunter captures but is never captured. Very happily, she says that she has no problem with that. Then she charges to hit him, and the fat man questions how a girl like her has so much courage. Even knowing that demi-humans are stronger than humans, he has met hundreds of them, and none ever stood a chance against him. Yet he takes a severe beating from Tis. He ends up with a giant lump on his head and falls to the ground. She even mocks him. Rumors spread that a policewoman captured an idiot. That same old man questions if it is not Peter. Tis says that this job is very interesting. Obviously, the old man is impressed, as even though he is not a professional bounty hunter, he is still an intermediary, yet he was knocked out. The old man wonders what he will do now. He soon enters a deep crisis because his great success depended on Peter. Then he sees a light at the end of the tunnel and notices the old lady. She says that it is her friend's birthday, so she's going to buy a gift. The old man falls in love and adds that she is very beautiful. And maybe this is what they call love at first sight. Soom states that he is acting strangely, and she asks him not to look. Then she leaves, ignoring him. We hear laughter inside the pizzeria, and Nicole asks what happened. Our boy responds that he received a report about 2 bounty hunters. One was captured by Tis, and the other is being followed. Then he questions how much fight each one must have. Elise leaves after hearing that. The protagonist is not a fool and notices her reaction. In Bakfong City, we see the Lord eating and drinking. He says that meeting the protagonist was the best thing that ever happened to him. A soldier arrives, saying that Omar's brother, Lord Adam, wants to meet him. This turns his world upside down and several troops surround him. Blonde hair and a white cloak. This is Lord Adam. A dwarf welcomes him, but in his mind he wonders if he is here to collect a debt. Adam apologizes for coming without prior notice. The Lord notices that he is more polite than Omar. 2 glasses of wine are placed on the table. The Lord complains because they were his last two, and the soldier states that it is not his fault. Adam says that this drink is very good, and the dwarf mentions that it was invented by Lord Liu. Adam states that he came to ask something. His father is old and in poor health, so he misses his son. That is why he asked him to look for his younger brother, but they have heard nothing from him since he left the city. He then asks if he knows anything. The dwarf notices something is wrong and then acts out a little scene, questioning if he is really missing. He says that he had to fight against bandits, so he does not know for sure, but he adds that Lord Omar was probably taken by the bandits. Adam is shocked at the thought of this possibility. The dwarf states that something might have happened. Adam thanks him for the information and then leaves. Now we go outside. The Lord stops walking and asks for results, and two people arrive. They say that the city was attacked by bandits 6 months ago, and that it is the same amount of time since Lord Omar's absence. Adam states that this place is disgusting and filthy, adding that there is no way it could have defeated such individuals. A man says that the city had help from Kaksai Yang. This makes Adam alert, and then he starts laughing like a madman. He then orders them to tell his father that Omar was assassinated by the protagonist and adds that they should send reinforcements with the best available troops. They try to say that maybe he is not dead, but Adam states that if he says so, it must be true. Now return to the protagonist's city. Mu arrives with important news for his lord. Upon opening the box, he shouts that he has found what he wanted, and the protagonist is happy because this is very good. Mu does not understand why his master is so interested in the roots. The protagonist asks about the quantity, and he responds that there are 17 large ones and a few small ones. He adds that they can collect more, but it takes 2 days for a round trip. Our boy states that this is good and orders that the location be kept secret. In his mind, he says that these earth medicines are very good, that their quality is incredible, and that they make excellent ingredients. A soldier states that he will do so, and something falls from his bag. Liu asks if that is a panda. The soldier explains that his men found it and that its mother was killed by wolves, so they could not leave it alone, especially since it is so cute. The protagonist understands and hugs him, saying that he is beautiful. Imhu feels relieved that his master also has this side to him. The girls ask what the topic is and are impressed when they see the panda. Their eyes shine with the desire to hold it. Our boy says that this charm is like a national treasure, putting pressure on everyone. Tish charges forward, saying that it must be delicious. The protagonist reminds them that they just ate. Our boy questions if Nicole is also afraid. She states that she is not and that she will take care of him. Then he tells her that she can give him a name, and both girls beside her blush. Then they rush forward, saying that they also want to hug him. The panda gets angry that they are treating him like a stuffed animal. Sometime later, we go to the pigeon tower, where the messenger bird returns, and the soldier says that using this for communication is very inconvenient. A man states that there is nothing his city cannot do. He quickly reads the message and is impressed. Then he runs off, saying that he must inform the Lord immediately. He then becomes worried because the master is not there. Nickel says that he left for a few days and is taking care of Tazar. The soldier says that the city is in danger. Mu asks what the concern is, and he responds that they received news from Bakfong City. Upon reading the message, Mu is startled. Elsewhere, in a rented room where the protagonist is staying, we see that he has taken off his lord's attire and is dressed as a simple man. Placing a bag over his shoulder, he comments that it is time to deal with these earth ingredients. Our boy heads outside. The protagonist is impressed with the hospital because it is very large. A man approaches, asking if the young man is looking for a doctor. If that is the case, he must get in line. His name is Zhang. Our boy says that he heard Zhang specializes in ginseng. The man states that his requirements are high, and Liu hands over the box. He smiles, and the doctor is shocked because the contents are over 150 years old. He immediately runs off to call his father. His father tells him not to shout so loudly. Then he asks what is going on and quickly grabs the ginseng. This makes him desperate, and he states that it is approximately 200 years old and extremely rare. Everyone starts to panic. Our boy says that this is truly a surprise, and the old man weighs the ginseng. According to the auction text, it is valued at approximately 35 million. Liu states that it is a good amount of money, and both are surprised that a young man obtained it so easily. Our boy says that he has 3 more with him. Suddenly, the doctor's father starts having a heart attack, and Liu reveals the 3 boxes, all high quality. The doctor asks if he is going to sell them all. The protagonist says that it will be only one and adds that he also wants to ask the doctor for help in making a special medicine with these ginsengs. The doctor suffers upon receiving such a request, but his father says that he will do it. Our boy also says that he wants to receive the payments and learn some of the methods for making Bakfong's medicine. The doctor refuses, saying that they are family secrets and cannot be given away. Our boy states that he only wants to learn some basic things to treat fever, colds, and pain. Since he likes to go on adventures, he often ends up in dangerous places. But clearly, the truth is different. Because in the other world, winter is coming and medicine is not advanced. If someone falls ill, they could die. The old man thinks about this for a moment and then orders his son to fetch the recipes quickly before he gets irritated. The doctor is upset but obeys his father, thinking that even basic recipes were created through long and hard work. The old man states that his son is still young and selfish, and if he continues like this, he will be eliminated. Our boy leaves the hospital very happy because this deal earned him 8 million. He even considers buying a house while the commotion in the city is still high. Ellie asks if something happened. Noongle responds that they received a message from Baron Adam saying that he will visit them. She says that this is not a problem and that if anything goes wrong, they can just kill him. Tis confirms this suggestion, and Mina states that she will not let anyone lay a hand on her master. Mikkel says that the problem is that the master will be away for several days. The three know that this is concerning because without the master, there is nothing they can do. Nuhu says that the thief baron is very good at gathering information and that his spies dress as civilians to establish themselves in cities. Both are startled upon hearing this and immediately question whether there are already spies in the city. Then she shouts, ordering them to search for any suspicious person. A group prepares to arrive, but the soldiers say that the city is closed and ask them to turn back. The people start shouting, saying that this is unfair. Meanwhile, Ellie shouts that there is a spy and therefore they must increase surveillance. And if they hear anything relevant, they must report it. Tis patrols the city fervently and heads straight to the center. She soon says that this day is different and adds that they should look carefully and search for suspicious people. The citizens question what happened as they heard that the city gates are closed, and some comment that they heard about the security forces moving. They begin sweeping the district, and one of the soldiers states that there is nothing to worry about. Then he activates a green bomb and the three corners release the same smoke to indicate that the districts are clear. Mina remains at the top, just observing, until she notices something suspicious and sees red smoke in the distance. Thus, we go to an old house in the southeast of the city. Mina asks if this is the place, and the man replies that it is, because he has been circling all over the city, observing everyone, and even the old lady was not spared. And the most important thing is that he is always asking about the city's lord. Mina automatically thinks he is suspicious. Ellie and the group let him speak but do not believe him. A man is calmly in his house when Mina blows up his door. He's startled, asks what the hell is going on, and they all call him a spy. They ask why he was walking around the city and inquiring about the lord, and the man wonders if he is no longer allowed to walk around. He states that he is just an old man who wants to settle in the city, and that he only looked for the lord because he wishes to become the orphanage guard. This surprises the three of them. The soldier states that he remembers who he is and adds that he is the bounty hunter who entered the city and soon fell in love with the old lady from the orphanage. A bit embarrassed, he says that he wanted to spend some time in the city and ended up realizing that it is truly a beautiful place. In a place like this, it would be perfect for him and her to live. Ellie states that this is thanks to her master's leadership. The old man says that the lord is indeed very intelligent, but that it is not just because of the city. His wise leadership is very important and impactful for the citizens. The farmers work hard, the merchants negotiate well, and even the patrollers protect everyone with dedication. Of all the places he has been, this is the most incredible, and Gu agrees with all his statements. He then says that everyone there is to blame because they are so used to relying on the master that they panic easily when he is not around. And it is precisely because of his absence that they must stay even more alert. That is why everyone there will protect the city and wait for his return. The four affirm that they will improve everything in the city to maintain security, and the old man cries, begging to be untied. Our boy is traveling by bullet train. In his mind, he reflects that on Earth, he is just a rich and normal person, while in the other world, he is a noble lord. A girl approaches, greeting him, and then says that she is traveling alone and that they could talk. Leo just responds with a simple hi. She quickly becomes embarrassed and thinks that this boy is very handsome, but it is a shame that he is not interested in her. Her friend arrives to talk and several other girls also approach. After that, we go to the real estate company. The attendant shows various houses and our boy signs the contract for just one. Then he closes the deal with a handshake. Heading to store 45 where they sell cars, he tests a few before driving. Then he hits the road. Liu states that this place is very nice, that if this small village were in a big city instead of a rural area, it would have been bought a long time ago. Soon, he parks his car. Then he is impressed that he bought it for only 800,000. The environment is well lit, the plants are green, and the house is already fully furnished. The protagonist walks around the house and even feels the coziness of the bed. In the basement of the house, there is a wine cellar storing wine as the previous owner loved it very much. But he had to sell the house because he needed to recover from a stomach illness. Besides, it is good since he can use this place to go to the other world. Lying down on the bed, he states that he now has a secret base. He quickly gets up, saying that he is going for a walk, and as he strolls around, he says that he is in paradise. From a distance, he sees a brown dress. It is the girl he met on the train. Slightly embarrassed, she asks if he lives there. Leo responds that he moved in today. Both fall silent, embarrassed, and she comments that she has lived there since she was a child. Today is her grandfather's birthday, so she returned. The protagonist states that that is nice. He shyly asks for her number while also wanting to know more about her. An old lady arrives telling Gia to come for lunch. After the lady says this, Gia asks her not to say nonsense. The woman then asks what the protagonist does for work. Maybe he works in a state company like her niece. Then she asks his age and if he has already bought a house. Our boy responds that he writes novels, which surprises and angers her, because in truth, she believes he is just a slacker who spends the whole day doing nothing. Then she starts teasing the protagonist, saying that he probably earns only 3,000 or 4,000 a month. She then pulls Jia away, saying that her grandfather's birthday is about to start. Besides, she warns her to stay away from writers because she should find someone much better. In the protagonist's mind, he wonders how he can explain that his bank account exceeds 10 million and that he is the lord of the city. But this is good because at least he has neighbors. And in the future, when he is away in the other world for a few weeks, they will think he is locked inside writing. Returning to the protagonist's city, he arrives back and happily says that this time he must have made it in time for lunch. When he looks at the table, he sees that everything is empty. Something stealthily grabs his foot and he quickly realizes that it is the panda. He immediately hugs it warmly, and then Nicole shouts, declaring that the master has returned. Without wasting time, she embraces him tightly. Feeling very embarrassed, she quickly steps away, saying that it is not what it looks like. Ignoring this, the protagonist asks where the others are since it is lunchtime. She is startled upon hearing this and then states that Baron Adam is coming to attack the city. But she asks her master not to worry, because everyone is making the necessary preparations and have also understood that if the master is not there, it must be the ones to defend the city. However, now that the master has returned, they no longer need to fear anything. Our boy states that as long as he is there, Adam will not even set foot in the city. Then he asks Nicole to inform everyone of his return and to gather them because they should eat. She runs off, saying she will do so. In the Forbidden Mountains, someone approaches the guards. A man asks the person to identify themselves, but the Beast Knight has neither the patience nor the time. She then states that they should inform their master that every knight of the Wolf clan has arrived and everyone seems very happy. Some time passes, and the guards open the way. They even say that they do not dare speak in her presence, and another one adds that he nearly died of fright because he did not recognize her at first. Besides that, he cannot even imagine how many people she's killed this time and feels sorry for the slave traders. He adds that if she joins the battle, they will surely win. A green-haired woman prepares to attack. Avery notices the attack and simply jumps back, managing to dodge it. Even so, her opponent does not give her any openings and leaps toward her. Still, there was enough time for Avery to draw her sword and launch a counterattack. The green-haired woman says that this is quite relaxing. We can see that this battle will apparently last for some time, and the sound of swords clashing echoes. Planting her sword into the ground, Bella comments that that was cool, and she adds that only Avery can face her head-on. Avery confirms this, and this time Bella shows some interest. Avery says that she has heard about a battle, and Bella is happy because, since this is her last stop, she could go with them. Avery questions if she is really going through with this plan. Bella responds that she is because if they stand firm, there will always be hope. Around the Forbidden Mountain, there are 3 great nations. However, in the country of Manhwa, there was a war that divided the kingdom, and thus a conflict arose between the dukes who continued fighting among themselves, leaving the country weakened. People call this place the Cursed Land. Avery questions if these boys can fight against those knights. Bella responds that she will only know if they try. Besides, this is a great chance to establish a demi-human territory. They could even become bandits again and steal from the nobles to survive. But unlike her, who will keep searching for the woman, she made plans even though she might already be dead. At that moment, a beam of light passes. Avery tells her to be quiet and not say anything more. Bella questions how long she will continue carrying all this responsibility. Avery responds that her existence is only meant to serve the princess. Then she asks where Tiss is. Bella replies that she went to check something and tells her not to worry, and that there are more important matters to deal with now. A troop on horseback is approaching, and in the middle of the snow, someone is galloping. It is Adam. He orders everyone to stop. Then he asks how long it will take to reach Kaksai Yang City. They respond that they will be there by morning. The dwarf notices that the weather is very cold and orders them to find a place to camp. They will continue tomorrow. In the middle of the night, a wolf howls at the moon. Meanwhile, they rest and say that it was lucky that the Baron let them rest, since they are surrounded by the Forbidden Mountain and there are many monsters around. He states that everyone there has a family, so this might not mean much. But in his mind, he acknowledges that good tools cannot be used carelessly. The man says he will do his best. Adam claims that he wants to be with his brother, but clearly the truth is different. Because when the protagonist is dead, the Grand Market and the mine will all belong to him. If he has all these resources, he will be able to support the prince and become a duke. The protagonist's soldier catches his attention, saying that Adam is camping to the east and that by noon he will arrive. Our boy asks if they are ready, and everyone responds yes. Lev knows that the battle will be well balanced. Even so, to gain an advantage, he will launch a surprise attack. In the middle of the night where the soldiers are carefree, and even sleeping, one of them notices that something is happening because the sounds of the beasts have disappeared. Blood begins to spill. He quickly grabs a torch, saying that someone is attacking and wakes up from his deep sleep. Then he questions what is happening and becomes very frightened. Bella and her group arrive, ordering them to kill everyone. A bit late, our boy arrives. He says that this is the best place to set up an ambush. Besides, at the same moment his army passes through here, they will be caught off guard. Both do not quite understand, but will just attack. Then he shouts that Adam is destined to be annihilated. Mina senses something and tells them to wait. Footsteps can be heard, and Mina orders the archer to shoot. He obeys and fires, and the arrow nearly hits the bandit's foot. He shouts that he is a messenger. Tis asks what Z is doing there, and he states that he has valuable information for the master. Then he circles around saying that this is a direct message for Li Feng. It is a message from Bella, showing respect for the protagonist for taking care of her younger sister, Tis. It also says that if they accidentally get married in the future, she asks to be invited. This makes her extremely embarrassed, and when Tis reads the letter, she tears it up, saying that her older sister is awful. Then she questions why she sent a letter instead of coming in person. Zai responds that the master is taking them to the chaotic land and also mentions that Bella is going to destroy Adam. This surprises them, so they set off quickly. The battle is already happening. Several soldiers die one by one, being easily obliterated without being able to do anything, yet they still try to fight back. It is all in vain, and a man tries to lift their morale, telling them not to be afraid, even though they are outnumbered, setting up a small ambush. He nearly takes one down, and Adam realizes that he is in danger, because these demi-humans are meant to lure more trained knights. He is bewildered by such a cunning plan and then shouts, asking if they are the protagonist's soldiers. At that moment, the war halts and Bella laughs, mocking him. Adam states that their combat skills are abnormal and that if she wants, she can join him and he will pay more than Li Feng. This makes her laugh even more, and she responds that they do not belong to him. Even so, his observation is correct. They are not ordinary demi-humans. After all, they are the brute knights of the demi-human kingdom, and the man is deeply frightened. Knowing that he will not win, he orders a retreat. Clearly, no one will let him escape. His belly is pierced by a sword, and he easily falls to the ground defeated. His soldiers realize that he is dead. Bella shouts for them to finish off the rest. Once again, the massacre begins, and the snow mixes with the corpses. Avery says that she did all of this for her sister, and she responds that this is just an appetizer before the main course. Because she wants the protagonist to know that they are strong, and this is what will happen if he ever does anything to Tis. The warrior asks if that is the only reason, and Bella is impressed by her dexterity. She then states that these are the preparations for going to the chaotic land. Since they have enough equipment. Avery realizes that it is a very cunning plan. Reino says that she resembles Lord Duke, and angrily, she asks him not to mention that name near her. Avery states that he is a hero and should be treated with respect. Bella says that he does not deserve such recognition, and the warrior knows that after everything, she still wants to surpass him. Tis rushes on horseback to find her sister. From a distance, she can see the tents, and when she arrives, she realizes that Bella is already gone. Our boy catches her attention. Tis says that ever since they left the kingdom, she has always clung to her sister. Besides that, she was very stubborn and childish. Even when she was tricked by merchants multiple times, Bella rescued her and now questions why she was ignored this time. Maybe she is just a burden. The protagonist starts laughing and she yells, asking what is so funny. Liu says that her older sister is right and that Tis really is an idiot, because Bella did this to help her and also to show that she does not fear the nobles. It is as if she wanted to tell him not to do anything foolish and to be kind to his dear sister. That is why she loves her so much, because older sisters must protect the younger ones, so that when they grow up, they become strong. Tis lifts her spirits. The sun begins to set, and she says that she will do everything she can to catch up to her sister. Avery leads her human soldiers to the chaotic land. Bella can't wait to see how much her sister has grown. In our boy's city, he says that he has an important announcement, and that is the formation of an army outside the city, because he has wanted to do this for a long time to expand the territory. Omar was kidnapped by the Assassin's Guild, so he knows that the Count will certainly want revenge. Minfu states that his master's plans are always elaborate. The man asks where they will establish the troops, and Leah responds that it will be east of the city, and he adds that once the renovations are finished, they should begin recruiting troops. Additionally, he also wants to turn the city into a fortress. Everyone follows his orders. Even so, she still feels a little confused, and our boy notices this and chuckles to lighten the mood. The protagonist orders an increase in the workforce and an acceleration in the iron smelting process. Minna asks her master not to worry because she will kill a count if he comes. Our boy says that he cannot let her take that risk. The door slams hard against the wall, and the three of them question who it is. Nicole arrives, slightly drunk, and asks if her master wants to taste some wine she made herself. This confuses them, and then she grabs on him to sit down first. Nicole says that her master is nice and comfortable. Liu says that she tried to taste the wine but couldn't handle it. Smelling it, he states that it is incredible, and that compared to rice wine, this one is much stronger. Ellie asks if they are going to sell it to the nobles. Our boy responds that they cannot do that for now, because it is winter, and the city currently has many inhabitants, so it is better to stockpile supplies. Liu considers preparing some perfume and alcohol as a disinfectant. Meanwhile, Nicole states that she is feeling hot, and she starts taking off her clothes, saying that it is too warm. Grabbing her arm, he says that he will take her to her room. Ellie says that Nicole is too weak and cannot handle such strong wine. She quickly thinks about getting drunk herself, but Mina slaps her hand. The two face off because they also want the master to take them to their rooms. Ellie says that it is not that. She is only interested in the taste of the wine. Mina says that she is just a child, which makes her angry, claiming that her brain has turned into cat food. Frustrated, she grabs the wine and starts chugging it all at once. Then she slams down on the table. Even after drinking, she says that she can still keep going, but then she collapses onto the floor. Mina thinks that taking just one sip won't hurt and prepares to drink. She starts saying that the taste is a bit bitter and strange, but still good. The protagonist arrives, saying that taking care of drunks is never easy. Mina states that her master is working hard and moving into his arms, says that her reward is sleeping with him in bed. This embarrasses him greatly, and Ellie throws herself onto his leg, saying that she also wants to sleep with the master, and he asks why they are all drunk. Then he says that if there is no other way, but before he can act on his perverted thoughts, the panda interrupts him. Our boy realizes that a knight should not take advantage of beautiful ladies in such a way, that he leaves to put them all to bed. All 5 of them sleep peacefully. Hours later, in another place, Sora warns his son that the winds are strong and that it is dangerous to go alone. In his mind, he notes that his son has driven away all the tutors he invited just to attend the school in the protagonist's city. Vaya arrives, welcoming them, and he asks why she is there. She replies that since she has been taking him to school often, she stopped by to inform him that there will be no classes for the next few days. The little boy is sad because he will not be able to hear the story of the Monkey King. Vaya assures him that once the snow stops, they will have class again, and then she bids them farewell. Sora asks his son if he only goes to school to hear the stories. He then adds that since there will be no classes, he will accompany him to meet his sister. The boy looks downcast because he does not want to meet the devil in person. Meanwhile, Vaya goes to the other 2, asking if they have already informed everyone, and Zuma responds that he went to the orphanage to inform them that the school would be closed. The old man states that even during this time last year, many houses were destroyed by the harsh snowstorm. He adds that some people even froze to death. But now, everything is different and even the soldiers are clearing paths. All thanks to the Lord. Vaya heads to the protagonist's residence. Inside, she asks where he is and then knocks on his door, asking if he is awake. She soon sees the scene of everyone sleeping, and our boy wakes up in the same position as before in the middle of it all. The 3 girls scream, asking what is happening, and Vaya runs away, embarrassed. Our boy calls out for her to wait. She asks what happened, and Leah responds that he wants to take her somewhere. So they go to a storage facility. Vaya asks what it is, and our boy responds that she will find out once they go inside. Inside, there are giant cucumbers and peppers, which leave her amazed, because it is winter, and these should not be growing. Maybe it is even some kind of magic, but our boy says that this is called science and that he can teach her later. Not only that, but he also wants the students to learn about it. In his mind, he states that science and technology are the primary forces of production. Our boy tosses a cucumber to her and asks her to try it. Without hesitation, she puts it in her mouth and experiences a magnificent taste, commenting that it is crunchy, fresh, and above all delicious. She then asks if she can take some to the orphanage. But then she realizes that she might have done something wrong because if these were sold, it would cost more than 10 coins and people would fight to buy them. Our boy smiles lightly and tells her to take as many as she wants for the children. He adds that she should not worry about such things. But first, they need to gather the vegetables. Vaya asks why they are collecting so many vegetables. Their hands end up touching, and this makes her blush deeply. In her thoughts, she comments that this is her first time with the master and that it makes her heart race. Our boy answers her question about the vegetables, saying that today is Mina's birthday. Some time passes and it is already night. The food for the birthday is ready. The planted and harvested vegetables have been turned into food, and our boy approaches Mina, congratulating her on her 18th birthday. This makes her emotional and everyone applauds. She thanks everyone. Ellie declares that it is time to eat. She adds that the food is delicious, and Liu dips his meat into the sauce. He eats it, saying that it is very good. The girls see what he does and start dipping their meat directly into the sauce, which is very tasty. Ellie says that it is very spicy, while the other 2 say that it is delicious. Our boy hands her a cold Coke. After drinking it, Mina states that it is very good and asks what it is. Leah responds that it is the so-called Coca-Cola. Mina takes another sip but ends up spitting it out. Our boy says that this drink seems to be too irritating for cat tongues. Everyone thanks him for the food and then starts giving their birthday presents. Mikkel gives a book with 32 different methods for cooking rice porridge. Ellie, embarrassed, gives her present, which she made herself. It is cat-shaped lollipops. Vaya gives some pastries and soon gives some drawings. Tis presents a burnt pizza. Looking at it, Mina cannot hold back and starts laughing, thanking everyone. Our boy states that now it is his turn and gives her the giant present. The girl quickly pulls the ribbon and is astonished by what she sees, as it is a giant kitten. Our boy says she can hug it when she sleeps and that it will be very comfortable. The others become jealous and say they want one for their birthdays too. Liu says that in his city, there is a custom to close one's eyes, blow out the candle, and make a wish that will come true. This moves her deeply. She then tries to practice the custom and finally blows out the candles. Ellie asks what the wish was, and Mina tries to change the subject, saying that everyone should eat the cake and that each one gets a piece. There's even a bit of a romantic atmosphere between them. Mina becomes embarrassed as usual and both go to the window. She thanks her master for this wonderful birthday. Bobo, our boy, comes up behind her and asks what her wish was. We see that it was to become the protagonist's wife and give birth to his child. Without missing the opportunity, he immediately kisses her and in his mind says that he will never let her go. At the same time, the five are fighting, and so we move to the protagonist's room, where we see Mina lying in her bed, feeling warm. Moving to another location, we learn that the protagonist's city is located in the kingdom, which is the most powerful country near Xinjiang. The capital is in the imperial city, which has over 100,000 inhabitants. Since it is winter, it is snowing heavily, and we observe the emissary of sorrow. In his mind, he says that even though it is an imperial city, it cannot be compared to Xinjiang. There is even a need to pay fees to enter, and those who have no money are left to die at the gate. Even the elderly are not respected, and moreover, people defecate in the streets. The nobles cannot even be compared to the civilians of the protagonist's city. An emissary becomes very tired as he is used to a good life, and this place is very dirty. Smiling, he affirms that he can endure it all, because it was Lady Lena who taught him this, and just one look from her can heal even his soul. Someone knocks on the door. Inside, the lady asks why Delena does not like her brother. She is the Duke's fifth daughter, saying that he is talented, and Delena states that she is not interested. She asks if it does not hurt her heart to say that. Making a silly face, she says no. The father cut off that golden source, and her brother needs her help to send this message to her. Delena states that she can accept the fourth prince's proposal, and the other says he is filthy and will never marry. The daughter of Sora asks her to calm down because the walls have ears since they are in the Duke's mansion. The fifth daughter states that their father will not let the fourth prince leave so easily. Delena states that her father is not in the imperial city but in other facilities, and yet he still came to visit her. She soon believes it is not just to have a cup of tea. She then says that she is the knowledge, because the musical instrument workshop has created a new lord, and it will surely surprise everyone at the banquet. Delena says she already has many instruments, but the other insists that she still needs more. A maid arrives announcing that the master has sent her something. Inside there are various sweets and a letter, and people take it to read. The fifth daughter looks into her eyes, and soon questions what happened. She replies that her father asked her to take the naval fleets to Xinjiang City. Even though the city is so calm because of the snow, two people are fighting. The fight seems to be quite balanced. The old man informs the protagonist that it all started with the issue of missing goods. Leo asks where they are now, and the old man replies that the sons have run 2 full laps around the city. Our boy wonders if they will still be alive by the time they finish. The protagonist thinks of a way to use up his people's energy, as everyone is energetic from being cooped up inside. Ellie asks what her master is going to do, and he asks her to accompany him to the investigation center. So we are moved there, and our boy begins to explain some matters. He also goes to the carpentry shop to show his ideas. 2 boxing gloves are made. Liu tests them by hitting one against the other. He also comments that they are well made. Ellie asks if they are for people to fight, and a protagonist replies that they will soon find out. In the Grand Market of Xinjiang, there is an arena that is the first boxing exhibition match, where 2 soldiers will fight. The people ask what this is, and he replies that it is difficult to explain. But now he will show it in practice, and the 2 take their stances. The fight starts intensely. The other manages to counterattack easily, but after becoming too confident, he takes a punch to the face and is sent flying out of the arena. Everyone is shocked. A guy asks who wants to sign up, and the protagonist questions who would do that after seeing something like this. Our boy steps in to explain that only the servants will participate and that there will also be a reward and rules. In total, there will be 12 competitors, and the first place winner will receive 10 silver coins and a trophy. Everyone starts wanting to sign up. The protagonist sees that it was a success, and the city's first boxing competition officially begins. Our boy watches everything from a distance, and they ask if he liked any of the participants since they want to place a bet. Liu thinks for a moment about whom to choose, but is undecided between number 7 and number 10 since they are both good participants. Sora states that fighter number 17, who is wearing a cape and is bald, looks very strong. A chubby man says that the rules of the sport are magnificent, and that with this small number of participants, the protagonist has already managed to make 1,800 gold coins. He says he will choose the top 3. Then he calls the boy over because he wants to place a bet. He comments that he will bet on number 7, number 10, and finally number 17. A little boy with a straw hat asks if he is sure, and Sora states that it does not matter since it is just for fun. He then places his fingerprint on these 2 papers. He notices that they are exactly the same. A boy explains that carbon paper was invented by the Lord and that the original version is kept while the copy can be used to claim prizes. Sora is shocked by such an invention and even begins to tremble. He then asks his lord when the carbon paper will be available. Leo explains that it is still in the experimental phase and that it will take time before it is put up for sale. A native asks if they cannot sell some already since price is not an issue. He even recalls his past when he was deceived by a foreign messiah. Now that such paper exists, he will never be deceived again. Our boy replies that he will ask his assistants for some and brings out an entire box of carbon paper. Sora thanks him. The chubby man states that he also wants some, and the protagonist says that the price is not cheap, since it costs 10 gold coins. Sora states that he wants 10 boxes. Our boy is impressed since he bought it for just a few dollars and can sell it for a gold coin. The battle is intense in the middle of the stage. Meanwhile, our boy takes advantage of the rich people's money, and a guy shouts that they already have this year's winner, and it is his 70-year-old grandpa. Everyone says that this is impossible. Leo explains that boxing requires a direct punch to knock out the opponent, and that compared to a clumsy man, a flexible person will certainly win, even if he is a 70-year-old elder. On a snowy mountain, we see Avery trying to cross the forest to reach the city of Lead. Because there is a tribe of demi-humans there, he hopes that the princess is there. Elsewhere, a man says that the Lord wants a canal protecting the city's surroundings and that they need 300 workers. The people start to approach, and he shouts for the trash not to come closer. Furious, he takes his whip and beats the people as if they were animals. The warrior sees all this commotion and realizes that it is not what she expected. We are introduced to the fact that Blade City is the place with the most slave traders in the entire country. 80% of the citizens do not work and starve to death. After beating most of them, the man says that this is already enough. The slaves begin to be taken away. A boy warns that there are fewer people than before, and another adds that some children have died of hunger. Avery searches the entire city and looking around notices that no one goes to that empty area. Someone shouts that they are there, and the demi-humans realize what is happening. Arrows start flying in their direction, and they strike them in the chest. Everyone screams to run away because they are going to be killed. Like a madman, the man says that there is no use trying to escape. A man tries to argue, saying that he has a son. Even so, the man ignores him and finishes him off. The boy is happy because he managed to kill them all. When he returns to his city, his father will praise him. Avery states that this attitude is despicable and questions why human beings are so cruel. Just as he was about to attack, other demi-humans appear surrounding them, and they ask what is happening. The three end up tied up and start complaining. A demi-human orders his soldier to send a letter to the Duke's house, stating that they will need 50 gold coins for the ransom, otherwise they will die. The boy calls them despicable beasts and adds that when he meets the lord of the city, he will kill them. After committing all these acts, he ends up dead, and they announce that the least worthy has perished. Furthermore, they say that if anyone wants to, they can kill the other two. The demi-human begins to repeat the boy's words from when he was killing the demi-humans. Then he smiles like a magician and says that there is no need to keep one's word with such creatures. He soon leaves, sending them to the Earth prison, and he sends the remaining slaves to the workshop so they can eat and start working. And with that, everyone begins to follow. Avery states that this is very strange. Moreover, the dog tribe has a high status, so if he realizes that something is happening in this damned city, they all go to a strange place where they are hammering iron and making armor. The man yells at them to eat and start working, while the warrior watches everything. She soon questions whether Salide is planning to rebel since the production is enormous. Even so, what the city does has nothing to do with her, and her goal is to find the princess. According to the information, a demi-human from the Fox tribe is imprisoned in the main castle, so she will go there. Thus, we arrive at the location, and a warrior moves unnoticed by everyone. She moves easily through the castle, and the woman questions why the guards outside and inside are human. She asks herself so many questions but gets no answers. She soon starts walking through the castle. When she hears a person scream, she decides to peek through the hole. 3 individuals are in the room. Like a lunatic, a man states that this is the holy fruit. Avery seems to recognize it since it is the infamous devil fruit, because it can allow the user to reach the highest level of satisfaction. In short, the man is getting high and the Lord orders them to leave, and he adds that when the servants arrive, they should be allowed to try some. The warrior notices something strange about a soldier because he is the prince of the kingdom of 1,000 years dis, and she does not understand why this is happening. According to her information, he never left the kingdom, so perhaps he is with the princess. For this reason, she decides to follow him, and Gray says that soon he will be able to control the entire city, which excites him greatly. Dis gives him his reward for bringing the devil fruit, but he senses something behind the door and, with great skill, draws his sword. He then slashes everything, asking who is there. Avery quickly prepares her counterattack but is still repelled. Both seem to be on the same level of strength, so they retreat. In her mind, the warrior cannot believe that a human managed to block her sword. The man also realizes that she is on the same level as the people of Kaksai Yang City. Dis asks what she is doing there. She questions whether he has the princess, and if he does, he must hand her over. Gray does not leave, saying that he will not interfere, while the prince asks if she does not understand. Avery asks if he is spreading false information on purpose. Dis replies that he is and adds that he was going to deliver the news, but whether people believed it or not was another matter. Putting that aside, he orders a treasure map to be delivered. She does not understand how he knows of its existence, because at that time the king was out of money, so he drew a map and gave it to his daughter. This is not something Dis should know. She quickly states that she knows nothing. Dis orders her to stop lying since, with that treasure, they can fight against the kingdom of Inlo. The guards begin to surround the warrior, and she says that he is blinded by power. Dis orders everyone to capture her, but Avery says that no one there has the power to do so. Then she destroys the window and leaves. Dis announces that they need her alive because they must obtain the map no matter what. Avery realizes that the letter was a trap, and for this reason, prays that the princess is safe. She then heads out of the city. Gray says he did not expect a fallen demon kingdom to have a treasure. Therefore, if he achieves his goal, he will be one step closer. In the protagonist's city, everyone comments on what happened at the boxing match while eating. Tis complains that her master did not let her enter the ring, and he knows that if she had, the other competitors would have given up out of fear. She agrees that he is right and then eats another pizza. Then another one, and Elisa says that the lord of the city is different from the others. That is why she asks if she can drop her disguise and then leaves when she notices that Mina is watching her. Another person is also there in the corner. The guy tells me that it took him a while to leave, and he asks what happened, and he replies that apparently Elise is just an ordinary employee. A man complains that they are wasting time, saying that they always buy the products directly, and asks why this time they have to investigate. Giving him a slap, he warns that Siang City is not an ordinary place, so he should be careful with what he says. He says that the boss is right, but still, this Elise is very beautiful, so she would make a great business deal. And the man in the hat states that Miss Tis could be sold for a great price. Once again, he is struck, and she reminds them that she is one of the Lord's guards and asks if they did not miss her. As she leaves, she states that tonight they will act and capture her, while she remains quite calm. But suddenly, she notices that something is wrong and asks what that sound is. In front of her, she sees that it is just a night guard, and she asks why he is hitting that bamboo. He replies that it is the new system the lord of the city created to indicate the time. Ellie states that the protagonist is very intelligent and once again sees something suspicious. She soon realizes that she is being followed and tells the watchman she is leaving, and he asks her to be careful. Some men continue to follow her, and she quickly locks her door. She goes toward her bed, wondering what is happening. Perhaps even her identity has been exposed and bounty hunters have come to find her. So she aims her bow and arrow at the door, and in her mind declares that her life in this beautiful city is over. The men prepare to break in, and meanwhile, she is filled with rage. A noise is heard, leaving her confused. The guards order them to drop their weapons and raise their hands. Those men do not understand how they were caught, and looking back, they see that their accomplices have been captured. Like a madman, one of them tries to flee. Tis appears, questioning what he is doing. She then states that the patrol team waited 3 hours to capture them. Angry at him, she strikes his stomach. Elise feels relieved that this happened. She then opens the door, asking what had occurred. Tis replies that they were just doing their job and soon leaves, telling her to get some rest. Elise watches everything from the window. The people of the city say that they have been sleeping peacefully since they no longer have to worry about thieves, as the guards are doing an excellent job. She realizes that Mina had already figured out that she was being followed. This makes her very emotional because she feels well protected, and we see that according to the information, some of those men are part of a secret organization called Black Paras. Mina states that she has also heard of them and adds that they are considered mysterious because they try to kidnap beautiful women and turn them into slaves. So the protagonist orders them to intensify patrols and ensure the city's safety. She then calls her master's attention, saying that she is worried about Ellie because she goes in and out of the castle whenever she wants, but she does not have the power to protect herself. Our boy tells her not to worry because he will do something about it, and an old man ends up ruining the mood. The protagonist is startled, asking why he did not knock on the door, and at the same moment, he apologizes as news has just arrived that vegetables were stolen from a greenhouse. Leo observes that a lot of problems have been happening lately. He then asks where, and the old man replies that it is in the west, and the woman states that even though soldiers patrolled the area, it was still robbed. In his mind, our boy says that if they just stole randomly, it is fine. But if they clashed in the city, then there is a problem. The protagonist asks if who found anything relevant. He replies that the thief destroyed the wall and took some cucumbers. The only clue they have is some footprints, and the wood here was also cut by a long sword. He adds that this kind of cut is not from an ordinary person. Our boy warns that they will definitely come back to steal again, so he orders more soldiers to be placed near the greenhouses. The next day, someone shouts saying they are sorry. We see that everything has been destroyed and the entire harvest has been stolen. Lee realizes that the thief is not an ordinary person. Mena states that this time she will stand guard, and the protagonist says that it will be a good idea. Finally, night falls and the thief approaches. He soon notices that there is no security and thinks that maybe they have given up trying to capture him. Even so, he does not let his guard down because the Lord is not an idiot. Still, it is a shame because that is the only place where there is food in the winter, and once again, he tears open the greenhouse. He enters the place where the cabbages are and walks around, saying that it was too easy to get in. Suddenly, a dirty hand emerges from the ground, grabbing his leg. The soldier declares that he has captured him, and then everyone starts attacking, which terrifies him. He easily gets rid of the first soldier by kicking him, sending him flying far away. At the same moment, he tries to escape the way he came, but he ends up surrounded as there are also other soldiers. He attempts to attack her, but she dodges, then quickly prepares her strike, hitting him in the chin, and to finish, she strikes his stomach. Finally, she jumps high into the air, performing an incredible somersault, thus ending the battle. The man is left with his head buried in the ground, and she declares that everyone there is weak. However, she senses a presence and Mina arrives from behind, ordering her to surrender immediately and not to run away. Avery says that it is useless and that she will not give up. She then swings her sword to keep her distance. The two end up in a beautiful standoff. Mina sees that the person in front of her is someone she had met before, Avery, the Knight of the Wolf Tribe, and she realizes that she is the woman who gave her the pouch containing dried fish. She is about to be questioned about why she is there. Mina states that she stole from her master, and the warrior tries to say that she is not stealing but borrowing. Our girl appears, saying that it is good that she is willing to pay. Avery becomes alert because a human has appeared. Liu says that she will not have the money to pay for the cucumbers, Jax and Carlos. Avery claims that she can because she is a knight of the wolf tribe from the demi-human kingdom. Our boy says that is good since the vegetables she stole in the past few days cost about 30 silver coins, which surprises her. The protagonist explains that they are expensive because it is winter, and these greenhouses are responsible for preventing food shortages. This makes her quite sad because she does not know how she will pay. Mina informs her master that Avery helped her when she was looking for Vaya's tribe. Our boy then says that she can go since she has helped before. This makes her furious, stating that she borrowed the food and therefore did not steal it. The protagonist asks if she has 30 silver coins. Turning to the side, she replies that she does not have them now but will pay them back later. Our boy states that if she has no money, she must pay off the debt by working for him. Mina realizes what her master is trying to do, and Avery says she will never do anything to intimidate the weak. Laughing, our boy states that her mission is to protect someone for him. The warrior knows she cannot trust a human's words, but even so, this is the only way, so she accepts. Thus, we go to the castle, and Mina says that after finishing breakfast, the master can rest. The four are waiting for the protagonist so they can eat. Finally, he arrives, and the warrior gets angry and suddenly kicks him. Ellie is quite frightened. We see that she is the princess the warrior was looking for. She is left speechless, and then lets out a very loud scream. Going behind Nicole, she declares that there is a ghost. Avery tries to say that is not the case, and crying, Ellie explains that she died a long time ago. Going back to the past, we see that Avery asked the little girl to hide. She stayed there alone for a long time in the cold, and so she stood up, saying that she needed to look for her. But just ahead, she saw that there were humans. This scared her a lot, so she ran towards the mountains. After that, they declare that Avery had died many years ago, but she explains that she is not dead. She says that to distract the knights, she ended up getting seriously injured, and when she returned to fetch her, Ellie had disappeared. For all these years, the only thought she had was finding her. Ellie gives her a big hug, asking if it is really her, and Avery replies that it is. Everyone in the room is confused, and the three ask what's happening. Vaya realizes that this is the knight of the wolf tribe who had helped them. Tis explains that the flat-chested princess her sister was talking about was actually the princess of the kingdom, who is Ellie. This story leaves everyone confused. Everyone sits at the table, and Nicole asks if she was separated because slave traders kidnapped her. Ellie explains that she met Mina later. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do. She remembers when Mina used to say she was a princess, but she didn't believe her. Tis states that she can't believe it, and Ellie complains, saying that it's true. Vaya says she doesn't understand because the royal family should only be from the Lion clan. The question puts her in a complicated situation, and Ellie asks them to relax because she will explain everything. Normally, children's racial traits follow their father. Still, there is a chance that they will take after their mother. Shigem suffered bullying because she was a fox and not a lion. This caused her childhood trauma. Even so, she didn't let it bring her down, and whenever she was cornered, she fought back. The only person who helped her was her sister, Elsa, who would end the fights and tell the others to stop. Whenever the kids saw her, they ran away. Elsa always asked if she was okay, and with a big and comforting smile, Ellie always questioned whether she was really her father's daughter. A woman named Elsa explains that even though she is silly, she is still brave and stubborn and never gives up. And that if she weren't the king's daughter, whose daughter could she be? That make her very happy. Even so, her presence caused problems, so she didn't appear in public much. Vaya says that her sister is like an idol to the demi-humans. Ellie says she knows because she was always her goddess, protecting and comforting her. Without her, she could have become someone else. Even though she doesn't know where she is now, she misses her every day. Avery says she saw a prince in Blade City, and that he was also looking for something. Ellie states that she knows he is only searching for the treasure map and then moves her tail. She takes out the treasure map, and our boy watches closely. Ellie carefully opens the map, and everyone is confused about what it could be. Then Ellie says that it is the last treasure of the Kingdom of Brutes. Of course, the surprise is enormous. Even so, she adds that she only has half of the map and that her sister has the other half. Ellie says that in her hands, this could be a disaster. Even so, if it is with her master, everything will be fine. Liu says it's best for her to keep the map and keep it a secret. Our boy then informs everyone in the room that Ellie's identity and any other related matters must be kept secret. He then asks them to continue breakfast because he is starving. Avery notices that the protagonist is different, and as always, Tis doesn't forgive Nicole's food. Ellie tells the warrior to be quick, otherwise there will be nothing left. Avery states that Ellie should speak formally since she is a princess, but Ellie says not to be like that since the kingdom of brutes is gone. This only upsets her, and she adds that she will not do that in any way. Then she herself orders Avery to eat and be quiet. At that moment, Avery obeys the order and starts eating. When she puts the food in her mouth, she realizes it is delicious, and she almost cries from so much happiness. Everyone at the table knew she would like it. Thus, we move to the training room, where Mina and the warrior are training. Their strength is almost equal. Even so, Avery has more experience. A soldier says that one of them got hurt, so it's better to stop. Our boy states that it's fine because neither of them is using their full strength. The battle then continues and Avery goes all out. Mina feels the pressure but still counterattacks. The warrior easily dodges and then gains some distance. Mina notices that her master has arrived and immediately runs to flirt with him. Our boy says that she is training earlier than usual. Embarrassed, she asks if her master will train with her and he replies that he will. Then he picks up a wooden sword. Avery steps forward, saying that she wants to start the battle first because she wants to thank the Lord for taking care of her highness. But in her mind, she comments that she wants to discipline him for allowing the princess to call him master. Our boy says that's fine and asks Mina to rest for a bit. The fight is about to begin. Avery advances, saying that she will attack first. Liu asks not to be underestimated and the warrior tries to hit him. Even so, with just one strike, she feels her hand tremble, thus making her drop her sword on the ground. We realize that the protagonist's physical condition is improving because of his travels between the two worlds in addition to the training he has been doing every day. Liu asks if they will continue the training. Avery responds that they will, and while they fight, our boy instructs and teaches her how to fight properly. A soldier tells the girl that he doesn't understand because when the Lord trains with him, he's always calm and careful, but today he is aggressive. She states that it is so the warrior has no doubts about his strength. Liu says they will practice again later since he has other things to do, and Avery thinks that she didn't expect the protagonist to be so strong, so she must train much more to be able to protect the princess. Our boy explains that her job is to protect Ellie and ensure the safety of other friends as well. Even though she is discouraged, she states that she will take care of it because it is very convenient. Leo leaves thanking her and saying that she helped a lot, and we observe that he has already been engaged for 3 days in a row. Mikkel tells the protagonist that in recent years, winter has been getting colder and colder. Our boy knows he must find a way to solve this because workers and merchants need to start producing. The protagonist asks Ellie how many rolls of fabric they have, and she replies that she will check immediately. Taking her notebook, she states that they currently have 10,800 rolls with an average production of 200 per day. Additionally, they have 8,000 ceramic pieces and have started producing another 1,000. Our boy says that his population is still small, which is why production is so low, and Avery listens to the conversation. She soon says that there is a place where there are a lot of people, but they are all slaves. Considering the time period, many may not withstand the work and die. Without wasting time, the protagonist asks about the price because if it is cheap, he can buy some since he needs people to work. Avery explains that he doesn't need to pay, just go get them. Since Blade is a city that has total control over slavery, the slaves still have some level of freedom. However, it is under Dis's control and he has even set up a guard, so she fears that they will not be able to capture them. The protagonist states that he has calculated the city's food situation and concluded that there will be no problems in bringing up to 1,000 people there. Avery realizes that this is incredible. Without thinking much, our boy starts formulating a plan. Avery notices that he has a map and that it is extremely detailed. Liu states that the patrol members have recorded the territories as a precaution against threats. She points to the location of Blade City, but they will still need to walk along the Yushui River. Ellie says that even though it is a long journey, they can take a boat when they reach the river and will have no problems. Our boy tries to think of a solution because the soldiers have not been fully trained, and there are also too many slaves for them to protect. Avery also tries to find a solution, so she says that the people of Blade are looking for something valuable, which could attract the knights. Ellie states that this is very dangerous, yet Avery asks for permission. The protagonist says that there are too many knights and that she will not be able to do this alone. This makes her sad because she feels weak. Thinking a bit more, Ellie states that they can use the treasure map as bait. Of course, Avery immediately opposes this. Even so, the goal is to distract the main army so that the slaves can escape, so they just need something valuable for the knights to chase after. The group carrying the treasure will not only be numerous but also strong, and without a doubt, Blade City will send a massive number of knights. Our boy says that this plan is very good. Ellie asks if the knights sent by Diz are already near Haksai Yang City, and he responds that they may have already entered. She asks her master for permission to monitor the demi-humans who have recently appeared, and he agrees. Ellie states that they will set a trap in which all the knights will certainly fall. In the central restaurant, some people say that the food is delicious. These people are looking for Avery. Even so, they have not found any news so far, and of course, this situation is not good. The boss gets angry because they are happy even though they haven't found or seen the target. He soon yells at them to stop wasting time and keep searching because if they don't find Dis, all of this will be in vain. And all of this is overheard by Mina, who immediately stands up stating that she has captured the little rats. The plan begins and Nickel and Via walk past the bandits, saying that there is a wolf demi-human in the city. This makes everyone pay attention. Then they question whether they are not the only ones looking for Avery. A soldier yells, saying that if they see anyone suspicious, they should inform the police because they are in large numbers. Furthermore, everyone must pay attention to the surroundings. Since their number is large, they cannot allow them to enter the city. The demi-humans wonder how they will fight against 200 bandits if they end up finding Avery first. She passes right before their eyes. A man also appears quickly, and the demi-humans run after him. Thus, we move outside the city, and they head toward the forest. From afar, they see Avery apparently dead, and the bandits say that if she doesn't hand over the map, they will make her suffer. This surprises the demi-humans because they didn't know that other people were aware of the treasure. Avery gets up, saying she will not reveal anything. The man states that the Great Wind Group has been searching for it for years and adds that she hid very well, but now it's over. Without giving up, the warrior stands up, and Avery declares that they can try all they want. The man yells, telling her to stop being stubborn. A sword is thrust into his chest, and he slowly falls lifeless to the ground. Then they take the treasure map from his pocket. The demi-humans are eager to take it, and soon the bandits prepare to regroup with the rest of their crew. Clearly, the others will not allow this and appear by surprise, saying they will kill them. The bandits carry crossbows. The arrows fly in their direction, quickly eliminating 2 of them. The leader orders everyone to scatter. Even so, they cannot identify where the attacks are coming from because the arrows are too fast. Then he realizes that it's better to retreat, and the bandits shout that they can't let them escape. Thus, they head toward those who are injured, and the pig asks why he is still alive. Avery gets up and he's frightened, saying that a dead person has come back to life. Licking the tomato sauce, she says that the one who will be 6 feet under is him. We see that all of this was an act created by the protagonist and Ellie to serve as a distraction. Both withdraw because they need to take care of some business and leave the demi-humans under Miss Avery's care. She understands, bids farewell, and the 2 soon leave. Quickly, the warrior turns and shows her anger, realizing that they will not get away with it. Avery asks if chasing her is fun. The leader had run to a mountain. Going outside, he sees that they are motionless and thinks they are asleep, because they have been chased like mad dogs for 2 days. His subordinate states that something is strange since he actually is a dog. His leader slaps him, questioning how he can joke even in a situation like this. Then his unit says that the map is authentic, otherwise the thieves wouldn't be pursuing them so relentlessly to silence them. The leader states that it is best to be patient because they will reach Blade City tomorrow, and once they enter the place, no one will be able to do anything. Calmly, the soldiers are having a nighttime meal to keep warm. They are happy because it's amazing that just 1 package can fill their stomachs. A man tells them to shut up and eat because the important mission continues tomorrow. The rest arrive, telling the captain that the cave is ready. He orders everyone to rest because they work hard. Another one gets up, saying he will prepare the sleeping bags. Some soldiers praise everything the protagonist does, because it is very practical and helps a lot. Furthermore, there is wine for when they finish the mission, and it was made by Miss Nickel herself. A man lies down, saying that even though it is so cold, it is warm here. He then states that they need to finish the mission because the Lord has provided good conditions. That long-awaited day finally arrives, and the snow begins to subside. The leader is in his deep, delicious sleep, but suddenly wakes up. Seeing that it is already morning, he orders everyone to get up because they must be arriving soon, so they need to leave quickly. The soldiers already have sight of the fugitives, and the captain yells for them to keep making noise and to chase after them. They start running quickly, and the leader is terrified because they are approaching too fast. Then he spots Blade City and looks back and notices something. A soldier is already pointing an arrow at him, and this terrifies him. Blood splatters everywhere. Even so, they manage to reach their destination. The prince yells that he does not need the warrior, but they have still lost the map. So he asks if there is any reason to keep them alive. That same leader tries to say that the thieves are ruthless and want to kill them to keep the secret. The prince asks how many they are, and he responds that there are approximately 200. He then orders the wounded to be taken care of and that 250 demi-human knights be sent to recover the map. The soldiers are happy because they will soon finish the mission and return to the city to eat. From afar, they can already see the citizens. The distraction plan worked. Climbing down from the tree, the captain states that there are more than 200 men on either side, so they just need to distract them. To escape, they will head to the snowy mountain and slide down with boards. Furthermore, this is the most dangerous part of the mission, so they must be 100% careful because no one can die. They clearly hear and understand what needs to be done. All the demi-humans appear. According to the plan, they shoot arrows to draw attention, and this greatly affects the army. The leader yells at them not to be afraid and to use their shields to block. So they do just that, and each one gets into position to protect themselves from the arrows, and we see that it works as they shatter upon impact. He then shouts, asking if they have run out of tricks, and the soldiers begin to retreat. They do not give up and try to capture them. Everyone moves past them, and the protagonist's plan works. His troop heads toward Blade City. The man states that now the mission will begin. The team heads to the forest near the border to prevent the army from interfering, while the other will block the city's main gate and take the slaves. We see that there is a district outside Blade. The soldiers appear, telling the people that if they want to continue living, they should go to the river, adding that there is oatmeal porridge for everyone to eat. Of course, there is distrust toward humans, but even so, they need to eat. Otherwise, they will die anyway. From afar, they begin to smell the food, which spreads throughout the entire place. A demi-human calls everyone over, saying that there really is porridge. This makes us happy. Like monsters, they start attacking, and the soldier warns them not to rush because there is enough for everyone. After tasting it, they say that it is very good and that they finally have something to eat. The soldiers are moved by seeing this, and they soon prepare a report stating that all the demi-humans have gone to the river, and that if they hadn't appeared, they certainly would have died from the winter cold. A very loud noise occurs. Then they run to see what happened, and the soldier is shocked, because it is a child asking if they came to steal their food again, and he tries to say no. Even so, there is no time, and she quickly advances, raising her blades to defend herself. He notices that there is something sinister beneath those rags. With dexterity and skill, she easily wraps his sword and throws it from his hand while his companion shouts to the girl that they are there to give them food. She does not believe it, saying that it is a lie. The man states that there is no reason to lie and that if she wants, she can go see for herself. She asks what the price of the porridge is. He doesn't understand and replies that it is free. The girl says that there is no such thing as free food and adds that her sister told her this because there is always a purpose behind every favor. The young man asks what her name is and she responds that it is Fry. Thus, we move to another part of Blade's forest, where we see some of the protagonists, soldiers who end up cornered. The leader advances, saying that if they hand over the map, they will have a quick death. That same captain manages to dodge. Even so, he is hit by another attack, and something flies out of his bag. The demi-human notices that it is the map and immediately grabs it. He then orders them to kill everyone, but his companion says that their lives are more important, so they must run. Leaving the area, he states that it was dangerous. The captain says that he was just doing his part and that, without a doubt, this performance will make them believe that it is the authentic map. Moving to another location, specifically by the river, a man tells Free that the wind is strong and that she will catch a cold. She replies that she does not feel cold, and the soldier asks why she became a slave when she could have defeated the city guards. She responds that it is the price of food, and at that moment, he thinks that this child is innocent. He then asks Butada to fight. She states that it was her older sister, who left her a long time ago because she was still weak as she had gone to hunt a dragon. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.